red blood in the brine. Abe rises up from the grave cold chain, whispers justice through the roar of pain. His voice like thunder, his truth like rain. Resurrected Lincoln to heal the strain. Dusty boots on the cracked marble floor. Hands once split logs now pry open the door. Union's dream he won't ignore. Binding wounds of a civil war. Abe rises up from the grave's cold chain. Whispers justice through the roar of pain. His voice like thunder, his truth like rain. Resurrected Lincoln to heal the strain. He's seen the banners tearing apart. Fingers pointing blame with a hollow heart. No more silence, the mission's dark. He lights a match in the growing dark. From Gettysburg to the neon haze, he strides the highways through a fiery maze. With his words, he cuts through the grays, guiding a nation from its bitter fate.
Well, hello. 4 score. I was out almost all night last night chasing auroras with my wife. It was a blast. It was a lot of fun. We got some pretty awesome pictures. I posted them in the Discord. She's got a whole bunch more pictures from her Nikon D810, and she will eventually process and edit those. And when she does, I'll be able to put some of them up as well, because they'll be even grander color. So yeah, as in the sky, K2. I have them in our Discord. Somebody should shoot you an invite. But yeah, they're beautiful. It went off last night, crazy in the north. And as far as I can tell, the ring of visibility went way south of where I'm at, quite a bit south. So very, very pretty pictures. So pretty cool sight as well. I don't know if people don't live where there are auroras. Usually you can't see the color with your naked eye. Sometimes you can. If they're extreme enough, you'll be able to see it, but most of the time you can't. And so what you'll see is just a lit area in the sky, almost like moonlight. It's kind of crazy because you'll be sitting there, auroras will fire up, and you'll just see beams of light, white light, coming up into the sky from the horizon to the north. And it's pretty trippy, almost kind of just a surreal feeling. When they're really extreme, you'll be able to see the defined color even. And when that happens, it's even crazier, because then it's like, whoa, the sky's like pulsing and waving at me. So how are we all doing today? It's been a bit since I actually got on and did a live, so pretty fun to be back. Although I'm a little bit tired just from being up basically all night long. But a lot going on in the world today too, I've noticed. Well, between yesterday and today. Um, what are we saying? Welcome in, Jess. Last night was definitely wild. I was wondering what the heck was going on. I was out in the woods taking pictures of that aurora, and I jump in just to see what's going on with you guys because I finally had service for a second, and I come into kind of just funky random music and stuff on Bricky's channel, and then Bricky commences to say he doesn't like me. He really, really doesn't like me, and I'm like, what the frick? I've only been friendly to you, Bricky. I don't get why you really, really don't like me. I mean, if you don't like me, that's fine. You don't have to like me, but I'm curious as to what I've done to offend the guy. I think I've only ever been nice or silly or fun with him. So, yeah, I don't know. That was weird. And then the whole topic and the fighting, and it seemed like people were pretty drunk, so that doesn't help, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Let's do this. See if any of you crazies want to come chat and talk to me about said things. There's a link. And I won't allow just everyone up, but some I will, and we can chit chat. I don't want every single person to come up, but if somebody wants to come up and talk, and I'm not afraid to have them up, then I'll bring you up and we can talk about shite. Yes, survival is proof of strength. That's crazy. Yeah, I wasn't around for the past stuff, so I have no idea with that. I am definitely curious why Bricky dislikes me. I understand like I'm wearing a hat and such, but I'm not that much different than my actual self. I don't like say stuff I don't believe, or I mean, I stand on the business I believe in. So, yeah, I have my Abe persona, but that's just a look. And yeah, I don't know. That's a weird. K2. What's up,
Hello.
K2? How are you?
I'm good. How's Abe?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Like I said, a little tired from staying up super late for those pictures, but doing pretty good. What do you think? You're Robot Man.
Oh, it's probably because I'm
Oh,
on 23 in Michigan.
you're good now. That was
Oh,
funny though.
can you
You
hear
were
me
very
now?
robotic. Yep. Yep.
All right. Oh, I'm on 23 in Michigan. Sometimes it comes in and out. So I
Oh
get
yeah.
close to like Ann Arbor.
Yeah, get those dead spots.
So how's Abe?
Well, I'm good. I'm good. One day at a time. It's a little bit cooler
All
today.
my driving in Michigan.
Oh yeah. And he drops. Okay. Bad connection, I take it. That may be. I haven't really. I don't think I've had enough hours into my stream to say things that I haven't said that I do believe, I guess. Although I have a very explorative mind. I like thinking through
We'll try
random
this one more
things.
time. I don't want to.
Okay.
Like I said, probably got spotty connection until I get to like Ann Arbor, near Ann Arbor.
Oh, I see. Yeah, there's a lot of dead spots when you get into any rural areas. Definitely not good tower coverage.
No, yeah, it's never had it that bad before, but I think the cell service has gone down in quality ever since the, and then they charge us more. So that's just my opinion, and I'm biased.
Yeah, well, that's okay. It's okay to have your opinion.
Because I never used to have that problem, and then all of a sudden, now we have a lot of that problem. But how do I sound right now? How do I sound?
You're good. Your sound is good. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yep. I just figured I hadn't been on in a few. I had wanted to get on, but I've been like running, and we did some fun stuff the day of my wife's birthday, and then we did the auroras last night. So I figured today I would get on and see how everybody's doing. Gang. So
How was your wife's birthday dinner? What'd you
good.
guys have? If you
Well,
want to share, you don't have to.
we actually were going to go out to dinner, and then we decided we were going to go out in nature instead. So we ended up going and getting like huckleberry bear claws and going out to the lake and sitting and eating our bear claws and just taking a walk in the woods. Just had a day to ourselves, which was kind of nice because life at home can get real busy.
Sounds romantic, Abe. Sounds romantic. Was there fireflies in the sky?
There wasn't. We don't really have much for fireflies this far north. I wish. That would have been magical.
Dude, I've seen less and less. Like, usually now you would see fireflies at night, but it's like, where are they at?
Okay, Smoking Spaceman, I absolutely do have a theory on that. I don't know if you have seen the post I've made. A couple days ago, I said, expect auroras and earthquakes over the next few days. And then we saw auroras last night, the night before, and we're supposed to see them again tonight. And there was a 6.0 earthquake in Japan. The reason I knew that is because if you watch solar weather, you can see when you have sunspots or coronal mass ejections that are Earth facing. And when that happens, our geomagnetic activity goes up. Our earthquakes go up. You have more auroral activity. And as there's been a slow shift of magnetic north, you see waxing and waning of the electromagnetic field around the Earth, or the magnetosphere, the magnetopulse. And as that happens, there's gaps in our electromagnetic shell. And then there's other events that literally affect the electromagnetic sphere as well. For instance, a lot of people might not know this, but when CERN in Geneva turns on, our electromagnetic field actually weakens to a great degree, to a measurable and noticeable degree, which is funny because if you think, okay, we have coronal mass ejections, we're in a solar maximum right now, which means the sun is more active than it is. And that goes in waxing and waning. So every 11 years, you get a solar minimum, and then that 11-year span goes past and you get a solar maximum. If you get a solar maximum at the same time as CERN is running at full tilt, you'll have a weakened electromagnetic field and coronal mass ejections and high solar wind. And what we've clocked the solar wind at recently, some of the time we're seeing it at like 1,000,000 miles per hour, which means we're getting pummeled by solar wind, basically. and that also is creating a depression effect on the electromagnetic field. So the effects on the Earth are massive. And for the longest time, about a decade plus ago, I used to make posts about these things and talk about them online. And I got told I was an idiot. People don't know what they would say. You don't know what you're talking about. There's no increase in seismic activity. There's not an increase in volcanoes. But after this last 10 years or so, we've seen a marked increase in earthquakes, basically on the whole planet. And the same is true for volcanic activity. We're seeing an increase in magnitude in uh, current as well. So yeah, it's yeah, it's a truth that people should know. The problem is that NASA and popular media has told us that the sun has very little effect besides the heat it puts off to the Earth on a daily basis. But it's absolutely not the case. The sun affects us in so many ways. It's kind of wild.
Does that mean there's possible chance for a tsunami in Japan?
I'm sure there would be. Depends on where the placement of that earthquake was and the depth of that earthquake. But when you put all of those factors into place, it's kind of crazy because you can track the speed of an outbound CME, coronal mass ejection, and you can see approximately when it will hit Earth. When it happens, the Earth has almost immediate effects, right? Like that the time it takes light to hit the Earth, you'll see smaller effects. And then by the time the coronal mass ejection or the plasma that's moving through space hits the Earth, you can time that. You can say, okay, this is going to happen in 18 hours. It'll reach Earth. Sometime within that window of it hitting Earth, you can expect a significant increase in geomagnetic activity, which means you can expect quakes. Depending on where the Earth is and which part of the Earth is facing the sun at that time, will have the highest chance of significant earthquake activity. Crazy. And I don't know this or learn this. And if you tell this to normal everyday people, they will look at you like you're doing horoscopes. But it's all trackable. We know it scientifically is true. So it's one of those things where there's a disconnect in modern society, I guess. It kind of blows me away.
I'm just a little disappointed. I didn't get to see the aurora driving at night going to Michigan only one time, and I've gone up as far as in a truck, in my company's truck, up to West Branch, Michigan, and that's pretty dark up there, and still haven't seen that. Only seen it once when I was going to Lansing.
Yeah, it'd be great for you to
Yeah.
get to see them because a lot of smartphones now have good enough digital cameras and night settings to pick them up. They won't pick them up great usually, but at least you could pull some of the color out. And if you were out on the road anyway.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
No, I was just saying, if you're out on the road anyway, why not get a shot if you can, you know?
Yeah. There was that big one that came through that was like, I think last year around this time that hit like even the south right there.
Yep.
It was, instead of green, it was all purple, and I'm like, damn.
Yep. So my wife and I
actually seen it with the naked eye. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
during that last one, my wife and I were in Moab, and we did a night hike out into the desert and got up onto some rocks and took photographs of red aura from the auroras. And the time before that, the crazy show before that was almost as big as the Carrington event. That one we took pictures and it was the whole sky above us back in our state. So it's wild.
If you and your wife like nature, I suggest going up to the Twaquamina Falls up in the UP. I think there's another mountain up there too, Radiant of the Cloud or something with the cloud. I don't know. Very beautiful up there. I went to the Twaquamina Falls. I didn't go to the upper. I was more in the lower. Very beautiful spot. Go. I just recommend people if they love nature to go up to the UP. Just bring a CB radio because there's not a lot of
Right.
connection up there. But
Yeah.
except for if you're like in St. Sue Marie, Marquette, some of the other bigger ones, but usually they're college towns. But
Yeah. Usually
just
when I
try to
go,
recommend that to people.
yeah, usually when I go
Sorry.
further out where there's going to be a lot of ruralness, I'll take our Baofeng radios with us because they could pick up quite a bit. So communication becomes far greater when there's no cell service. So I don't have a working CB in our vehicle currently, but eventually that probably will happen. We're looking at doing some overlander adjustments to our vehicle so that we can do more. We already bought like a rooftop tent and a whole bunch of other stuff. So when we're out, we can just park and sleep, you know?
Yeah. All you need is a magnetic antenna. They make cigarette. That's what I got for the Freightliner because the connection in the truck's bad. You just
Right.
it's like plugged into your cigarette, black and white, screws right in. Or if you go to Walcott Radio, they put they make a custom one for cigarette lighters or for cigarette output and stuff like that. They
Very
got a whole
good.
bunch of custom stuff there at Walcott.
Well, that's
If you're
awesome
interested, if
too.
you're not.
It's awesome too because, you know, back in the day, you'd have to have the amplifier, you'd have to have all the bass parts. Things have gotten so much more sophisticated. You can do it a lot easier, which is nice.
Oh, it's a lot easier. All you got to do basically now is trim the antenna, and if you want it peaked, all you got to do is buy certain parts from these guys or whatever. For my personal car, I have a General Lee, and that's a 10-meter radio. I'm supposed to have a license, but
Right.
don't tell anybody.
Yeah, I don't think they should be able to limit that kind of stuff anyway. I think it's dumb. I think you should have every right to
I
be
don't
able to
think
communicate out. So
I don't think they really care anymore, to be honest.
right. Well, it's kind of like ham radio. You know, you need to have a license
Yeah,
and all this stuff, and it's like, why? I understand not using
yeah.
certain frequencies for good reason. I can get that, sure. So only have a problem with that, but don't make people get licensed and everything else to try to experiment with learning radio. I think that's a great skill to
But
have.
I get why, because Mud Duck out in the desert in New Mexico, he jams up Channel 19 so much. Like when I was over the road for my company for the 2 years, I would pick him up in Connecticut.
Yeah, that's
Like,
crazy.
I don't know what he does. He lives in a freaking RV in the middle of the desert, has a big ass antenna, freaking huge. Smoking Spaceman probably knows what I'm talking about, but that guy jams up Channel 19
That's crazy.
so much. Like
I could see it though.
And they don't do anything about it. Yeah.
Well, we had a guy
I don't
here
know what he has.
locally. We had a guy here locally for a while, and he was doing ham radio to begin with and ended up becoming a radio station, and he had to get licensing and everything because he was doing the same thing. He was just jamming up the airwaves hardcore. So
Yeah. Well,
yeah, they went
I'm talking about like
him.
CB radio. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
CB radio and stuff like that. And ham radios.
Yep.
Striker's
That's
pretty
crazy.
good too.
So
and then I'm rooting for my team that you see in my profile picture. They're playing the. I can't say it because it's some Quebec team that speaks French. Name Lions. Game two in the ECHL. Go Toledo. Well, not my team. It's just the Toledo Walleye.
Well, it's who
I'm
you
just
like.
a fan of them.
Well,
yeah,
that's why I said good luck.
Yep.
I'd say the same. I'd say the same if somebody from Wyoming was a Hawks fan and they wanted the Seahawks to win that year. I'd say the same thing. Good luck. You know.
Yep. This
Smoking Spaceman. Smoking Spaceman. I would say the bunker part is a catch-all. I would say, if anything, at the current state, the war thing is likely, but not so eminent that I would believe that that's the case, that they're building them. I would say that they have foreknowledge in a way that we do not on both topics, whether it be solar activity and space weather or uh, geopolitics. I would say they're just keeping all their eggs in a safe little basket, and they probably fear both, but they're trying to prepare for everything. It does seem significant to me that this is all happening at the same time. Like we have a peak in solar activity greater than anything we've seen since the Carrington event, and geopolitics are completely out of control. There's a whole nother side to this too. Human health and wellness is also affected during solar maximum. So you have an increase in heart attacks, of stroke. You have an increase of autoimmune diseases going in, on the fritz. So a lot of those are tied into the same thing. Again, like I said, the sun affects us in way more ways than either science, NASA, or government agencies want to admit, although they are finally admitting it more than they have in the past. So there's that. Did you guys see what the debate topic tonight on the Raging Tomato is?
No.
I was thinking about going on the after panel tonight, but it's something like, is female promiscuity bad for society, or something like that? And I saw it's Page and Cleaner versus, I don't even remember who I saw the other two were. But it should be interesting. That one is an interesting one. And it actually has ramifications for society, unlike some of the topics that are brought up. So I agree, Smoking Spaceman. What's funny is there was jokey stuff put out recently for this last solar storm. And the joke was basically, be careful about going outside if you live in the north of the US. Solar activity can cause skeletonification. Be careful where you go during these hours because you could be turned to a skeleton instantly. And it was jokey, but the map showed basically where the aurora band hits in the US every time it's elevated. And I cracked up a bit. But then when you go further into it, we're in like a G4 radio blackout, and all this stuff is being affected. But the general public, again, doesn't know most of this usually. They don't even know that there's the Carrington event charged the electrical system to the point of bursting batteries, keeping telegraph lines active even when the power was completely off and all the battery packs were turned off. There was ambient charge in almost all wiring in all devices across the planet at the time, although we didn't have as much as we have now. So people don't even know about these things that have happened in the past, which is crazy.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. During the Carrington event, they were communicating from the East Coast to the West Coast on transmission lines for telegraph without any power source, because there was that much electricity just in the system. And not only that, but they were communicating clearer than when they use their battery packs normally.
Damn.
So, yeah, well, and I've looked a lot into like Tesla and the inventions that he created. He had like ambient energy devices and stuff like that. And people are like, you can't just draw energy from the air. The truth is you can. All radio waves passing across a wire or an antenna of some kind generate a small amount of current. And so you can set up like a bridge rectifier and some diodes and capacitors, and you can trap radio emission energy in an antenna and then put it through a bridge rectifier to change it from alternating to direct current and put it into capacitors. You can have those capacitors discharge into a battery and charge that battery. And that's without anything. There's no power being generated. It's just picking up radio waves and putting that power into a battery. So that all exists already, and it has since Nikola Tesla was alive. Yeah, I don't intend to get lost in the dark, and I try to confirm everything that I learn through physics, through everything. But you could definitely go really far with it into sci-fi land for sure. Right, Jess? That was a wild one, actually. I reviewed it some on my channel when it happened. I was like, holy smokes, that was a hell of a reaction to that comment, and you didn't even listen to what Jess was saying. That, or you ignored it on purpose and just hammered it down as quickly as possible. I couldn't tell which one it was, but either way, it was a personal thing. Obviously, a personal thing. So. It's way colder here today. Yes, yesterday was decently warm, like 60s. Today it's a little colder than that. The day before that, it was 90 degrees. So we went from like 30s and 40s to 60s to 90s, back to 60s, and now we're back in like the 40s. All in one
We're
week.
at 70, 74.
Yeah, it's been a wild week for that
Today.
too. Yeah, Spaceman, I think that I used to have a joke, and people close to me knew it to be true, that I have a black hole of random inside of me, and there's a heap of knowledge that I've learned over decades of just random study for no reason other than to wanting to know. And so topics will get brought up, and then I'll just have all this knowledge on something that has nothing to do with me really, other than I found a curiosity in it and began studying until I had a fairly good understanding of it, or a really deep understanding of it, for no other reason than I was curious. And now it just resides in that hole of random. My youngest brother and my wife used to play a game. They'd say, ask my he could answer anything. So if you just ask me a random question, so we'd go out to eat or whatever, and they'd be like, random question after random question to see if they could get me on something I didn't know. Just random questions that they could think up. And it was hilarious because it would be all kinds of different topics, and I would have an answer almost all of the time. Some of the time, obviously, there's going to be stuff I just don't know, but it was a fun game. So did you guys see what happened in Colorado yesterday? That was kind of crazy.
An Egyptian firebombing people that overstayed his visa.
Yeah, crazy. That's wild.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but I did it anyway. Sorry.
I just know it was bad juju, and it's like, what the hell is going on? And he, like, the video of him, he's out there shirtless, screaming stuff.
I think he had a bulletproof vest on, and then he got himself with some of that flame, and then that's what I was told, but I don't know if that's true.
Yeah,
the internet world.
It's crazy to even see, like, all the people are like, back up, and the one guy's trying to stop him and talking to him, and they're like, no, get back, and it's like he's standing there shirtless, just screaming at people.
And none of them were armed.
True.
You always carry.
Well, if you can, that's the thing about these United States. Not everybody can, and I think that that is a travesty. It's bad. It's no good.
That's
That Second Amendment should not be limited to the point where,
infringed.
yeah, where
That
there's
that's
multiple states you
that's
can't even.
that's infringing on my Second Amendment rights right there. Any state law, and that's a federal law with the Constitution. Just because they have liberal judges that side with the lawmakers, that's still
Absolutely,
that's still infringing my right to bear arms. I
absolutely. Well,
get
it's the
if
same
you
with the
lose your
first.
right, if you're a felon or whatever, yeah. I
Well,
absolutely agree. The government's infringing, and that should be a
yep,
lawsuit
yep,
against that state.
yep.
America. This is America.
America. That's right.
America.
America.
I pissed off that the woman or whatever went out, and all Ricky's English friends when I went, this is America.
Yep.
They were like,
Yep.
ah.
Oh man, she went off on me so quick. I literally just dipped. I was like, no, I don't want any part of this conversation.
Oh, did you like it when I called all the European leaders in World War One? I'm still gloating about this.
I
Did
think
you
it was
like that I
great.
called them all cousin fuckers?
I think it was
Because
great.
they were
I
all.
think it was great. I loved everybody giving her pushback. I was like, man, I don't even want to deal with this. She was so, like, her volume was cranked for me. I have no idea, but she was so
Oh,
much
look at that.
louder than everyone else. And then the pitch of her voice was like killing my ears. So I was like, I am not even going to deal with this. I'm going to dip. So I jumped back down
The
to chat.
Domino's.
It's like, no,
The
thank
Domino's
you.
farm. They got their bison out. The Domino's farm right here
Oh, wow.
near Ann Arbor. Yeah, they got bison there. They're out.
Yeah, Jess, Nikola Tesla's, you can actually go and find all the patents that he developed and go through them. And because you're talking about so long ago, you can buy most of the components and build small versions of a lot of the things that he built that work. Like, for instance, we have all these bases and stuff you can just set your phone on to wireless charge, your toothbrush, all these things. That was around. Tesla invented that. He came up with the resonant exchange of electrical of electrons, and it's been around for over 100 years, and that patent just sat there, but it was usable. You could have had a resonance charger in your house that powers all the devices, so long as they were set up correctly, that didn't need cords, that didn't need all of these things. And the same is true with the copper in the ground. There's so many natural, awesome things that we can do. K2? Why is K2 in here twice?
Sorry.
You're in here twice? That's weird.
Hold on. Let me see. Something.
I'll just remove one. You're good. That was weird. Also true. A grill. The AC, that was a whole fight between him and Edison for sure. So, oh, there he goes again. Bye-bye. Well, yeah, I agree with that. Obviously, in our modern era, things are different than they were back then, and obviously things like heaters, or anything that takes high voltage or high amperage is going to be harder to power that way. But small things, easy things, especially nowadays, for instance, like LEDs, you could have LEDs with the small resonance package on it that could be powered wirelessly inside your home easily. And I can't say that that's completely safe for sure, but it's still, that ability existed so long ago that it's bizarre we didn't implement a lot of technology way earlier than we did. Like that suppression of knowledge and understanding is kind of funny and sad.
They're still here.
Yep, you're here.
Sweet.
Yeah, absolutely. That the game for Tesla was, he was very intelligent. He came up with a lot of breakthroughs, but he was not a good salesman. He did not understand business and marketing, and the people around him that did took advantage. Absolutely. So, and that's really sad
Shows you-
because had he
Shows
had
you can
the
be real. Oh, sorry.
yeah, no, yeah, say it.
Oh, I said it shows you can be really intelligent in other things and lacking in others.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, and if you look at a lot of the big successful people we have in our world today, oftentimes they're not the smartest person in that business or the best in that business. They're just the person who knew how to get the best in the business into their camp and utilize their talents and their understanding. They just knew how to get the best people to do what they wanted for them. So,
Man, a lot's changed up here. People buying out the farmland and building suburbs.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's true, Jess. I would agree that it was to stop people from free power because there's money in supply of anything. Power is, especially these days, become the backbone of functioning societies. If you took away the income that's attached to that supply, first of all, you bankrupt huge companies, but second of all, you lose control of the masses. If you hold that kind of control, well, we all know how that works. But if you had free power, how much further ahead would we be currently if you didn't need a power company, if you didn't need all the crazy different types of power generation that we've fallen onto? Even when you look at like nuclear power substations and stuff, the technology for that has increased tenfold, and we're still not implementing it. We could be making the energy cost across the planet tiny amount.
They made it a lot safer, too,
Yeah, absolutely.
than what it was, because you still got the hippies going, oh, look what happened in Staten Island. I don't know if you were there when I talked about it. Was it Chris's channel when I said the Manhattan Project? Something involved that. Then they went to Lucky, Ohio. That's somewhere near where I live. Went to a random cornfield, dug one of the nuclear things that they tried. Now all the well water is poisoned. They found that out. The Army Corps of Engineering's over there right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to look into it, like I get there's some scary stuff, but there's a lot of benefits to the negative. You gotta, but people just focus on the like tiny negatives.
Well, that's exactly it.
Kind of,
And when we were developing the technology in nuclear, both weaponry and power, there was too much all at once. And then you have the disasters that have happened, and you put all of that together, and it's so ingrained in the human psyche that it's a fearful thing rather than it could be the thing that liberates the world on energy.
And
you know
Chernobyl,
what I mean?
I think they try to, like Chernobyl, that incident, isn't it? They try to take a shortcut in safety and stuff like that, which bit them in the ass. Then they had to go to some coal miners, ask them to save the water, to stop, do something with the water to stop poisoning it to the Black Sea. But
that's usually the case, though. It's usually some shortcut or some failing because of some shortcut or cost. Yes, And so,
Just like
if
we talked about with that lake freighter, where the guys like they ignored some safety to maximize profits on that lake freighter. Daniel J. Morale with that Keith, what the dude? I forget the dude's name. Hale, that lone survivor that you played on
oh
your
yeah,
thing
yeah,
the
yeah,
one time.
yeah,
Yeah. It always comes
yeah,
back to that, though. Sorry,
yeah.
I didn't mean to cut you, talk over you,
No, you're good. You're
or
good.
whatever. It's your show.
I'm just thinking out loud, basically. Hello, kitty. That's funny.
Meow.
Also true. Also true. There's a. It's crazy what can be done
That's
in such basic physics that we almost ignore today that would have been normal and beneficial in the past. It's actually kind of funny when you look at it. Some of these things are actually ancient technologies that have been used for a very, very long time, and we just stopped doing it because, modern day we're better, but we're not better at it than they were. Not in all things, anyway. So, pretty funny. I'm trying to decide what all we want to do today. Like I said, I was thinking about going on that after panel, but that's not for a while. Let's see what everyone is up to right now. Looks like,
let's get some more get some more people up here. Let's shoot the shit.
yeah. Well, people have to.
Whoever you want up here, though. I'm not. I'm just making
Yeah,
suggestions.
I'm trying to
Like
be
Bob,
selective,
I would try.
but yeah, Bob would be good. Is Bob here though?
I think he was because we were before you went live. We were all watching Grumple's chair because he left his stream on while he doing whatever. It's been like I want to say since Chris Lestrange got off on Sunday. He's just been pointing at his chair after his stream, and he forgot to
What
turn
a
it off.
what a goofball! What
Correct.
a goofball! That's funny. Oh, see, there's Bob. Robert, you should come
I
up
do
to.
want to. I do want to point out twice yesterday. I called out that he was a glow agent in the stream crash. So I'm not
Oh,
saying he's a glow agent. I'm saying there might have been a glow agent in the chat. I'm just joking. I'm giving Bob a hard time.
yeah.
Giving Bob a hard time.
Well, he likes it, I think.
Aw.
It's fun, right? So,
And oh, look at that. The Zamboni.
Zamboni.
All that don't know that, a flatbed.
A stretch out flatbed.
A low boy. One,
Oh, yep.
I believe. It went by too fast. I just saw the Zamboni.
I see. Okay. What is going on? I see JS is also live. I didn't realize he was also going to be doing something. What's he up to?
I have
Demon
no
Monk
idea.
is
We've just been
here.
goofing around at. We were just goofing around at Grumples until you went live.
Well, what was Grumple doing before he decided not to be there? Was he entertaining prior or what?
We did the unveiling. Yes, yes. The unveiling of his Transformer vinyl record. We did that. I went to bed around 11:30. Woke up around 2:30. Went to the gym, and then I came back to do some karaoke that they were doing, and did some karaoke. Went to the store with them while live. They were still doing karaoke, and Bob fell asleep, and some other guy on Twitch, that's his Twitch friend, fell asleep, and
Oh,
then heard
then he fell
a
asleep.
lot of snoring, and then I went to bed around 8:30. They were still going, so EST
Man,
time in the morning.
I wouldn't want to keep
So-
my stream live that long. That's crazy. Like, I mean, I don't know what his situation's like, but I guess mine would just be my office for hours and hours and hours, and you just hear thumping and stuff outside of it probably, but that would be so weird to just leave it running forever like that. I guess that's how people end up like with JS having chair and stuff like that. People just watching his chair, waiting to
we
see
were
if
more-
anything crazy happens.
We were more entertained with the record player, the star guest.
I see. That's pretty cool. That's fun though, like karaoke with the crew. That sounds like a fun time. I don't think I've
We
been
did
on
not do
Grumple.
Journey.
Oh man,
It's a fun time. We didn't do Journey. Keep what is that? Believing. Don't stop believing. I was a little disappointed with that, but I was on my phone and I couldn't give him the link.
oh, that's really sad.
That's
Yeah.
not my fault.
I've seen that Chair wins debates and makes him money. The question is, does Chair win more debates than JS does? And does Chair make more money than JS does? Because if that's the case,
That's why.
just asking for a friend, you know. Yeah. I don't know. I think our world is in crazy times these days. That's what I think. I mean, obviously,
Then I hear
JS
that Canada now.
Canada what?
I heard Canada's considering being a 51st state now because Trump's like, if you want to be in our Golden Dome project, you need to be a 51st state. And Canada's like, we're thinking it over.
Yeah. I mean, we've joked about other nations near us, like Mexico or Canada or others, joining the US. And in some ways, I can see that being a plus. I can see it being beneficial for us to be a unified entity for self-defense and everything else. But it would be a strange event, just even politically it would be, because the differences in existing constitution for the US versus Canada, the same is true for Mexico, and then their legal systems, everything, the tie-ins would be, I would feel like it'd be a very precarious union, to be sure, because the differences are just enough.
It would overall be a plus because then we can secure the whole northern atmosphere.
I don't disagree with you on that. I think that that's a good take. I just
the Monroe Doctrine, but I'm not putting in parts that would be bad at the same time because not thinking that far ahead.
Well, that's the thing. You say you graft them in, right? You graft in Canada, and they just become the 51st state. They keep most of their sovereignty, their laws, their everything, kind of like states do. So like each territory would be its own state or whatever. The problem then becomes there is an extreme difference in political leanings that exists in Canada currently compared to the United States. And so when you graph that in, you have to take into account, okay, are they all now voting too? Are they all that? Well, obviously, because they're states of the Union. And so the United States becomes that many more states, and that many more states have how many more representatives in the system, the votes they have in the system. Now, you could do it a different way, but okay, so smoking space,
I
man, tell me
agree.
what you think then.
But I think when we take over Mexico, we should deport all the Mexicans to Southern America. We don't want the Mexicans. I'm sorry. I don't want to ruin your channel.
I think that there are issues to address with that, but the truth is, on the whole, people are people, and most would want the same liberty. They would want the same benefits that we have currently. If you asked most everyday people in countries that are not as well off as the United States, they would say yes, that they would like our benefit, right? Our better economy, our better whatever, the rights that we have, all of those things, they would want those. But I can't say that they would be willing to live and act as though they are as we are, because they're so different in certain ways. But I would say the people I know that are of Mexican descent and live in Mexico, they would want to be Americans. Not, I don't know all of them. I don't know every Mexican person there is, so I have no idea what the overarching look would be. But financially, it would benefit them. I don't know. I think that the geopolitics on that subject are so hefty, it would be hard to know. Is it that much benefit?
Yeah. Hey, Abe, I will be right back. I got to call dispatch and make sure.
Okay, man.
They told me to call when I got
All
here.
right.
I'll be right back.
Do what you got to do, bud. Yeah. I'm not sure what you guys are talking about in chat. I get derailed on the conversation and then forget to look at chat. And then I kind of pop one up here and there, but then I'm not paying that close of attention. So. Yes, smoking space, man, on the integration. I don't know that there would have to be a war or anything like that. I think there's many ways to make deals. There's definitely the annexation and stuff like that, which obviously you don't want to take that route, generally speaking, in any way, shape, or form. That's not a good way to combine or grow in a way that's beneficial to both sides. Generally speaking, you would need a willing grafting in for it to work. Yeah, and you have to have actual assimilation and integration. You have to have that. And so it would have to be a very well planned out unity between, and then you'd have to figure out how the inner workings of that could work. And that's not to say that it could work, but it wouldn't be the first time either. Like, states were added after the founding of the country. And so if that is the case, that these territories were added in as states and had their own governing bodies before they became states, There is a process in order to do that exists. We would just have to find the right path to do it. That's absolutely true, Smoking Spaceman. And then see, that's what I'm saying. The social cohesion is going to face extreme challenges because of the differences in how we work as a nation and they work as a nation currently. There would have to be some kind of moved
You're not hearing
cohesion.
this, are you?
I can hear your blinker
Oh.
or your.
Oh, yeah, that's my computer.
So. Oh, let's see. What do we got going on out here in YouTube land?
So what's up? Bricky really said that he didn't like you?
Yeah,
I know he can be a prick sometimes.
Dude, I don't know. I jumped in the chat and he was on still. And like I said, I was in the middle of the woods, so I had like one bar. And it wasn't even enough to barely pay attention to what was going on because it was laggy here and there. And then it finally cleared up just enough that I could pay attention to the video. And Chase and others were in the chat talking. And I was like, I think I said something like, what color is it? And I couldn't even hear what they were saying because I'm like in the middle of nowhere. I have my sound turned down, but I was kind of watching the chat and I was like, what color is it? And I was just being silly. And Chase is like, purple. And then he's like, Bricky, something about underpants or whatever. And then Chase is like, don't get your underpants in a bunch. What's wrong with you? Or what's going on? And then it went for a little bit. And I turned the sound up to see what the heck's going on in chat because that seemed funny. And he had like JB and I don't remember who else up there. And then Jess jumped up there and then he was like started telling them how he didn't like me. He didn't like me at all. And there's something off about me and a bunch of stuff. And I'm like, what the heck are you talking about? Like, what did I say or do that made you think that? Not that it really matters that much, but like, I don't want an enemy for no good reason. And then he said, well, he really, really likes Doomerang, but he really doesn't like me. And I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Why are you saying that? I never had a problem with him, and he's never expressed that he had a problem with me prior. So I don't know. It could be that he was just drunk and being a jerk, but
that's usually the case. He's done that with Grumple before too. So because he's called him out on, I forget what it was. There was one time. I don't know. I don't take anybody what they say on the internet serious anyway. So.
Well, I mean.
I know it sucks being like, oh, I don't like this person for no reason, but.
Well, I mean, if somebody doesn't like me, genuinely doesn't like me just because they don't like me, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just curious as to why. I didn't hear a reason, but if he doesn't, then he doesn't. That's fine.
I'm assume I'm hated by some people.
Yeah, why is that?
I don't know. Just people just hate people for no reason. Even though you want to see everybody succeed and do whatever. But there's always that one person that doesn't like you for whatever reason. So it is what it is at that point.
Yeah.
It's really, really shitty, but.
Well, there can be ideological differences. It could be all kinds of different stuff. Or maybe you just don't like them. Maybe their personality rubs you the wrong way. And I can get that. I can totally get that. I was just curious why, like, it was weird. Like, I jump in the chat, basically say hi, and then say a couple silly things. Nothing insulting, just silly things. And then it was like, immediately jump to, I don't like him. And I'm like, okay, cool. Good to know.
Yeah, I joke that Bree doesn't like me, but I just give her a hard time. Like,
Yeah.
I
Well, I mean, that's
joke
usually
saying
what we
I
do,
don't.
right? We give each
Yeah.
other a little ribbing, being silly, having fun. But
Then I give Bob a hard time with being a glow agent. Excuse me, I gotta crank these gears.
you're cranking good times. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I try to be friendly and honest and not cause trouble if there's not a reason to. I don't know. Other than
And
that,
then me and Smoking Space Fan make fun of Snyder drivers. And Swift.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
That'll be
people
all
are funny
right.
creatures. Yep, I'm sure it will be. Like I said, it's possible he was just had a lot of alcohol in him and was in a mood. And I can't say I haven't been there. I've been that guy in the past. So yeah. Does anybody else want to come up and chit chat? Schneider's drivers. Yeah. I forgot I had some plan like yesterday when I was like driving around doing stuff, some ideas of stuff to do today. And then, you stay up really late and then go to bed and don't sleep enough. And then you wake up and you forget the things that you thought that you had figured out in your head, and you don't. Because that crap will leave your head. Look, I got 2 K2s again. 2 K2s. K2 clones. K squared.
I don't know what keeps happening. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I'm not sure which one of you is talking, but
Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah? Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. K2. I don't get a response. It's sad. K2. This is sad.
Hold on, my headset's
I'm not
acting up. That's
Well, technical
I can't win
technical
today.
difficulties. Some days are like that.
Yeah.
Think that's fair. Smoking Spaceman, I think that's fair, especially if you have everything to gain and little to lose from the deal that's put forward, actually.
All right, let's try this again. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. I don't know if you moved on from what I was talking about, but the guy went like that. Then I was talking. I'm like, I was just trying to joke around with you guys. And the guy's like, we didn't invite you over here because the one guy I was kind of like, didn't know we would joke around with some stuff. And then he's like, dude, learn to read the room. I was pretty drunk. And the guy's like, nobody likes you here. And I'm like, oh. But then I started getting a shitload of hours because it was Christmas time. And yeah, but I'll go back. I'll go back one day.
Yeah,
Yeah, just like
that's all you can do.
I know it sucks. Yeah,
Sometimes life does that,
like
or we do that to ourselves.
yeah.
So I've definitely screwed the pooch on my own, caused damage to relationships myself out of stupidity. And obviously, when you're young and dumb, you do dumb things too. So that doesn't help either. So,
I don't think I'm young anymore.
well, not anymore.
33.
Well, that's still not
33.
that old. That's
Still not that old, still not that young either.
It's funny as you age how things change. Like, I swear you don't age in your head. You still feel like you should be able to do everything the way that you did prior. But you've definitely aged, which is weird too. So it's just
Yeah, that's why I gave up playing hockey, because it's like I can't play the way that I used to.
right.
My back kills. It kills me that I'm not playing at the level that I could play.
Right. I totally get it. All of a sudden, one day, you're not capable of the things you thought you were capable of prior. It's not, I mean, you could get it back. It's not to say you can't do it. If you stay on, staying physically fit and all of that, that makes a difference. But your soreness level, your tiredness, your endurance is less. All of that slowly goes. So
I think I've been putting on muscle, and it's kind of been slowing me down, because I used to skate nonstop, and then sitting in a tractor, I'm just getting heavier.
yep.
But
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like what I was talking about in Chris's chat yesterday. It's like I went down to my old pant size, but it seems like my stomach got a little bit bigger, and I'm like
Right.
trying to figure that out. Like, that doesn't logically make sense right there.
Well, I've seen it happen to others too, especially truckers, where their waist thinned or their pants waist thinned, but their belly got bigger. I've seen that happen.
Yeah,
for sure.
and I work out like 3 to 5 times.
I mean, partially that could just have to do with how your metabolism's acting at the age you're at and the type of physical fitness that you're getting. Like, how much, for instance, how much aerobic type exercise are you doing? Like, are you running? Are you doing that?
I'm not doing that. I'm just lifting. That's part of my problem. I need to add in some cardio, but it's like I don't have. Maybe if I just walk on part of my lunch, part of my lunch, I could lose that.
Right. Well, because you got to ask yourself, like, what kind of thing is happening? Is there muscle and you're pooching out because of muscle in the abdomen, or is your visceral fat getting thicker in that area, which is causing a belly? So,
I'm sorry, I was going to answer. It seems like it's some of it's muscle and some of it's fat. It seems like it doesn't jiggle as much.
it just feels weird.
Yeah, like it's bulking up. Like,
it just feels weird.
Like, those power lifter bellies, right?
Yep.
That's what it feels like. What's going on? Because I'm in some of the places, like squats, I'm at 410 on the hack squat. The chest press machine, I'm at my max is like 345 plates on each side with 20 pounds. I can't do the math right now because I'm pre-tripping. Whatever.
Think that
at least three something.
Your career also, I think, has to do with it, because you're in a sitting position for long periods of time, and that actually has an effect too on what your body shape is going to do, I think.
You're probably
especially
right.
If it's a repetitive thing. You're sitting in that position for long periods of time every single day. I think that our bodies adapt pretty well to the situations that we're in over time. And like I said before, I've known plenty of guys that are long haul truck drivers, and they end up still being big and strong, but they've got a gut on them, and it just is the way of it.
Well, I'm more short haul. I go from hub to hub to hub, drop some things off, do that, build the set, do that. Mostly loco, go home. I park very far away in the parking lot, so I gotta walk. I'm trying. Maybe if I just need to put more steps in. Like I'm saying, since it's summer right now, I could probably walk on my meal after I eat.
Right.
Do something like that.
I've seen that too, where like maybe not so much on the short haul, but on the long haul, people stopping here and there when they have the ability to, and just doing a walk for a little, not even nothing crazy, just often enough that they're getting that repetitive walking motion rather than just the sit straight through. But for you, it should be in and out of the truck quite often. So
yeah, I can. I just need to get that walking thing down again. Oh, my back's been freaking killing me. That sciatic nerve on your...
Again, that's indicative of a driver, honestly. Low back problems, that's so common.
Yeah.
For any driver.
I know. Just killing me that I'm not young anymore. I could do whatever I wanted.
Well,
I'm venting. I'm venting on your
I hear
stream.
you. I hear you.
Thanks for hugging me. Thanks for hugging me.
I feel
appreciate
that too. As I age, I feel that so strongly, man. I hate the fact that the body is not still getting better as you age.
Well, I got picking up more weight. Like I was deadlifting until like that nerve got worse. I was at 405 with the bar and weight on that. And then one day the nerve got a little bit worse, and I'm supposed to see the doctor. I got an upcoming appointment. She's like, let's wait a year, see if those stretches help. And it seems like they do. And then I got like the massage gun, and I put it like right on the right spot, and then it went away for like 2 whole weeks, but now it's back, and the massage gun ain't finding it right now. And it's just like, I don't want back surgery at freaking in my 30s.
Yeah. No. Something I found is a lot of people will get stretches and physical therapy and stuff like that, but then they don't do the exercise to strengthen the back, because you've got to have the muscle structures to support the tendons, the soft tissues, and so also the bone structure as well, and the cartilage and everything else. So it's important to do the stretches, but it's also important to have the strong muscle structure for the support that the body needs as well. And I think that gets overlooked too often. People do their physical therapy, and then they're given stretches, and they continue doing their stretches, but then they're not exercising that specific body part as much. And so then the muscle tissue that's supposed to also support it isn't doing as much of a job as it's supposed to. And so you get more deterioration in that area. And I don't think that that's helpful. And don't get me wrong, I've been that guy. I've literally been the guy who went to physical therapy and then didn't continue the exercises and ended up paying for it and paying later. So, but it's a balance.
On my leg day, I throw in an ab exercise and then a lower back extension exercise to strengthen that a little bit. It seems like it's helping too.
Yeah.
So, I didn't mean to make this about me, Abe. I'm sorry.
Dude, there's nothing else going on. I literally just wanted to reconnect with everybody because it's been the whole weekend with me not really getting on at all, and wanted to see what's going on in everybody's world and talk a little bit. And I figured that there's a debate tonight, and I would look at that. But it's good to catch up with people. I mean, you jump from here to there, and we all have stuff going on, and sometimes it's nice to just catch up and see what's going on. And we even got to sneak Nikola Tesla into the conversation today, which is kind of awesome.
We did.
if I have to, like, when I look at history, like, of our world and people that have done incredible things, I would say Nikola Tesla is way up there for me. Like, because that's how my mind works. I'm very much a tinkerer. I love building, inventing, making random things, figuring out how. It's always been embedded in me as a person, and Tesla just seems like that kind of fellow, like the guy that's mad scientisting away. Even if he's on his own in a room by himself, he's just inventing, creating, trying to figure out how everything works. And I've always found a kinship to that, so it's definitely a fun topic for me.
I hear you on that. It seems like I don't know, when I went full time here, just I lost interest in everything else, and I just focused on that. So now I don't know how to do as much anymore. I seem a little less intelligent.
It's
And
super easy to do. Once something starts preoccupying your attention and time, it's easy to lose interest and lose track in other things. I've found that for myself for sure. The busier you get, the harder it is to still find the attachment to the other things you had interest in.
yeah, and it kills me that I'm not playing hockey anymore. I've been playing since I was 3, and just my body won't physically allow me to play it anymore without being in tremendous pain. So
you have to find a new hobby.
yeah, and that's the hard part. Where I got into drinking a little bit, and I'm like, I'm obviously not supposed to be socializing at the bar, and then stuff like that.
Right?
And I'm like, I can't be doing that anymore either. So
No.
yeah.
Oh man, it's so weird too.
No,
Like
I've
when you
just been
make
jumping on YouTube. Yeah.
I get that too. No, I kind of went through the same kind of thing. Like, I think it's I don't know, man. Alcohol specifically, like, I don't even have a problem with it. Like, I know that I would fall in an alcoholism bracket probably because I drank too heavily prior, but there's no addiction there for me. Like, I can still go to dinner and have wine or have a beer or have a mixed drink, and it's not going to drive me into drinking again. Like some alcoholics have that issue, but I drank for a long time on a daily basis, and realized how much damage it was doing to, one, my body, and two, relationships and care about the world at all. So ended up dropping drinking completely, and now it's just like if I go to dinner or maybe there's a 4th of July thing or whatever, I'll have some drinks, but it doesn't do you any favors. It really doesn't. And like you said, you don't want to be hanging out at the bar drinking and carousing. I don't think that that's good either. I can understand going out, having drinks, playing pool, whatever, once in a while or whatnot, but like, it's not a good thing to be like your staple of daily life.
Yeah.
So
It seemed like I was building Hoy with drinking, so
yeah, and I don't know, man. And then, like you said, you come to YouTube after that because it's less detrimental, which in some ways, yeah, as long as you stay out of the drama land and don't turn it into something beyond what's healthy. I guess that's the same with everything, though. So when you push anything beyond moderation, you could take unhealthy turns in those spaces. So for me, I kind of just wanted to explore this world some more, and there's definitely things I want to do with my channel in the future, but for right now, I'm kind of getting to know the world of YouTube and people, and I love conversation. One of the great things about conversation is the more you talk to people about either what you believe or what you think, that spoken word between people grows the ideas, because the way that humans think, we don't really think all the way through fully the things that we think or believe. And when you start conversing with others on topics, you flesh out the ideas more and more, and you gain a better understanding of where you're coming from and why you believe or think the things you do. And I think that's a healthy thing that we kind of lost in daily life, in our normal world. We don't converse like we used to. We don't spend as much time in public around people as we used to, and that could be because of things that have happened over the last decade or what have you. But we're just not as physically social as we were, and I think we miss out on a lot when we're not having that human interaction with other people. And that's partially why I really like panels. Debates are fun, and that's kind of cool, and I enjoy being there for those. But more or less, to me, conversation is better, because when you can fully express an idea, and the other person can fully express an idea, and you can talk through the base parts of those ideas, I think both people grow from that. So
Yeah, that's why I kind of like the panel verse, like jumping on open panels, goofing around with people in chat.
yeah, yeah,
That's all good.
yeah, and people end up making friends. Like, obviously, it's not like your best friend in your hometown or whatever, but there are friendships that happen that are kind of awesome, because it doesn't feel like that should be possible, as far as the way we've looked at technology over time in the past. But as this has grown, it's easier and easier to actually be able to build a decent kinship or friendship with other people. Like, you can game with them, you can go on YouTube, you can go on Discord and just chat. The panels allow you to meet people you wouldn't have otherwise met, and I think that that's a really cool interaction space. So
Yes.
that and finding like-minded people is great, but also testing your ideas against non-like-minded people. That's some of what's good about some of the debate spaces, is you get that chance to, like, actually see if your ideas hold water against people who disagree with those ideas. So I can't believe how tired I am from last night. Man, this is crazy too. So I told you, like, the temperature jumps have been happening. Last night we're like sitting at the lake ready to take pictures of the auroras, and it went from like mid 60s ish and dropped to 33 degrees, all in like, I don't know, a 40-minute period. Just boom, drops. My hands are numb. I'm cold as heck. I'm like, what in the heck? It's funny. And then it's like all of a sudden 4 a.m. and we're not at home. So yeah.
I hear you on that.
Yep.
I know when we were going to Utah, going through Wyoming and that, it would be like warm in one place, and once you get up in the mountains, it'll get like 33.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know, I'm still debating if I want to post my road trip, some of my good road trip photos in somebody's Discord. I don't know if people actually want to see that.
Oh, I think people would probably like it. I think that there's interest in all kinds of things and stuff like that. Some people, this is something I've realized too as I've aged. Some people don't go anywhere. And I don't mean like they don't achieve anything. I mean, they don't go anywhere. There's people where I
Now,
live that have never seen the ocean,
I'm sorry.
that have never been out of the state they live in. And we're talking about people in their 50s. They've never been out of their home state. They've never been to the ocean. They've never been places outside of their little sphere. And the more that I've aged, the more I've realized there's a lot of people like that. So on the internet, for instance, they can go on and they can see like you're posting pictures, you're going through multiple areas. They get to see things they would not otherwise see. And for them, that's almost like a secondary experience. Like, oh, wow, I've never seen that. That's really beautiful. And they really enjoy seeing the places that they haven't gone or can't go or won't go.
Huh. Never thought about it like that. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of the same way. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have seen what I've seen, because when it comes to vacation, I don't know what it is. I just can't plan it right, and then I want to get stuff done. So then I'm just like, I'll just go again another time. I'll just go another time.
Right.
So
it's I didn't used to think the way that I just said, like going on the internet and being able to see these places that you, again, haven't been or can't go or won't go. My wife made me really realize that, like, because she grew up not traveling really and would see pictures and be like, oh man, I want to go there someday, or that's so amazing, look at this amazing place. And the more that she did that and got into photography and stuff, the more we started traveling and taking pictures and giving them, like, showing it to family. But then we'd post more and more of it just out there in the ether. And the more we did that, the more people are like, oh my goodness, I really like that. I'd love to see that. And you can inspire people, because people don't realize, they get trapped in their shell at home and they don't realize, oh, I could take a road trip that's only a couple. Yeah, I could take a road trip that's only a couple hours, might not even cost me that much, especially if I make some food to take with me. And I could see something amazing, and you might inspire them to do that. And then they've now got a richer experience of life. But at the same time, even if they don't do that, you gave them a richer experience just by being able to see the thing that they have never seen or been able to do or may never be able to do. And I love that. I love gifting experiences to others in that way now.
pretty good point right there.
I think so. I like I said, I didn't think that way most of my life, and I've been all over the place, right? I've been overseas, I've been all kinds of different places, and that never was in my head that way. And once it was there, it was undeniable, because every time you take a picture of something beautiful or some place that some people don't get to go, and you put it somewhere where people can look at it, you're going to get a swelling of people that come in and either say, holy cow, thank you for showing this, I've never seen this, or this is so amazing. Or they go, wow, I've been there, I really love that place. And now you've got a connection with that person. And it all came down to just a picture of a place. And it broadened the horizon of both your relationships with people and people's experience in the world. And I like that a lot. So it looks like the tomato has gone live, and I was incorrect about what tonight's show was, because I thought it was something else. Unless I'm mistaken, it looks like it's Teriak and Fatty versus Soy Pill and Neve, and the topic is, should government censor hate speech content?
No.
E.g. the new Yay song. So that is a spicy topic.
We're going to go over there. We're going to get a raid.
Well, we don't have to get a raid. I was thinking about joining the after panel. I don't necessarily want to steal viewership from anyone. I don't like that idea very much. But we could go over there, unless you guys would rather we just watch it from over here. If we could do either. We could watch it from over here, or I could end mine and then restart it when it goes to the open panel part.
One's in chat. If we stay here too, we go over there. That's
Yeah.
that's a good way to do it. See what people want.
Yeah. So one's in chat if I should watch from a distance and join when she opens the panel, and two is if you would rather me end this and we just jump over there and then I'll restart another live during the panel part. Either one works.
To see if they even listening in chat.
Right. They're always having awesome conversations in chat, though. Not always, but oftentimes I see they're having some philosophical conversation or a conversation about what's going on nationally, or it's funny.
Oh, Ben Talk put in another option.
Well, I'm gonna go on the after. Well, okay, I'm gonna go on the after panel either way, but okay. I see. All right. So then what I'm gonna do is, for now, I'm just gonna pull her channel over here and put it up, and I have to use the restroom, and we'll engage with this.
I'll entertain chat.
Okay. Sounds good.
Do.
Okay. Let's see.
Unless Ben Talk or the Angry Beaver wants to jump up.
We hit a violence to
Well, they can. They're more than welcome to.
action was determined by that Supreme Court.
Believe I pinned
Oh, you're
it.
putting it on.
What?
Oh, then never mind.
Are you okay with limiting, or are you one of the absolute?
I can jump down since you put that on, so we can.
No, like
If you want to.
violence, obviously.
I'm just going to use the restroom real quick.
False advertisement, like all those kind of like speech, you know, like that's not like free speech in terms of like expressing yourself, showing dissent for a certain thing. Like even with Yee's example, like there's no calls to violence that he's inciting there.
Right. So, for example, on that thing, whether or not it's a call to violence, I think agreed. Especially if you look at the man, he's like a schizophrenic. He's in America. He definitely does not have the education, and apparently, talking to one Jewish celebrity like Adam Sandler can get him to flip 180, if not then flip 180 back a week later. But the thing is, you're also saying that the counter to bad speech is more speech. I guess my question to that is, if there are people that are doing something that isn't an explicit call to violence, but absolutely results in violence happening. So say in a hypothetical world, everyone is going out screaming, HH, and this is not the world we live in, but imagine in this world, when they do this, you can draw a direct line to violence that results from every single time it happens. What speech counters that, and why would the government not then step in to stop people from making those calls?
Yeah, so you just explain exactly what that regime wanted, because it wasn't just the Jays, it was the Slavs, it was the disabled, it was like all sorts of like deplorables or whatever word to use. Like surely like you as liberals would actually want this song to come out, because now we can like point it out and say, see, they're praising the small mustache man. You know what I mean? They're all Yahtzees. I told you. Like surely as liberals, like you're like, yeah, like this is out now. They're all out of there. The mask is off. Now they're all coming out as like actual Yahtzees.
I see what you're saying. No, my question is, what speech, like you said, the counter to bad speech is more speech. If
good speech,
in the world
where
everyone is screaming HH, everyone is promoting some sort of, can we not say the NAZI word, Sarah? Like seriously, is that also banned?
They should just say windmill of friendship.
I was gonna say, I was gonna say
Yahtzee. Oh my god! Look, if there's like 6 different words I'm allowed to say, and I have to do some dumb TikTok speech,
look,
I might
we're going to
on stream. I'm just gonna say
here's what I say. We try to avoid it as much as we can, if we can. Right? If it slips up, I'm not going to yell at you. I won't like make you leave. Nobody's dying over it. But if you can be mindful of how you're, when you're saying the words, that's great.
I'll try my best. Okay,
I'm
so
not gonna get mad.
Right. So my question
was
windmill
of friendship,
which was in this hypothetical world where everyone is saying what Ye was saying, to the point where you could in a court prove that every time this is said, this is a call to violence. What sort of speech counters that? And like, I guess what I'm asking you is, would you concede that there's clearly places where speech does not counter good speech, does not counter bad speech? It becomes a problem regardless of the marketplace of ideas.
Again, it's supposed to be a marketplace of ideas, so the best ideas should win. So if you're confident in your own ideas, you should be able to counter with your own worldview.
Okay, I'm confident that World War II, 1940s Germany ideology is bad. However, I don't think anything
Yeah.
I could have said would have stopped it from coming to power. So my question is, clearly
Wait,
this is
what?
not an absolute thing,
Be-
right? Like good speech is not the backstop to
So,
saving a democracy.
Debating for an election, like that's just pointless. There's no point of
I didn't
like
say it was
speaking out
pointless.
against.
I'm
Yeah.
saying
But
clearly
you said
at a
you
certain
wouldn't
point
stop
this
to come to
becomes
power.
irrelevant unless the government is
Yeah.
able to step in, right?
No,
Yeah, I would have to disagree with that because
because like I said, you can counter it with your own ideology. That's why we have debates. That's why we're having a debate now.
Yeah, sure. Okay,
If,
so
if
let's say we
debate
keep
and
having
like
these
challenging
debates,
ideas,
right?
yeah, but if
And-
challenging
and
ideas
in
didn't
the
stand up to scrutiny, like they do in debates, that's how you counter it.
The point is, Teriak, is that no matter what, at a certain point, it doesn't matter how much I say, hey
when
guys,
the Neo
this
windmill
speech is bad
came
if it's
to
directly harming
Toledo,
people immediately, right? Like this isn't
they
about a feelings
didn't
thing. Like,
cause
I really
any
don't like this guy's
violence. They
idea.
just
It's,
marched.
hey, every time this guy does this, like
And
we already
then-
agreed, a call to violence. Well, maybe I'm not sure now. You agree that a call to violence should be illegal? I know it
People
is
in a
illegal.
certain neighborhood started
So
burning
why should
their
that
own
speech be
houses down.
Because it's directly calling to murder.
Right. So if Ye's,
caused the Toledo
call
riot.
of HH is not a call to murder, right? However, in a
Yeah.
world where it would be, you're saying that a good speech would then say,
Yeah,
hey, actually, like
in a worldview where Kanye was actually doing a call to violence, then yeah, this is not even a conversation.
So the protesters
Right, so
against
my
the
point is
Neo
that
windmill
certain of these things that are not explicit calls to violence, like saying HH, can
For
be
causing
considered calls to
violence.
violence depending on how we encompass those, because it's not explicit, right? Like if I just say this, like I've made Nazi jokes, I've said HH all the time, right? I'm never calling for violence when I do that. However, in the context of like a country like Germany, they have a education system and a like totality of facts that is so blatantly like without a doubt you cannot disprove this. Every high schooler goes through and has that education. That after all of that and after all of the proof and after all of the history and all the burden that has happened to Germany, if you still were to deny the Holocaust or to say like HH, the judge rules that is tantamount to promoting a Nazi ideology that will kill people, right? So depending on how we decide to classify this hate speech, like I think there are clearly things that we would call hate speech, or maybe you don't even agree that hate speech is a real term, that would fall into this, that should be banned. But that's where I'm trying to find your line of like what's actually violence and what isn't.
Like direct calls to violence, like somebody blank that motherfucker.
Right. Okay. So we all agree on that, right? So do you think burning a cross?
I want to say so much
do you not
stuff
agree,
right now.
Fatty, that direct calls to violence?
So you're
should be
going to ban
illegal?
rap music? You are going to when 50 Cent says, G-Unit, whoa, we in here. Whoa, we're going to get the drama popping. Like, whoa, like, you're going to ban that? All the rappers, Eminem, talking about his mama, putting her on the closet. Are y'all okay with banning that? Because that's clear direct violence, and this is why Germans are hypocrites. They listen to all these rappers saying, "Now we're going to shoot each other" and all that, but all of a sudden, the other people can be protected. Are y'all okay with banning rap music from the bottom to the top? Is that what you guys saying?
Two things real quick. Fatty, I think you actually are now too quiet right now.
I thought
I can barely hear you.
insensitive to violence.
I'll turn it up on my end.
All right, you can turn Fatty up. Okay, so yeah, one, get louder. Two, Germany actually has an explicit carve out for artistic expression. So, for example, like if someone were to portray Nazis in a movie, that's allowed. However, to like promote that ideology, you're just not allowed. And I think the thing that's really important here is that you look at how this is reviewed by judges and by a bunch of different people and can be appealed, and sometimes these things go all the way.
Okay, did I miss anything important so far?
Not really. I made a comment about when the Neo windmills of friendship came to Toledo. They didn't cause any violence. I said it was the counter protesters that did that, and then they burnt down their own neighborhoods.
Oh, I see.
So, yeah, okay. I'm using using the windmill to not say a certain word. So,
yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's keep going, I suppose.
Way up to the
That's
Supreme
the only
Court.
commentary I put
While
in there.
not everyone's going to agree 100% on every single case, rap music, especially rap music that's just rapping about, I don't know, doing gang stuff and not explicitly saying, hey, go out and, I don't know, like if Kendrick made a song that's like hey, all my fans should go kill Drake, that would be very
222s in the
right?
shoes. What does that mean?
there's literally a rap genre called drill music, which is blah blah
Yeah.
blah. I'm going to go
Okay.
to your house and blah blah blah. Like, what are you talking about, sir?
No. You maybe
You
you
are okay with
misunderstood.
banning
My
that?
point
Just
is that if you look
can
at the
be clear
context
about
of
that?
some.
What are we going to drill?
Sit your back, Abe.
Are
I
we going
can
to
drop,
ban drill music?
so you
Are
can
you okay
prevent
with
If you could show that drill music is explicitly calling
It's
the violence
fine either
music
way.
and
I
does
don't.
direct
Are you
harm to
serious,
people
I'm not
at the
sir?
worried.
time, you could make an
Sir,
argument. I
are
don't
you
think
serious?
that's.
Fatty.
I'm
I don't
going
think
through
it's
the rule
reached
area.
that
I'm going to
level
probably
yet.
drop.
Sir,
So
What-
thanks
what's
for
the
having
Okay.
me,
dance
Abe.
rappers?
I'll jump back
Yeah.
up later.
People literally will brag
Sounds good,
about
man.
deleting
Thanks for
somebody
coming up.
on the next week they are deleted. This is literally gangs talking with each other, bragging about the things that they did to the other side.
Okay,
Are you
that's
okay with banning that? There's literally inciting
I'm-
violence. Every
Fatty, I'm glad.
single.
Tupac,
Go ahead.
I'm glad
Michelle.
that I'm
Biggie,
glad that
Michelle.
I'm glad that you agree that like I obviously it would be naive to say that drill music hasn't led to any violence, but I think
But-
what you need to identify in the genre is that they're making descriptive claims about their lifestyle and the sort of experiences they've had in life. And so if that is them explicitly like who's the guy in jail? I want to say it's not.
Tory Lanez.
Gucci Mane.
No, there was someone else. I'm
The
thinking
rapper in
somewhere
jail
around
is
like
gonna
the
be,
King Von sort of
pretty wide.
whatever. But if you think about it, I mean, they're making descriptive music about their experiences and sort of conflict that they have. I wouldn't. It would be one thing for 50 Cent to have like, you know, I bring my weapons in the club. It would be another thing for him to say, no, you know, no. I'm trying to think of like a good word to say. No, insert marginalized group in the
Okay.
club. You know what I'm saying? Do you see the difference?
Now we're talking. Let's talk about Eat 'em Up. Right? Let's talk about Eat 'em Up. Remember,
Yeah.
Tupac Shakur and B.I.G. died over talking about each other, right? Remember?
Mhm.
Are you okay with, once again, your favorite rapper coming around and saying, I F your bitch and the click you click, and now everybody shooting at each other? Are you okay with banning that, please? I want a clear and concise answer so we can move along, because if the little heads need to be protected because Kanye said some naughty words, are you okay with banning 30 years of history of black people saying, I will do, and I don't want even to talk about Eminem and what he said about his mama multiple times. So,
For sure.
again, friends, are you okay with banning 30 years of rap music? Yes or no? I want a clear
So-
answer before we
so
move
the
along.
best-
Me,
Wait, hold on.
with
Let me
my
get my quick answer to satisfy him. No, I'm not okay with banning 30 years of rap music.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
there
not
we go.
either.
There
I'm
we
not
go.
either.
There we go.
That's
Easy.
Okay, so I think
This was easy.
that the best rap music is hyperbolic in nature, and I think hyperbole is the word that you need to sort of lean on here. I don't think that in a feud that was going to two rival companies in rap music at the time, even though it had to, like loose ties to gang culture in each respective city, like we're talking West Coast and New York, even though that you could draw those ties, I don't think that there would be any sort of like law enforcement officer or even people observing the genre at the time that could have said, okay, this is going to
Yeah,
lead
Kitty.
to the death of X person, right? So
Oh,
I think the
I-
hyperbole there, is obviously what
You
you
are
are
wrong.
conflating.
You
No,
are
you're
wrong.
conflating
Literally,
hyperbole
let
with
me
an
tell you why
incitement
it's
to
not
violence.
hyperbole, because literally there was the Rico case.
That's
with
too funny how well
there
that
was
still
the
fits,
Rico case with
Ricky.
Young Thug. These people, like literally the government is literally going to
Okay.
these people, listening to the lyrics, and the Rico case is saying that these rappers are connected to gang violence on the streets. Literally, like a couple of months ago, we have several people that we know for a fact that are getting prosecuted because they said something to in the lyrics and they connected to actually gang violence. This is not hyperbolic. This is actually happened. Look at King Von. King Von
Okay.
is one of those, and he died.
Okay, but-
he's still like he's dead now. So once again, if I beg you, right? What is the difference between why can black people say they will delete each other for 30 years and nobody says nothing about it? Germany
Yeah.
doesn't want to censor it. Everything is okay. And Nazi, somebody that
Mhm.
was wearing hoodies. Not Kanye West was there wearing KKK hoodies, and nobody said nothing about it. Nobody said, "Oh, this is so offensive." But as soon as he says, "No, you know what?
Can we go one point at a time? I think what you're not understanding is that like rap lyrics as they relate like post crime. So let's say, for example, somebody goes missing and then we find out later they have been murdered or unalived.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, if the song comes out post death, and there's descriptive claims, then obviously about the death and the nature of the death, obviously that could be used in courts, and it has been in the past. I'm trying to think of the specific rapper, but you know what I'm referring to. And so that's different than said rapper saying, okay, at this date and this address, or we're killing all people that look like X, Y. No, like we're killing all people that look like X, Y, and Z. And then if after that, a week down the road, somebody dies as a result, then maybe you have an argument, but you're not understanding that difference.
So if tomorrow the Ku Klux Klan decides to do a song about doing something to black people, but they don't put the date and the time on it, right? That's okay. If I go ahead and I do a terroristic threat, I write the whole manifesto. I'm going to New York. But there's not
Fatty, are you familiar with the concept of a true threat, like legally?
Fine. So
Have
I
you heard
can write whatever I want and say whatever I want, but as long as the date is not precise, I can get away with it, friends. That's what you guys telling me.
That's not what we're saying. Do you know what a true threat is?
No. You were not talking. It was Neve. You don't translate.
Well, I know Neve doesn't agree with
what
that
you
either.
saying,
So.
Neve? I want to make sure.
Okay, but okay. I mean, there's a bit of a language barrier right now. You don't speak Canadian, so maybe you can speak American.
That's crazy. Hey, the debate already won, but you guys can keep moving.
Keep dancing. Keep dancing.
No. Sarah, I keep forgetting to claim victory every sentence. Like it keeps working. No, Fatty. So, are you familiar with the concept of a true threat?
So dumb.
Explain to me, please, sir.
Yeah, so like legally, this is like in the case of the Virginia versus Black case, that it is prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the threat is intended, right? So if you right now, Fatty, said, I'm gonna delete you, Soy Pill, in Minecraft or something, just to like cover your tracks, it would be very difficult for us to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that that was an imminent threat to my life, right? We would have to, like, maybe there would be an investigation. So like you said, there are rappers that are investigated. I think Eminem was visited by the Secret Service because he's like, oh, I want to kill Agent Orange or whatever, right? But when they go and they investigate and they see, okay, you do not have plans to do this, there's not an imminent threat here, this is clearly an artistic expression, that is the government working in a way that I'm okay with. I'm fine with them looking into the people that might say things that could be perceived as an imminent threat. There's obviously going to be a gray area here. Like, it doesn't have to say the explicit time and date, but the reason he brought that up was because it would absolutely be explicit if they're like, hey, Drake, tomorrow at noon, I'm going to show up at your house, right? Yes. So the point is that, one, the government's already investigating this stuff, and whether or not you're okay with that, maybe we can talk about that. But the point is they have to go and see if it is a true threat. And if it is a true threat, that is the point in which we might be okay with that speech being banned, because first of all, that there's already a precedent for that, like we said with the crosses thing. I don't know how you feel about that, but when they can show that it is incitement to violence, when they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it is, that's okay. Now, do you want to address like the idea of whether or not?
No, we want to address the topic of the point, which is like, should governments censor hate speech content? For example, Yee song, and you admitted you wouldn't censor it, so it's
that
game over.
Specific one, no, I don't think that was a true threat. Yeah.
Hey, Cycle, can you say something that you would like? Don't say it because I know you're crazy. But can you say something that you would say, you know what, like pinpoint it, use it on a phrase, so we can understand what.
So this is going to be a controversial one for sure. Yeah. So this is going to be a controversial one. I don't think we're there yet. However, we're getting there, and you can see this happening. So now that we've had several terrorist attacks, where at the end of which people are, screaming, from the river to the sea or free Palestine, I still think there are many people that mean that to mean, hey, I want to liberate the people of Gaza. Hey, I want Israel to stop their campaign in Gaza. However, if this escalates to the point where those people lose their voice in the same way the swastika, was co-opted by the Germans in 1940,
that is so stupid.
Call that now an incitement to violence at a certain point.
You're still using a saying that,
but I can see it escalating
has
to
a
the point
meaning.
where this is no longer just saying from the river to the sea. This is turning into a true threat. This is turning into an incitement to violence. But again, this is just like
that is a true threat.
At the current moment, I think this song
it's
not a call to violence. You can't beyond a reasonable doubt show that this is a direct call to violence.
I mean,
however,
do you see how
what he's saying is
Soypil was
ridiculous.
there, where it's like, oh well, like, river to the sea, it's technically not a thing, but like, even if you have a slogan, so if we're, let's say, if we're to say make America great again, well, that could be seen as a call to violence. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, in terms
but it can't
of
be, right? Like, they would have to be beyond a reasonable doubt, and right now there are very clearly cases where that's not the case.
Yeah,
right?
but on January 6th, they were yelling "Make America Great Again."
And
yeah, but you right now are wearing a MAGA hat and not committing violence.
Yeah.
The point is that it's not just like all encompassing.
Hey, the fact that you are answering the question like that, this is why government should actually put the finger on it. It could be someday, sometime, it depends. And now you get a judge that is loony or a president that is loony.
Yeah,
and
that's
says,
why we
"You
have
know
an
what?
appellate process where you
Yeah,
can
and
appeal when it is a
you know
bad
what?
decision. But again, that's why I asked.
Yeah,
This is
because
why I
the
used the burning
courts
cross
never get anything
example.
wrong. Like, you know,
Well, this is why I
evaluating
use the burning
Mar-a-Lago
cross
20
example
million.
because I
So
want
be
to know both of your
specific.
I
answers to
just
this.
want to kind of reset the panel. You guys are starting to talk over each other, and it's not helpful to the viewers. If we could be mindful of that. Go ahead, Teriak.
Yeah, like the whole
Can
kind
you
of
be
like
specific about it?
You guys
We
are on the
don't
same
want-
team. Don't talk over each other.
We
You
just want
know-
him to be specific about it because
Yeah.
he was very wishy-washy about it. Be specific. Tell me something that is not clearly, I'm going to do something to that person at that hour that you will ban as hate speech
Right.
about now.
So cross burning was the example that I wanted to talk about. I want to know both your positions on it because that is not an explicit call to violence. I think
do
there's
we
plenty
have
of
an
examples where you
epidemic
could
of
burn.
cross burnings?
If I took a cross out of like the closet right now and I burned
No,
it, that's
so
not an
you made the claim. You made the claim that this is an epidemic. We're starting to see this thing where we need to give government censorship powers. So what is so urgent
they
that
have
we
that
need to
already.
give
I
government?
think you're
censorship
inserting your
powers?
own argument here
How?
Yeah, I'm not
by
saying that anything should be
literally
granted to the
inserting your own
government, you know.
words and arguing against it. What do you mean how?
He made the claim that things are so bad that we need to start putting in government censorship. So I'm asking, what are the examples? Because I don't think we have an epidemic of cross burnings.
Well, hold on. Let me
feel
clear
like
this
he
up then,
didn't
because
say
I'm not
that.
saying
I
right
don't know.
now that it's like so bad that we need to expand government powers. I'm saying there's a precedent for taking things that are not explicit calls to violence and categorizing a behavior or an action in that, that wasn't in that before, and that should be allowed, and that does constitute certain forms of hate speech, cross burning being one of them. So that's why I'm asking you: do you think that burning a cross should be illegal?
Again, like the whole premise is around the Yee song, right?
Well, if you want
So
to
if you're going to make the argument,
No.
one second.
If
If you're
the
going to make the
whole thing is
argument,
the Yay song, we can
yeah,
just
if
stop
you-
now because I don't think that should be banned per se. Okay,
It's
done.
not.
okay, then
No,
just give
take
us
the
win then.
W. All right, let's move on to
yeah,
the
so
actual
like
conversation.
what
Can,
basically
hold on.
what
Can we
you're trying to
explain the
do-
title of the debate
yeah,
quickly because
yeah.
this,
I really
this is
dislike
lost on you?
Soy
Should
Boy.
government hate
Dislike
speech
that guy.
content, for example, the Yay
Sneaky,
song?
slippery,
Do you understand the distinction there?
and
Yeah,
fairly
so
disingenuous
do you
to
believe that
everyone
we're
that's him.
having-
So let me explain. The hate speech is to say that Yee song would be considered hate speech, which means you would be in favor of banning that. So the fact that we're the even in the title it says hate speech, but Soy Pill is trying to bring in calls to violence shows how weak his argument is.
Thanks.
He's
Yeah,
going into
have
stuff
a
that's
good night.
not protected speech.
The point is with the cross burning is that was protected speech for years and decades of American history, and we changed it. I'm not saying that every single thing that could ever be considered hate speech should be banned. If you think that's the premise of the debate, that is ridiculous. Obviously, I'm not arguing for that. What I'm saying is there are things that were not considered hate speech that is illegal, that is hate speech, that we would classify as hate speech, and at this point have become illegal because of the way that it can be classified into a call to violence, even though they're not explicit, which is why I keep asking about the cross thing. You called me slippery. I mean, you still haven't answered. Do you think burning a cross should be illegal?
I've already said no. I've no issue.
Okay,
no issue.
so why do you think it shouldn't be illegal?
Yeah, so like I said, I've no issue in terms of the burn and cross kind of thing. But like, because I can flip it back on you, and I can say, okay, because of the obscenity thing, we need to ban pride parades.
First of all, this is a completely pivot. Like I'm not talking about pride parades,
Well,
but although there is a good
you're the one
argument,
who's,
there is a
who's
good
talking
argument for
about
that. Like,
cause to
people-
violence.
hold on,
Is
let
it
me
a
finish.
true threat?
Let me
And if we
finish.
get the court in there, we can do the interpretation. But like I said, I can just flip it back on you because again, depending on what government's in charge, the interpretation is up to the government in charge, and they can say, no, these pride parades are too obscene. That's not protecting the free speech. You're not getting your pride parades.
Oh, okay. Wait. So that you think that there shouldn't be any limitations on anything that's not an explicit call to violence?
Just 1 second.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear you, Fatty. Go ahead.
Yeah, when Kanye West did the Jesus walks and he had a bunch of crosses burning on the back and all that, nobody said nothing either. Everybody applauded. This is beautiful. Jesus walks, which is probably Kanye's biggest song, if not one of the biggest, had a bunch of burning crosses in the back. Everybody applauded. Nobody called it hate speech. Nobody said stop it, please, because once again, when it's black people do it against black people, this is art, this is culture. When as soon as everybody does to other people, oh, we need to do something about it. Why?
Okay, so let me try to explain this. So when I say should cross burning be illegal, because by the way, it is right now, in the way that the Supreme Court ruled on it back in 2003 in Virginia versus Black, in the law, it's not just written cross burning is illegal, right? So if I don't know if either of you are religious. If either of you have a cross in your home and you took it off the wall and you went outside and you recorded yourself burning it and you're like, I don't like this cross. That's not illegal, right? If you were to go to court, they would laugh you out of the room, right? And there's a reason for that, is because it's contextualized with the cross burnings of the KKK, right? The KKK did it specifically to intimidate Black people, either to imminently show that they're about to murder them or to scare them, intimidate them out of their city or state or whatever, right? So the point is that if you're going to ban this hate speech, which this thing is illegal, judges are going to have the, wherewithal to be able to determine whether or not this is the same thing that was ruled in that Supreme Court case. There's also the Brandenburg decision. I forgot what year that was, but it's like a 2 or 3 pronged system where you have to show that it is an imminent threat to people. Like there's a very, very high threshold for this. And my point is, I'm okay with that threshold and in the way that it's been defined and used now. Now, there might be ways where the government, for example, I don't agree with a lot of what the MAGA government is doing right now, where you could get me to say, look, I agreed with the concept of this and the way that it was applied, but in general, it seems like these people are abusing it. However, I think that they are not using Virginia versus Black or Brandenburg to take away free speech. I think they're doing it in ways that are completely different that I would disagree with. So my question to you is, you seem to think that because any government could abuse this, therefore we should have no rules on it. And that doesn't make any sense to me, because would you argue that we shouldn't have police because the government could abuse it to lock everyone up? I still think there are certain ways that we can enforce this. I think there are good ways that we've banned certain types of hate speech. So it seems like you're arguing against the cross burning. I would say that's very clearly, in the way that judges interpret it, a bad thing, and that it should be banned.
Was this pre-written because nobody disagreed against the cross burning again? Like, what are you talking
What you
about?
did.
Everybody said we are okay.
You're contradicting yourself right now, Fatty.
This is actually sounds pre-written. And once again, respectfully, we have the Patriot Act. Hey guys, we're going to spy on y'all for 1 or 2 years because we were attacked. And as soon as this gets resolved, we'll leave you alone. 24 years later, now they can go into soy peel computer to see him jacking off to, I don't know, random ponies because they didn't stop that. So once again, absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Okay,
if the people that are executing the law are biased and they're going to come to this channel, to my channel, and says, Ferry's hate speech absolute because he's misogynist and we need to cancel him, right? You are going to put people in power that are going to have bias like me, for example, and all our channels are wiped out now because we're saying that women should take a shower here and there.
Hold on, you're confusing the private versus public thing. Let's stick to the government, right?
Absolute power to people that will be corrupted, absolutely. And I guarantee you that y'all don't trust the president that have power right now to actually do those things because he's doing a bunch of things that you would say, nah. This is not. This is
He's
actually an abuse of the power that we give to him when we need something to stop it. So again,
I think the difference here is the acknowledgement of the process and the recognize. Sorry, the difference being here is that we acknowledge the process. And I also think that in the most permissive country in the world for freedom of speech, in these unique instances where it has been litigated, they're mostly, I think when freedom of speech makes its way up to the Supreme Court, they have a tendency to align themselves with more permissive, ways of speaking or allowing speech. But I think the difference being here is that we're acknowledging the actual process and recognizing that certain things should be given those considerations with nuance, evidence, and historical context. Your position is that not at all, under no circumstance. And I think that it's a slippery slope. I don't think that you necessarily are making a coherent argument.
So give me
I think you're just saying if it can, you're appealing to ignorance. If it could be used in abuse, then it shouldn't be addressed at all. And I don't think that's a valid argument.
So give me a circumstance. This is a slippery slope. You are going to define a clear circumstance where I'm going to
say was the burning cross not effective, or do you want to hear the nature of the case, or
no? Because the burning cross doesn't talk. The burning cross is a symbol. It's like me coming in and burn the LGBT flag, right?
Okay. So do you understand that freedom of speech is like freedom, like it's an expression, right? So it's the way you look, the way you talk, the things that you make. Okay.
What is your opinion about Charlie Hebdo? Are you familiar with Charlie Hebdo? You know what happened?
I don't know who that
Charlie
is.
Hebdo is a French. It was a person that did the caricature of the the guy from the Middle East, right?
You
Like
can say Muhammad. That's not a banned word.
what
Right?
happened,
Oh yeah.
right? Are you okay?
They're all
Are
banned.
you okay?
Every, what word? Oh my god! I gotta get like the. What words am I allowed to say?
Are you okay with them doing depictions of somebody that we know for a fact is going to cause violence if they do that? Are you okay with the character? Is that the name?
Fatty, this is a
I think
different
you're alluding to
situation, right? 'Cause
blasphemy
this is-
laws.
This is
No,
different.
need-
This is not in call to
That was
violence.
still-
This is someone doing something that is going to
That
piss
still
someone
limits
else off,
speech.
and they'll do violence. This is a completely different
So
thing.
do you
And
want to limit
obviously, I
speech
think
or
that should
not?
be allowed. Huh?
Are you so? But because this happens, we know for a fact that 4 of us, if we keep poking the bear long enough, these people are about that life. If we keep doing caricatures
Right.
of that
I don't
man
think the limits
doing
on
He's
free
right.
speech should be
something is
contingent
going
on
to happen
who
to
will
the
do
government.
a crime.
That is
against the
absolutely
person
right.
saying those things, right?
Can you repeat again? I was
Yeah, so I don't think the limit of free speech should at all be limited because of who might be incited to attack you because of it. Although, actually, I think the Supreme Court might disagree. There are ideas of if your speech would result in the victim committing violence, there are some limitations there I've seen. I don't actually necessarily agree with that because I think the onus is on the person doing the violence. But yeah, no, I don't agree. If the violence is being perpetrated not by the person saying it and not because of the words that they're telling them go do it, but rather the other way around, like, oh, I don't like what you're saying, therefore I'm committing violence against you. Yeah, I don't think we should limit speech based on other people saying, well, I'm going to murder you if you do say those things, therefore legally you shouldn't be allowed to say them.
Yeah, but if you know the outcome and you want to, like this, for example, the Germans know the outcome. They know what happens when you say things time and time before. Blood and soil. The salt will rise again. You will not replace us. Like we know the sign. I don't have to tell you. I know the consequences. If somebody here in my face comes around and says the N word, or they go to Sarah and they say the B word, and Sarah is with a person that likes Sarah a lot, you will be punched in the face. We know the consequences of saying things that are a little bit like hostile towards other people, right? So
Right.
if you are for control of speech because you are afraid that something happens to people, you should be a pragmatist. We are going to ban every single word that can cause fights, that can cause school shootings, that it can cause terrorist attacks. We are going to do that because 1 + 1 = 2. And if soy peel is going to be on a slippery slope, we can do nothing because the slippery slope is exactly where we stand. If it's a slippery slope, we shouldn't do nothing about it because if Neve is in the Supreme Court, ooh, we are going to cry tomorrow because she will wreck us like a motherfucking wrecking ball. So what are we
I
trying
don't care
to do here?
what you say. I just care how you pronounce it.
You just, if I say it with the Irish accent is okay, but if I say it with the Russian accent is problematic.
Something like that. Something like
If I
that.
just something, if he dies, he dies.
Comrade, speak to them with like this.
If he dies, he dies.
No, so Fatty, the thing that's happening there is if someone's doing violence to you because of your speech, it's not you're inciting it insofar as like you're telling people to go commit violence, but you're instigating something, right? There are, first of all, there are legal cases where depending on what you say, you can actually be charged with that. But for the most part, what you're describing, especially in the Charlie Hebdo thing, would be essentially like kowtowing to terrorists. And it's like if a terrorist says, hey, if you say the word and, I'm going to shoot you in the head,
Yes.
I don't think the government should step in and say, well, because of this terroristic, like omnipresent threat, I think they should deal with that terrorist, right? Which is very different from saying there are certain ways that you could tell other people to go do violence, even if you're not explicitly the one who's going to do it, if that's perceived as a true threat, and therefore that thing should be limited. That's different. Like one is kowtowing to terrorists, the other is, hey, you are clearly making the violence happen, not you're instigating someone who is violent.
So for example, when the people with the tiki torches were marching and somebody got deleted in the middle of that, and we know exactly what that means. When like some neo wadzis get together, if like if all like, isn't that like, would you want to stop that? Would you say, so Appeal, if you were the king emperor of the world, could the KKK gather on Sunday and do the morning brunch? Like, would you stop that?
So it's very gray. I think that in the way that it was performed on the night before, I might actually think that's totally fine. I think the ADL specifically defended that because that was just an expression of free speech. Now, the problem is saying something like Jews will not replace us while maybe alluding vaguely to white genocide, that sort of thing, is not an explicit call to violence insofar as something like what else was said on that night, which was gas the K words, race war now. which I do think maybe theoretically could be illegal, especially if you can show how it's causing violence. So it depends on what's saying. And this is why we have this judge process and the appellate process that can go through and say, this is free speech insofar as this is not violating any laws, and it's also not like causing anyone to be directly harmed.
Oh, that would be
versus, hey, this is an
hilarious.
explicit call
Good
to
talk.
violence, and you need to stop doing it.
Especially
you
in
are the
that get
only
up.
American on the panel, so answer this question. Do you trust your judges to actually do what's right instead of doing what's right for them and their party and the people that they are aligned to? Do you trust them?
I don't trust a singular judge to do everything. I have this idea of a king, but I trust that there are enough checks and balances in the system as it stands that we will see outcomes that are at least
That was
fair
not
and
the
go through
question,
enough
sir.
appeals.
You have to go back to square one. We know that there's checks and balances that can regulate these people. Just like if I ask you, do you trust Donald Trump? I trust there's checks and balances that will stop him.
Well, see, I don't trust those checks and balances because he is superseding those right now, right? But I think if he actually followed the law, it would be fine.
No, but do you have faith in these judges? If I said 51%, which is the majority of them, do you have faith in these judges that they're going to actually be unbiased and to
No,
the
he wouldn't.
utmost degree they are going to make
It would be like
that they are not just going to do
almost like an auto
persecution
assume
and some
at that
we are
point
going
for
to
anybody
go after
who's
our
looking the
opposition,
direction of
just
the
like the president is doing with the media and with people talking about Palestine and all these things, right? Are you confident of that, Saipil?
I'm more confident in the fact that there's enough variation of opinions in those judges that I would trust them than to not have a law at all. Yeah.
That'd be
Can I ask
At-
Fatty
Like, for
a
example,
question?
real quick, let me just give
planting.
an example of
Sorry.
this, right?
Talk.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg is like mega liberal, right? However, she dissented in that Virginia versus Black case, right? She was on the, hey, it actually should be legal to burn a cross. Insofar as there is enough nuance in these judges that I think they make, pretty reasonable decisions based on precedent, and there's enough of them and enough appeals that I trust that there's at least something happening here that isn't just, hey, like, there could be a flaw here, so we shouldn't do anything. Yeah, I still would trust the judge system.
Okay, can I
Go ahead. Ask the question, Neve, since you already
okay.
lost.
So Fatty, do you think that because I think we're because we're talking about government, right? Government in general.
Yes.
Could be any government, could be my government, could be your government.
Mhm.
Do you believe that it would make sense in some parts of the world to ban the Yay song, like the HHYay song? Do you feel like it would make sense for them to ban it in some
yes,
countries?
absolutely. I live in Europe. I understand
Okay.
why they're doing it.
For sure.
Because we learn through history. We understand that history repeats itself, and if you
Okay,
let
so
it
they
linger long enough, probably
because
it's
of
going to-
context, right?
Yes.
Okay, I think you kind of concede then.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
Because the
I think
Americans
you
don't,
kind of
because,
do.
no, 1 second.
No.
I'm not. I could be wrong here, but I think you just did.
Say,
Oh.
I'm a Portuguese citizen, but y'all never curious
Yeah.
about whatever we
Sure.
have going on here. So don't use the y'all are in Europe, so you
So
gotta
what I'm-
proceed. No,
So what I'm
Harriet,
identifying.
you are
So
in
what I'm
Canada,
identifying
and
here
you are
is
talking
Yeah.
about
Hold on,
Fatty,
Fatty.
Fatty,
Let her
stop
go.
squirting.
Let her go.
So what I'm identifying here, and what you just acknowledged for the entire panel,
Why
is
do
that
you
these
talk like
unique
that?
situations can be applied with context, and they can be litigated through each individual government. And so you acknowledge that there's enough context that exists in maybe some countries, Germany, the European Union, where a justification of that song would probably be, great. Good under the guise of like dog whistling or just explicit mustache quotes. So you recognize that context. However, we would look at the United States government and say a ban is unlikely. Should it be? Should it be not? Maybe not. But you acknowledging that context and that nuance is the argument we're making. So if you concede that
No.
Ariak's
exists,
vibrating.
No,
Look
then
at
I
him.
feel like it's a bit of a
Maybe-
concession.
No, Neve, actually, I will show you the flaw in that system. It's
Okay,
selective.
tell me.
He's probably shaking
It's
his foot or
selective.
something on
Like
his
I told
desk.
you, nobody
Shaking his whole
bans
body.
rap music in Germany. They bang that loud and clear from the cars because
And-
they think it's fun. They think violence that has nothing to do with them is fun. I will shoot you.
Okay.
I will do this. I will do that. I will grab you. and they're very okay. So as soon as it's something that is pretending to him, no, this is the
You
speech. We have to
concede
stop
the
it.
debate.
But now let me finish, Miss Neve. The fact that they are inconsistent with their laws because they protect one group and they let the other ones get away with murder actually shows that the United States shouldn't do it, because the United States are
Mhm.
so polarized that if they have the same power of banning things they don't like, they will go crazy every time a president is elected. a president's elected on his side, you can talk about trans people and gay people and black people and women. Ban. Then the Republicans get elected, you can talk about Christianity, we can talk about this. So ban. If you guys have the luck of having Andrew Wilson as the president and he pulls his orthodoxy thing and he comes in and says, I am the president, and my judges think that you're talking about Christianity on a bad note.
Yeah, JJ. My plan is to go on the open
jail.
panel after.
Are you guys confident that Soy and Eve are not going to be in jail by the time of Christmas comes around? Are you okay with this?
So again, you're doing this thing where we're talking about the nuance of the judicial system, and then you're making complete different hypothetical. Where if Andrew Wilson was king, would we be
see
okay
how
with
he
him, implementing
I
blasphemy
grin
laws?
before he
And,
starts
the
saying
answer is
stuff?
obviously no.
You
But
say,
it
"Oh my
doesn't
God,
prove
he's
what
gonna
we're
jail."
saying. Like we're talking about the first of all, like you acknowledge that there are
With
limits to free
dishonesty.
speech in America, right? Like clearly, right? Like
Yeah.
there are
we already
laws that
granted that at
are
the
you
start, but then
against
you went into
every
this
single
whole
one
like
of
hate.
these? Like,
You went into this whole like.
Right, my
fucking,
question
like,
is, are you
false
saying
advice
every
went
single
into
one
the
of these
content of the
limitations?
debate.
Okay,
I'm not trying to
okay,
gotcha
okay,
on the concept of laws.
okay,
I'm asking you, do you think that any and all of these limitations on the First Amendment are bad that exist?
No. We
already said that.
conceded on the first minute
Right.
of the show.
So,
that
and
there's
again, I'm not trying to gotcha
some
on that, but then you're
limitations.
talking about rap music in the context of Germany. It's like, oh, because it's inconsistently applied. But you understand that if in the 40s there was like this giant like feud between the Bloods and Crips in Germany that ended up killing 6 million Jews because of rap music, it would be applied that way. And that's why it's so unique in Germany, right? The difference being that like if you can't show that this is a what do they call it, the Volksverhetzung, that rap music is an incitement to violence in that direct way, then you're not banning it. It's not just because they're talking about killing people. It's not just because they're saying, oh yeah, I do crime, this is so fun. It's specifically this precedent, this very hard line that they've drawn that I might not even agree with. If we go there and I say, hey, look, like some of these things you go too far on, that doesn't mean that there isn't a line that can be drawn and that we can apply it and judges can make some sort of nuanced decision about that on a case-by-case basis.
But sir, there's the point. The glorification of gang banging and drug dealing literally decimated the black community. Like these kids want to grow up to actually be gangbangers and shooters and the drug
Yeah,
dealers.
it's definitely
proving the
Duper's
point. It made
delight. That's
a
exactly what I'm
massive
saying.
damage to the black community. Because right now, if you step on my shoes, I'll fuck you up. Yes, because I see you with a nice jacket, so now that jacket is mine. Oh, because you touch my bitch, I'll touch your mama. Like this is regular. The harm is being done, and as soon as these things actually get on track, they go to the top 10 of Billboard because white people consume it like crazy because there's nothing to do with them. That's the reality.
But you would have to
So what
prove
are
in
you
court
talking
that
about?
rap
The harm is
music
already
is
there.
responsible for the decimation of black communities, which would be really
No,
silly because you can look at black communities before rap music ever existed and they were not doing so well. There
You
might,
asked me-
might
you asked
be
me a
something
question.
else that did something there that
You
might
asked me a
still
Well, no,
be a
we can
problem.
just flip
Okay.
it back. We can because the hammer and sickle's not banned in Germany. Communism is not banned in Germany.
Communist parties, actually, it's funny you bring that up. The KDP or KPD. is
Yeah,
banned
and
in
why
Germany.
were they banned? Why were they banned?
They were banned because, like I said, this is a specific rule. I think it's Article 21 in Germany, which says, look, if you were running on a platform of dismantling democracy, especially if this is like hate speech, and when
they were
you're saying,
banned for trying to dismantle democracy.
right, and some of that
they
includes
weren't
hate
banned
speech.
because of their
They both
ideology.
did the
like
same
the Nazis
flip,
were.
democracy.
Yeah, so it's perfectly when you're saying it's like,
That
well,
was
show me where the
ridiculous.
ideologies led to a lot of deaths. Well, like communism has led to plenty of deaths, but that's still not banned in Germany.
Well, wait, it is to the
I
degree that you're
see.
saying if it's a hate speech
It's
symbol
not.
that has that precedent. Now, maybe
The hammer and sickle is not banned in
hammer and
Germany.
sickle is like allowed to be flown. I think that's different. Yeah,
All
because
European
it doesn't have the
countries
same
have
history in Germany.
communist parties, and the parties are actually extremely big. Like even my country, like Spain, France, all of these countries actually have communist party with the communist flag. Like literally. And the thing is, and you guys need to be a little bit smarter about it. I know it's a debate. We don't believe in what you're saying, right? And Sarah, I'm getting better. You see, I told you I was getting
You're
better.
doing great. I'm
telling you this, right? Everybody believes in gun laws until the Black Panthers get the guns. Now we need to change. Now we need to change laws. Oh my God!
No,
Black
still
Panthers
I also hate Ronald Reagan. I'm on your side. Though.
Once again, the reality is depends if you guys are going to give this power to these people, and we know they are easily corrupted because they work for lobbies, work for the big pharma and all these people. These people are going to pass laws that are going to be biased towards their side. And like Teriak said on the beginning statement, everybody loves a dictator that does what they want to do. Everybody loves the king that does exactly what they want to do. As soon as the king says, you know what? Why don't you go back to the kitchen? We will depose them. This is unfair, right?
That's why I'm so confused, because you
why
keep
are
going
you
back to
giving
this
power
argument
to
of like,
people when
we
power
don't agree
corrupts
with
them?
the bad
Absolutely.
dictator, we don't agree with the bad authoritarian, which I agree with. But is this then an argument to say that we shouldn't have any laws that restrict any amount of hate speech? Because it seemed like you kept agreeing the cross-burning one was okay, but then you not. So like, are you okay with some of these
You
laws
are
and the way
going to
they're
try this
implemented, or
again.
no?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, because I
This is
still
what
don't
I'm
have
saying.
I feel like I don't
it's-
have a clear answer, and this is not me
It's
trying
like
to
we need to
strawman you. I'm like,
define. It's like hate speech, but then we need to. We're talking about calls to violence. It's like
How
right,
many
but the
I thought hate
problem
speech was
is
something
some
separate.
hate
Why?
speech
Hang a
can be
second. If
classified
hate
as
speech is an
across.
actual thing, if hate speech is an actual thing, why are you talking
all of
about
you,
calls to
I
violence?
just want to kindly remind you again that we know how I feel about interruptions. I've let a lot of them kind of slide, but let's be mindful. Thank you,
Yeah, shut up,
Teriak.
Teriak.
I'll let you finish your thought, but then let the others respond, please.
So if you're saying, first of all, again, no one is arguing every single thing that could be called hate
think
speech
Sarah
should be
has a
banned, or at
thing
least I
for
don't think Neve is saying
soy
that, and I'm
pill,
definitely not.
and
My
so she
question
lets
is to you,
way more slide from
do
him
you
than
think that
others.
certain amount of hate speeches should be banned? Your answer is
Just
if it's a call to violence.
looking
My
from the
point is that
outside.
what is a call to violence is not always so explicit. That's why they had to have a Supreme Court appeal case in 2003 to say, actually, it turns out that burning the cross is a call to violence. And even then, some of the Supreme Court disagreed. Even Ruth Bader Ginsburg didn't agree. So my point is, clearly, there are not fine lines on all of this. We can draw lines. We have to trust the court system to draw some of these lines. If you don't, then that is where the disagreement comes in, where you're saying, well, because any of these people might be beholden to, like Fatty said, big pharma, or some of these people could be corrupt, or we could have an Andrew Wilson, make these crazy Supreme Court judges. Therefore, we should never legislate it. That's where we disagree. But is that what you're saying, or no?
Yeah, so this is why I called you out for this, because you're basically trying to like shoehorn in hate speech into the you're talking about calls to violence, like is this a threat and all this stuff. But if hate speech is a standalone thing that should be banned, then defend it. Like what is hate speech? What are you classifying as hate speech? Because you seem to be pulling in all these like things that we've already conceded. Yeah, calls to violence, that's not protected speech. So it's like you're trying to like reach so hard.
No,
but it's
point is
like
that we're
stick
not
on hate
arguing that
speech.
every single hate speech should be banned,
Yeah,
right? Because I could say like,
stick on hate speech.
Someone say there's clearly like a very hyper politicized stuff about like LGBT stuff, and people might say like, oh, LGBT needs to be eradicated. Like that is probably hate speech, but I don't think it should be banned because, especially in the context of today, we're looking at people that are hyper politicized.
I don't know,
they're not
man.
saying, well, they might be, but a lot of these people are not saying kill every gay person. They're saying, hey, like, I think this ideology is harmful to children and I want to get rid of it. And while I don't agree with that, I don't think that is an explicit call to violence. The point of the call to violence thing is that clearly things that aren't
I agree, JJ.
Can result in violence. And the question is, are
weird.
you okay with drawing lines around things that aren't explicit calls to violence? You seem to say yes. And if that's the case, cool. But if that's not what you want to talk about, we
just seems like strange behavior.
Yes, so
I mean, I get being biased.
What you're trying to do is trying to
partiality
smuggle hate speech into like
people is weird.
Speech that's not protected.
To me, anyway, it's weird.
This is what the whole point.
Look, burning a
like,
cross
what I'm saying is
up until 2003.
So
is my
what I'm
point,
saying is
right?
like I'd be against pornography, right? But I still don't think the government should ban it. They don't want the government that level of power. So, like I said, to reiterate, stick on your hate speech, because anytime you can point to hate speech and say, well, this led to violence, well then it's no longer hate speech. It's called to violence.
Well, why is it not
stick on hate speech? Yeah.
Tarek, you acknowledge that. Okay, so I think we can all agree that the United States does not define hate speech, but you acknowledge that it's defined in the international, like different countries define it, right?
I still don't know what this whole concept of hate speech is, if I'm honest.
Okay, so why don't I tell you? Why don't I tell you which country and how they define it? So Germany, Holocaust denial, incitement to racial hatred are criminal offenses under the criminal code. Okay, that's Germany. France, laws criminalize incitement to discrimination, hatred, or violence based on race, religion, ethnicity, gender, or sexual orientation. Holocaust denial is also illegal under one of their acts. We can keep going. The UK outlaws hate speech related to race, religion, sexual orientation.
So what?
Recent amendments cover online hate speech. So Sweden, Norway, Finland, laws criminalize expressions that threaten or insult based on race, religion, sexuality, etc. So it's not the case that there is no definition. It's the case that you're relying on the United States' ability to be ambiguous around this claim and their inability
they're relying
to
on the First Amendment of the Constitution.
Reinforce your slippery slope argument when we're making a more comprehensive argument internationally, freedoms of speech as whole. we're making a nuanced argument, and
It's
we
not a
need you
nuanced
to
argument.
acknowledge
You're
that
saying
nuance,
that
because if you
other place
can't,
does it,
you're
so
making
we
the
should do it like
absolutist
them.
position,
It's not nuanced.
and you have no definition. You have no ground to
It's
stand
just
on.
aggressive. That's all
So
that.
where is the call to violence in denying the Holocaust?
So in
Okay.
Germany specifically, when you deny the Holocaust, because of the precedent in Germany where they have so
It's
much
ridiculous.
like undeniable evidence, when they educate every single one of their citizens on this, and
Yeah.
when it is just this like totality, like yes, this happened, this is
That's
factual.
ridiculous.
The only people who then at that point deny the Holocaust are people who are trying to further Nazi ideology and spread that and to hurt people. That's what they've determined in that country. I don't think you could do that here.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of, Joe Rogan brain poison people who question the Holocaust because there's just a lot of, dumb propaganda online. They're like,
But
oh,
what-
was it really 6 million? Was it
Yeah.
5 million?
So
But
then
the
what about the
difference is in
communists that
Germany,
caused
they
harm?
have that history and they have that context. And so they've
Can you
made that
be careful?
decision. So even if I don't think we should do that here, there's a clear way where it's not
This is
explicit
just
and it's still considered a
the
call to
left
violence.
complaining
That's
and
hate
saying
speech
we
that I
want to
think is
copy
okay to
other
ban in
countries
that
that have done
country.
the things that
So
we want to
if you're
do
not okay with that, then we could debate
that
about
would
that.
break
But
our
it seems like you're
constitution.
confused onto
That's
what
what they're
hate speech
saying.
even
That's
is.
it.
So when Joe Rogan brings all these misinformed people to say a bunch of things about everything and anything, should he be prosecuted by that, by platforming such
Just
people?
one sec, Fadi.
It's
Just to clarify, like
misinformation.
you
Right.
again.
That's
So
different.
you intentionally did not answer my question. I asked you, is there a call to violence in the
Yeah,
denial of the
so
Holocaust?
I think in the context of a German citizen doing it, yes, that's what they've determined. And I agree
How-
with how the way
Okay,
they've
please explain the call to violence for denying a
Right.
historical event.
So I'll explain again. So it is so historically factual, and they educate everyone on this that it's at the point of you denying the historical fact. The only people at that point in Germany that are doing that in the way that they've determined, and the people that they do prosecute, are the ones who are just trying to sow dissent and spread, anti-democratic messages and spread violence that would hurt minorities, immigrants, or Jews. And that's what the point is that
Yeah.
at that point, with that context, that's the only reason anyone there is doing it. Versus,
Yeah,
like I said, not that in America, which is why
yeah.
I'm not okay with doing it here.
Yeah, so point proven exactly. With the right government, with the right context, you'll do the same thing. Like this whole kind of thing of like, oh, the slippery slope is a fallacy. We've just seen it right here. It's like, well, yeah, I'm an American,
not a
so I'm
slippery
not okay
slope.
with
Why
it. But
don't-
if I was German, I would be okay with it.
Why don't
Speech is
we
either okay or
use?
it's
Doesn't
not.
that seem like a very strong
it-
line
like,
in both
my
of those
speech-
cases? That's not
yeah,
slippery at all.
My speech shouldn't be like depend on my geographic location. I'm not allowed to say certain things or whatever.
So here's the thing
Get what I mean?
too, Tyriok, is that I think that a judge might make a very strong case for you in your defense if you were to go into Germany and to deny the Holocaust, because you don't have that context, right? You don't have the education, you don't have the background. You could just be some dipshit Joe Rogan watcher who just went out there and wants to question things, which is very different, and which is why I trust that there's a legal precedent, there's a history, and we can look at these things on a case by case basis. When you say like, oh, are you okay with this law? Like that's why I brought up the cross burning thing, is because you and I and everyone can think of 1,000 reasons why in certain contexts burning a cross is totally okay and shouldn't be thrown in jail for 5 to 10 years or whatever they do now. But the problem is that if you don't have that law at all, that means the KKK can get away with burning a cross, which then results
they burned
in
some
a
wood.
family getting lynched, right? So while
Wait a second. How did we get to that? Like again, like that's a crime in of itself.
yeah, the
You understand
lynching
what
is the crime,
precedence
like
is?
burning
Yeah,
a cross
no,
is a
because
crime too.
You know
again,
what
like
precedence is?
because either way, whether they burned the cross or they didn't burn the cross, they would have lynched the person anyway.
No, that's not true. Sometimes they burn
Oh,
crosses.
okay, so
to
it's burn a
scare
cross, they
people
can
out of the
lynch.
country. No, it's burning the cross is the illegal thing based on how the judge rules.
Yeah, and then you went on and added it's like, and then they go and lynch somebody.
Right,
I
because
mean,
of
what
the
if they
reason-
what if
because
they
of
just
the
went to a thing because they
intimidation
want to
of
start a
people out of
fire
the
and they want to
states
make
is
a
the
cross?
reason
Yeah,
why
by
the
the way,
speech
hey,
itself
let's
is
move.
now
Let's
law.
move off the cross. So, for example, the Confederate flags for a lot of black people is very offensive. Like
Which thing
you
is,
guys
sorry?
were fighting to keep slaves. Like, are you okay with banning the Confederate flag? Since first they were the losers, like the Yazis, right? They were the losers. They were actually traitors to the government. Like, are you okay with banning the Confederate flag that for a lot of people, black people and liberals, is considered a hate flag? Are you guys okay with that? Neve and Mr. Soy. Go
I'll
ahead,
go
Neve.
first if you want to think about it, Neve. I think that at the current state, I would not be upset if they like banned the Confederate flag. They've already
That
banned
was
it from
another
government
question. If you
buildings.
would be upset, sir, if you agree
Well,
or
hold
not.
on. Let me finish, because I think that I have talked to a lot of people that are completely
man.
ignorant, and the reason that I think the German case is so different is because they have such a robust education system on something like the Holocaust, but we don't have that for slavery here. There's a lot of people who actually get taught in the places where they do fly these Confederate flags that actually the Confederates were good guys, and I don't think the onus should then be on them based on their failed education system to go against that symbology and ideology. So I think that there needs to be a transformative parallel, that America has the same background and context as Germany to be able to justify banning it or at least making it illegal.
So
I don't think that
400 years
exists
of
yet.
slavery is not enough. 400 years
A
of
bunch of
lynching,
people. Do you know
400
what the
years
lost
of
cause is,
endless
Patty?
slavery, 400 years of the grandpa, the dad, the son, all of them being slaves because they were born into it is not enough strong.
It's not, because a lot of people
prejudice.
don't even
No,
understand.
I
and know
want to
that.
make sure
Patty,
you
you
can
just don't have the context.
You're
I have
virtue
a
They don't.
signaling.
Like, do you
You're
know
virtue
what the lost
signaling.
cause is?
I have a
Patty?
spatula
It's
on
not
my
an
hand, friend. You
argument.
can't keep over
It's
talking.
not an argument. Smack yourself with it, because this isn't an
I
argument.
want to know, because this man is a wizard with his words. He answers
Thank you.
things in a way that I don't understand why, right? But
I'm sorry,
again,
I can speak slower if it would help.
no,
But here,
no.
let me
I
say this.
No,
understand
Patty,
you.
just
I
answer the
understand.
questions and stop stinking
I
out with
answer-
them.
answer
sometimes
the
things
question.
don't have really easy
I'll
answers.
circumvent
I will
every
set
single
up these
question.
like these, right?
Like,
But like sometimes we have to
Simple
explain
questions.
our
Simple
Can you
position
guys
a
let me
little more
finish,
complicated.
please?
Fatty, do you know what the
Go
lost
ahead,
cause is?
Fatty.
I
No, hold
lower
on,
my
hold on,
microphone
hold on,
for y'all.
hold on,
I'll
hold
put it
on,
up
hold
if
on,
I
hold
need.
on, hold on, hold on. Go ahead, Fatty.
There was 400
Let
years
him
of people
cook.
being 400 years of people being ripped from their motherland, brought to the United States, and be enslaved for 400 years. We know all the atrocities that happened there, respectfully. This was not a 2-year period, a 4-year period, a 5-year period. This was 400 years. And again, like, I don't think you guys understand. Like, the difference
Well,
is.
Fatty, let me ask you a question.
One second, please. I'm finishing. The reason why the people that bear the Confederate flag and this literally written in the letters is we don't want to give away our
who
slaves.
is doing
Period.
this?
We're not going to do it. There was more reasons, but that was the main reason. We want to keep our slaves. So this flag can clearly be seen as hatred if you are a descendant of slaves on the United States. Now that we established that, and is actually as a president, so I qualify
Yeah, I
in
was
your
wrong.
terms
I was
that there's
wrong.
history on this country
SS.
that actually on your country actually
I thought
that
it was a
shows
different one,
that
and it
this
wasn't.
can be
It was this
considered
one.
as like
No.
something that some people will look at a clear offense and hate towards them. Are you okay with banning the Confederate flag? Yes or no? Please say
No,
yes or
and let
no.
me say
and
why.
explain.
Because
No?
if you
Okay.
look at I just said no, and I'll explain why. So if you look at, for example, Pew Research on how many people in America think that the Civil War was about states' rights and had nothing to do with slavery, I think it's like 48 or like 51%. And there's this thing called the Lost Cause movement that was promoted by like Daughters of the Confederacy that was going in and changing books in a lot of these southern states and telling them that actually slavery wasn't that bad. It was a benefit. And, those black people lived better lives than they would have in Africa. And so because we have this very flawed, corrupted, and like fucked up education system, I think there's a huge swath of the population that doesn't have the context that you just explained, which I agree. If everyone understood it to be that, if every single person understood that the Confederate flag was the symbol of hate and a call to violence, then I would be okay with banning it. But we simply do not have that robust education system here. And there's a bunch of fucking dipshits who are unfortunately subject to a bunch of indoctrination that's been going on since the 1860s. So no, it's not the same thing.
So just to be clear, you're okay with banning the swastika in Germany because the German people are educated, but the American people aren't educated enough, so we don't ban the Confederate flag.
Even worse, they're educated in the wrong direction. Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course.
Neve,
They're
did
just
you
not
wanna chime
educated.
in?
Yeah, I wanted to take this.
Go ahead, Neve.
It feels
I wanted to
directionless
take this to the
often. It
conclusion
doesn't
of
feel like
the
there's
slippery
a clear
slope
win or
fallacy
lose almost
argument that they're
never
making.
to me.
So I think that the reason we shouldn't ban any sort of hate speech
Or even
content is
resolution
because
at that
is
point.
built around this idea that we're all going to be up in arms when the First Amendment protections are infringed upon. And I think I wanted to posit an example, something that's existing right now. Are many examples of the Trump administration potentially or likely violating First Amendment protections to the negative, like to the obviously impacting its citizens in a negative way. However, because this is my opinion on this, I am still supportive of a process that would take these separate instances all the way to the Supreme Court, at which point I would support a ruling. And I say this as to point out that even in the worst case scenario of your slippery slope fallacy, we still acknowledge that the process exists. And we're willing to support whatever conclusion comes as a result of that process. There's a consistency there. So we can explore, specific examples if you're not sure. But I think in this instance, like, again, still looking for more than oh no, like you're not gonna like it when they take away your speech. I might not, but I'm gonna support the process.
Do you think the red pill space should exist, Nick?
I think that it makes
Wait,
sense
Neve,
that
don't
a
answer
lot
that. Let
of
make them answer your very good question.
I didn't
pivoting
ask
so
you.
hard.
Hold on.
It's an easy
He
question.
asked
It's an
me
easy
the
question.
Go ahead.
That's an easy question. I think that it makes sense that disgruntled men would want to connect with each other online in a social setting that they define the parameters for. I think that's okay. However, going back to my question, at the conclusion of your argument, your sole argument, the only argument you both have, the slippery slope fallacy, is this idea that I'm going to be up in arms when my First Amendment protections are impeded on. And I'm telling you that the case is that we acknowledge them as likely, in my opinion, that they may be First Amendment violations, and we're going to support it through the process that exists
until all your
that we're
speech
making
rights
the
are
argument
gone.
for, which will
What are you
ultimately
talking about?
define whether it meets the criteria for X or Y or Z, right?
Because it will just keep progressing. That's the whole point of the slippery slope. You take one right to speak,
Fuck
continue
the
taking
question.
the right
It's irrelevant.
to speak, and it's
It's
right
super
left.
irrelevant.
It
literally is.
Together. Do they promote hate speech? Yes or no?
They just promote things that I think are not conducive to actually improving their lives.
Neve,
Like,
there was
I don't
another
think they're
misinformation.
productive.
There was another
I wouldn't.
question.
I wouldn't say that it's
this is-
misinformation. I wouldn't say that it's
Yeah.
misinformation. For example, if you come onto the internet and Terry X says the best way to vape on screen is to do it 15 times in succession without allowing yourself to breathe oxygen after, I might say that you're wrong, but I wouldn't actually like have an issue with you doing that. And I would say that the red pill community is exactly that, right? Like vape 20 times in a row and whatever. Your prescriptions that you want to make them. I don't give a shit.
No. Give us please. If you told me is the feminist movement promotes hate speech, absolutely. Been doing that for 10 years.
Can you provide me an example?
For example, with the believe all woman, it is hate speech. Respectfully.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know how that's hateful.
No.
Of course you don't.
Can we talk about why the reason that believe all women exist? Can we talk about that? I think it's important that we do because the burden of proof. Listen,
if I was Dan Fatty, I'd try to come up with all this kind of shit.
I think it's important. I think it's important that we brush this thing because you're going to continually bring up examples that you don't really care about. You're throwing them away, but they're making my point. They're not making yours.
They're not making your point, Neve. They're not.
Ask me for an example. I give you an example.
You think they are because you're progressive,
I answer your question.
but they're not. They don't actually make
Sorry, your
sense.
arguments are not working for you.
The feminist movement promotes hate speech. Everybody know, but a lot of them do.
Believe all women. Can we litigate that?
I don't want to talk about it. It's my opinion.
Why would you bring it up? Why would you bring it up? We're talking about hate speech. That's the example.
I kind of want to understand why it. I really want to.
I do too, Sarah.
I can tell you why it exists.
Because
if Patty can tell me why it's hate speech,
we can go there. We can go there.
We should. We're
It
here.
means men lie.
You answer my question.
Women don't.
Again, Neve, is the
That's
red
what it
pill
means.
place in the
By
manosphere?
its
Do they promote
by its inception. So
the red pill.
I don't. What?
No. They promote speech I don't like, and I'm going to be clear about that. But no, it's not necessarily hateful in nature. However, I think at points it teeters on it because I think there is obviously some sort of like domestic acknowledgement of the sort of rhetoric and the impact it has on the population and the people around it, whether it's young men, X, Y, and Z. So they're not outright calling this like
but I think
there's a word for it. I think it's actually
the things they are
the
calling
manosphere or the red pill is actually on some like
the
FBI
same
watch list
egregiousness
designation list.
as
I could be
they call
like, please look this up. take this
other
with a grain of
things.
Yeah,
salt, but I
just like
actually
just like
think
the Black
that it
Panthers
is
were on the watch list too.
something to that effect, something to that effect. And I'm
All
not
right,
be
Beaver,
like,
we'll
this
talk to
isn't
you
a
after a
hill
bit.
I care to die on. So I just want you to be able to tell me why believe all women is hate speech. How is that hateful to men?
Because he actually puts men in extremely amount of danger. The
In what
premise, the
sense?
premise that the premise that woman, like the premise that say believe all woman, is
Mhm.
literally discriminating and putting half of the population in extremely amount of danger, because every time a woman opens their mouth, that person can incur in jail, character reputation, self-deletion, a bunch of things. I can be
Yeah.
called a rapist by a woman, and tomorrow teriyaki, because he doesn't stand rapist, he comes to my door and he deletes me. He's literally connected to violence in psychological
Okay.
levels, physical levels, and even taking your freedom away. So the
Okay.
fact that this is pushed is actually hate speech, because it's hurting and it's a call to action to other people to do things to these people that might be
Okay.
innocent. It happened
So
before, so it happens
before I
now.
under can
No,
I
no.
steel man your position
Is
so
that
you
a
know
fair
that I'm trying
explanation?
approaching this in good faith?
No, no, Eve, is that a fair explanation or not?
Your Gishka. Well, I just want you to know that I understand. So what you're saying is that if we're willing to throw away the credibility of men by saying something like believe all women, if we're willing to ring them through the ringer when we don't know if a woman is lying or not, or if an offense has actually occurred before that offense has been litigated, that is a
Yes.
wrong thing. That is an incitement to
Yes,
violence
it
to
will be
men,
like
and that's
saying
hate
woman.
speech.
Yeah, it will be like saying all women are liars.
Okay, so
So
can we talk?
everybody that the woman comes forward, she lying.
Yes, I
She
understand,
didn't do
Teddy.
nothing. That puts the woman in danger.
I understand your
makes-
argument and you agree that I understand it as well. So let me refute your argument, or at least give you
Yeah.
some context so you understand. So
Go ahead.
believe all women is a term that is specifically applied to the context as it relates to the legal process. Because when you get into civil litigation or litigating things that happen behind the scenes in a one-on-one, the burden of proof is put on the woman. The woman, without a reasonable doubt, without that, all the man has to do is introduce 1% of doubt into the circumstance for him to actually get away with the persecution. And I say this because if we look at the legal process and its outcomes for women, and we only provide women with the support and the care and the need to address those harms in these essays, at the conclusion of the court case, then essentially what you're doing is we're withholding sympathy. It's not that we're believing all women. When we say things like believe all women, we are engaging
And
them
say what you
with the
mean.
understanding that there is some sort of
No,
emotional harm,
bullshit.
and we're willing to take them through the process
That
to see if
right
there's a
there is
conclusion or some
semantic
degree of
shift.
closure.
And
But
I
the
hate it
reality of that
because it means we
circumstance
can say
is that
things we
even
don't
if they're
actually
waving their
mean
flag, dragging
to
the
get points
credibility
across
of the man through the
in a
dirt
dishonest
throughout
manner.
that process, in all likelihood, the man will get away with it.
It's
It's
bull.
actually the case that in SA court
Because you could
cases,
just
a
as
lot of the
easily say what
times,
you
the
mean
men
rather
don't
than
even need
saying
to tell
something that's
their
over the
side of the
top.
story whatsoever. They
Bull.
literally will just have to
Bull.
poke holes in whatever the woman is saying. And if anything is inconsistent, then
Baloney.
they get away with it. And it's flawed. So do I think that it's hate speech to give the women in the circumstance for her emotional feelings and to provide her with the supports necessary to carry her through the court process with 3 words, believe all women? Do I think that's hateful in nature? Absolutely not, because it gives consideration into the court process that is
Blah,
completely
blah,
stacked against
blah.
them, and that will carry them and drag them through re-traumatization and relitigating the actual events just to get to the conclusion where there will be no conviction. Do you
Yeah, no,
understand
there's
that
not
now?
so you're telling me there's no convictions at all for SA or grape or anything like that?
I'm saying that the burden of
exactly.
proof in civil
I will
yeah, so your last
litigation.
statement.
I will say I'm very agreeable with what Neve is trying to elaborate here, that it is a very difficult process to go through in order to get a conviction, right? To make the accusation, that's easy. You make a report, but going further beyond that, it's a lot of you carry the entire burden of proof. So what she's saying is that the starting litigations, the whole believe all women, like that starts the process, and they presume she's telling the truth just to allow because she has to prove it, right? So I wouldn't consider it to be hate speech. That's a very
but
far reach.
But the problem with that logic is this, right? First of all,
The interpretation.
the courts are actually stacked in favor of women. We all
No.
know that if man and woman commit the same crime, a man will get 20 years and a woman will get 3. This is what happens all the time,
In
every
terms
time.
of
So
sentencing
can I finish?
for
This is
hold on,
something
let
else,
me
though,
let
yeah,
me
sorry.
I do want to interrupt because we are way outside of the scope, so I want to make sure we're very clear on what we're saying. When it comes to crimes like actual like other crimes, right? If you rob a bank, if you
Yep.
murder someone, if you do something
Exactly,
like that,
Spaceman.
yes, I will agree with you that the sentencing for women is probably significantly less. Okay, I agree with you and I concur with that. However, in regards to SA and grape, those are completely different factors built in, and it is 100% stacked against her. She carries the burden of proof and all of those things. It's very difficult to get a conviction. That's I forget what the percentage is, but like
1% of doubt will
yeah,
create
And
them,
but in
essentially,
terms
start
of
or
the
beyond a
like
reasonable doubt.
the conviction
Oh my
rate
goodness.
of the
Sorry, guys.
accusations is very it's very
Sad.
small.
Hey, can I
Yeah,
add
really
something to
sad.
that
no,
too?
one
It's
one
like
second,
it's
because he
not.
was replying to now. I was interrupted. And
Go
Sarah,
ahead,
I learned
Patty.
it from you. This is a fallacy, right? This is a fallacy. The court system is stacked against the person that is the accuser. Because the burden of proof is that. So if you
Stupid
replace
phone.
woman for man,
That's what
it's
I'm
still stacked-
saying.
well, it's still stacked against the man because the man has to prove it. So believe all men too. It's not about the fact
No,
that
you
she's the
don't,
woman.
Fatty.
It's
You don't
no,
understand.
no. Stop.
Don't
It's not
understand
about the
you're
fact that she's a
playing
woman.
games
It's
with
about the fact that she
semantics
has to make
to
sure
get
and
your
prove
way.
it
That's what.
without unreasonable doubt.
That's
It
what.
has to be clear. So if
It's
I
always play
am the
games
man
with
and I have to
words
go
in
through the
order to
same
change the
process,
meaning.
that's a fallacy because the man is going to face the same
What is
problem. And
Fatty? What
Can
is
I
the
clear something up here?
fallacy?
the fallacy is you are saying that just because he's a woman, because she's a woman, she will have an uphill battle to actually prove something. It's not because she's a woman, it's because she's the accuser. If I replace woman by man, he will have an uphill battle because he still has the burden of proof. So it has nothing to do with gender,
Okay.
it has to do with you being the accuser.
Wait,
That's
Fatty,
what it is.
I agree with you. First of all, I think "Believe All Women" is a terrible slogan. Just to be clear, like because of the misinterpretations that's going to result from it. But the problem is here. It was more of a movement against the fact that, first of all, most rapes are perpetrated against women, although men do get raped, absolutely.
Right.
But most of these rapes do.
Yep.
And in this totality of this large group of people that are discouraged from coming forward, and when they do come forward, this is even before you get to the court system. People say, "Oh, what were you wearing? Was it your fault? Like, did you get drunk?" And the point of that
Great.
movement, while I
Great.
don't agree with the
That
slogan, the
doesn't
point of that movement was
change
to
the
say,
meaning.
let's not discourage people from trying to press
See,
charges
he's
against
doing the
people who
same
committed
thing. He's
crimes. It's
shifting
not
the
the same
goalposts
And you
thing.
are wrong once
in
again.
order
You know
to
why?
avoid the
Hey.
point.
Because
That's
it's
what
more
just happened.
probable if a man gets raped or DV'd, it's more problem that the woman goes to the cops than the man. The man will be quiet and cry on the pillow. Either
Okay.
he's touched by his uncle or he's victim of
Which-
domestic
That has
violence.
nothing to do with
The
what I
woman.
just said.
Okay.
So you are no 1 second. So you are telling me that if there's a DV case or there's a man, like I know a bunch of them that were 13-year-old being touched by a woman that were 18, 19, or 20, you
Okay.
are telling that is more probable that men go and say, please, Mr. Cop, she put her hands on me than woman? Are you sure that you want to die on that hill?
I would die on the hill that women get raped more. I wouldn't die on the hill
There
that
was
men
not
don't get
see
raped.
Okay.
doing it again.
Can
He did it
Yeah.
again.
Again.
can
What I
we
just
agree
said,
that
no,
"Believe
you're-
All
I'm being
Women"
betrayed
is
about
not
this,
hate
dude.
speech?
Come on.
You just don't like it.
Yeah.
Can we
yeah,
agree
just
that?
to-
No.
Okay.
He
like,
did it
we
again.
shouldn't have even gone down this tangent in the first place. Like the main thing that we can show here is like this whole kind of like fallacy that they're trying to. They're just doing a fallacy and all this stuff. It's like you can look up videos right now in London when the riots were going on. On the English side, they were shouting Allah Allah, who the fuck is Allah, right? Then they start locking people up for chanting that. So where's the violence there? So it's like if there's a violent crowd and they're chanting
They
anything,
were rioting?
you can turn around and just say, well, this chant is inciting violence in the
Right,
future,
but
so
we
we're getting
don't
rid of it.
necessarily agree.
Then
with that, right?
also you have in England as well people who were literally getting sent to prison were silently praying in their heads outside an abortion clinic. Like that's the way that like England's at the moment. So, like I said, you can keep saying it's like, oh, slippery slope
Hold on,
fallacy,
well,
slippery slope
it's-
fallacy.
Terry,
There's a
There's
right.
actual
difference
tangible things that we can point to, and like I
Yeah,
said,
and if
it's
you-
always a contradiction in the
We've
way that's
said
policed
so
because
many times, dude.
Soy Boy here
we're
will
doing
say
this on a
the
case-by-case
Yahtzees-
basis.
Let him
If
finish.
I go
Yahtzees-
into
yeah,
Hold
the
on,
Yahtzees
Soy,
is
let
a
Teryak finish.
thank you. The like Soy will say like, oh well, the Yahtzees thing is banned in Germany and because of the context and all stuff. But hang on a second, what about communism? What did the communists do
You're
to the
good.
Germans when they were invading
Smoking
at the
space,
end of the
man.
war?
I agree
All the
with you.
horrific shit that happened from the
I
communist side. But the hammer and sickle is you can wave that shit. They have their own communist parties.
I
All
think
this
the
shit.
point that
American flag's
But
not
it's
banned.
always
Daddy
an
was
it's
trying to
always an
make
unequal
is that
standard.
if you're going to
that this shit
call
gets
this thing hate
there's
speech,
always
then this is
an
all
unequal standard. This shit
Not in
gets applied to,
Germany.
proving the
and that's
point
what
told
that,
me
you
and
why.
Fatty
that
with
they're
hammer and
wrong.
sickle is still blown. No problems.
Yeah, and the
That
American flag can be flown
the
too.
fairy
and
squad
America
is
destroyed that
incorrect.
country in Dresden and Hamburg.
Yeah,
and
and
other
then
places. But the
so
difference
so
is
why is
that the
it only
egregious
the
Hold on,
genocide
swastikas?
Terry.
committed
Hold
by
on,
the Nazis
Terry,
is
hold
so
on.
unprecedented and so ingrained in their history and in their education that that is the line that they have drawn, and they don't go beyond that line. They don't say, "Oh, communism too." They don't say, "Oh, America too." They don't say, "Oh, every other country that's invaded
Yeah.
Germany." And the reason for that is they have that specific line, and then the judges rule based on that specific
It's
line.
just dumb.
And I'm saying that that specific line is something that I understand and might be
It's
okay
completely
in
arbitrary.
that country, which is different from you bringing up, for example, this UK example. And I don't know exactly their law, but I might not agree with the idea that if you pray in front of abortion
It
clinics,
doesn't
you
matter
should
if you
be
agree or
in
not.
prison, although
It's
I doubt it
happening,
was that simple. If it was, yeah, I don't agree with that.
and that's
And this is
why
the
that
largest
law
case.
They're
shouldn't
able
be
to
in
say
Yeah,
whatever
place.
they
I'm
want.
pointing to the slippery slope fallacy because everyone was saying this like 10, 15 years ago. This is the way it was going to go down in
Do you
Britain.
think that cops should be allowed to arrest people?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, but what if the cops were, directed by an authoritarian dictator that had laws that said, "Hey, if you do this thing I don't like, we arrest you"? Then why should we have cops, right?
Okay,
The
really?
laws, the laws
This
enforce
is
laws.
just
It's not
analogous.
about
Yeah.
the cops. It's about the laws. We
Mhm.
like the person that is going to go and puts the handcuffs on you. Is
Do
not
you
the
trust the
problem.
government to have the power to throw you in jail?
Do I trust the? No, I don't trust the government. Absolutely not. They
So
are
should
fallible.
should the
Because-
government be
Sir,
able to
no,
throw you in
sir,
jail?
sir. People are fallible. The government is composed by people, so the
Mhm.
government will be fallible too.
Right. So you
Absolute
agree
power
that the
corrupts
cops
absolutely.
have the
So
power?
you need to limit the scope of the government because once again, today they come for me, tomorrow they'll come for you. There's the slippery slope, and that's why it shouldn't
Okay.
ever rigid
Well,
law
they'll never
about
come
that.
for you because you're in Portugal. But my question is, do
But
you
they
think they should
will.
have the power
We have
to
hate
lock
speech laws
people
here.
up?
We actually have hate speech laws
Yeah,
here, but it's
that's
like I'm
true.
telling you,
Smoking
is
space, man.
the
If he had just
like this
avoided
debate was done by the
altogether,
second minute.
they would have done them.
Drill
Mhm.
is
It
heavy
would
in
have
the
done them
United
well
Kingdom,
to
especially
avoid
in
going
London.
down
These
that
people are
road
killing
of
each other,
comparison.
right? And they don't say nothing because it's convenient, right? Right? But as soon as we turn this into praying in front of an abortion clinic, oh, this is so.
Dude, you're gonna have to rename yourself Skinny. You're running around from so many different points. Like you got to stick on
The
one. Come on.
point is the government, like you, the best way to predict the future is to look at the past. We have those laws, and the government is not consistent with them. They allow certain things, and then they will go after other things. So if people have literally neo-Yazis parties and meetings, and nobody knows nothing about that, and then Dave Chappelle does a skit about trans, and now hey, Mr. Dave, we need to talk with you in this little office.
Right.
It's problematic.
Adi,
Absolutely.
so going back to what you said the prior like history
right.
is a predictor of future
Take
behavior.
your
Best
smoke
way to
off,
right?
look at
space
to predict
man.
the future is
So
look at the
so you
present.
agree with us then? You agree with us then because people saying things behavior and language, it kind of is what you said.
No.
And then
That's what-
litigating that for the future because we understand the previous outcomes. It sounds like you agree with censoring hate speech. Fatty.
No,
No.
because you are inverting the rules. Is not inverting the
Oh,
rules.
okay. That's what you said. That's what you said. I don't know.
1 second, please. Is not that
That's
me
crazy.
saying, "Hey, little
That's
mustache
crazy.
man cause
24
people to do
hours.
things." This happened afterwards. This is a symbol. This is a reminiscence of the past. So when they were doing that, nobody looked at the German flag and said, "This is crazy. Why do they use that flag?" They used that flag for decades. They went to the Olympic Games. They will do the Yahtzee salute on the Olympic Games and all that. Nobody thought nothing about it. So it was not that caused what they did to the smaller
Yeah,
people.
Ben Talk.
Is the
I would say
opposite.
that also
what
runs
they
the
did to the
risk
smaller people
of
caused
changing the
those
thought
symbols to be
patterns even of that public.
You can say
criminalized
Jew.
and
One
kind of
generation, and you've
wrong.
changed the
So
entire
me
thought process of the
just
people.
having a swastika on my chest that doesn't say, "Oh my God, we have to stop him."
How they
If he
think,
has a
what they
tattoo
think,
over,
why they
we
think
need
it,
to go
everything
ahead and
shifts
we need to subject to him. But if
when
I
you
come
limit
on
speech.
Reddit and I do a manifesto about I love to curb stomp black people because this is when we actually agree with y'all. Y'all should do something about it. So respectfully, I'll ask this. What is the movie? This is a great movie.
How do I turn on captions?
No. Yeah, I know. What is the American
What the
X?
hell?
American History X.
Yes.
Oh,
Nija's
Yes.
super
Great movie,
disrespectful.
beautiful movie.
Super
Are you
disrespectful.
okay with criminalizing and putting people in jail that have neo-Nazi symbols tattooed on their body?
Or are you talking about the movie should be criminalized, or people that look
Now
like
I'm
Edward Norton
talking
in the
Edward
movie?
Norton. He had like a giant one on the chest, right?
Yeah.
Right here. Are you okay with rounding these people up that have neo-Nazi Yazi symbols on their body and put him somewhere else? Because
We've already litigated this, Fetty. In America, I wouldn't be, because it does not have the same history and not the same education.
Wait,
It's
can I
here we
disagree?
go,
Can I
here
disagree?
we
Can I
go.
can I
How many
disagree?
wins are we
Can
gonna
I
get in this
disagree?
debate, Fatty?
No, America
Yeah,
is
I got it.
America is okay with this, and they're currently doing this with anybody who has some form of tattoo on their body that is in alignment with a particular, unfavorable group in society. You are getting thrown in a bus and you are getting deported or sent to another country.
Okay.
Now we can argue
Wow.
whether or not that's right or that's wrong, but it's kind of already happening, Fatty. Like, you have to at least
Hey,
acknowledge
No,
that.
no, 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 no.
No,
Hang a
it's
second.
not.
Let's be very clear here. Deporting them back to their home country is far less than taking them to a camp and working them to death. So let's just be
Yes.
clear.
Yes, and
You're
and
right,
if-
because
and if-
I
and
think
if-
actually if we talk about CCOT versus like criminal like work camps, I think work camps would actually be more humane because they're putting
Okay.
people in 80 like
Now they're
80
they're
justifying.
cells
They're
with
justifying
with
the
Right.
massive troughs
They're
of
justifying
water.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh,
Where the
dude.
only
Okay.
opportunities they have for like human engagement
This
outside
is
of their own cell is like
wild.
sitting in a thing with like imposed prayer.
Yes.
So I would argue that at least with work, you would derive a degree of purpose or a mindset that would persist, feeling productive. But I don't know. I think it's actually worse.
The pictures that we
Well,
see
in El
of them
Salvador.
and those showers were not comfortable, I guarantee you. Let me just say one thing, right? I want to ask a question to Neve, because Soy Peel keeps saying, because we don't have a history of that, the history is not as strong as
And the education specifically, to
right?
be clear.
Hey, Neve, who did the United States fought on the Second World War?
The world? Germany?
No. There's a name that comes to my mind,
Japan?
right?
Oh, the
Oh, it's not
Yazidis.
strong
Italy.
enough. What did they
Oh
fight
no
in
no
the
no
Second World War?
the Axis forces. Yeah, is that what the answer you wanted?
No. It rhymes with khakis. Yes.
Takis? What the
Yeah,
fuck are you saying?
Robert Pakis. Because he keeps saying we don't have enough history and yes, you do. You literally
really
drop
Fatty,
200
I'm
fucking
lost.
nukes.
I
You
don't
drop
know.
Hey,
200
Fatty,
fucking nukes because
Fatty,
those motherfuckers-
this
Come on, man.
your 200 IQ argument went way over my head. I'm gonna need you to slow this down, please. Please, I'm begging you. Just explain this one more time,
I will
please.
explain.
Slower,
He's saying-
slower. You're talking so fast.
Yes, I will. Sorry for
Yeah.
my
Thank
personality.
you.
He
No, thank
is
you.
saying that the United States, he would agree with it, but the United States don't have that history, right? Because they don't have enough reinforcement when it comes to that history to condone it. The United States fought the Yazis. We won because of y'all. Y'all dropped 2 nukes on other people on the other side of the planet because they associated themselves with the Yazis.
Respectfully,
So,
yes, I think
they are
you
the
really
enemy.
underestimate the degree to the German history and education system and how good it is, especially compared to
He's
ours,
doing
and how
it again.
thoroughly they do this. Well, because you don't understand, and that's fine. I get it.
Wow.
You're
So you
Germany,
think
you
the
don't know
average
these
American
people.
doesn't
But if
know?
you talk
one
to a
thing.
German and you actually get the actual education and the like
Okay,
precedent
so
that
the
they have,
question
it's
is going to be
completely
this.
different. I bet
Hey,
you.
hey.
I bet if you did a poll, Fatty, I bet most people in America probably wouldn't know what a Japanese internment camp is, and that was in our own country.
Hey, Soy Peel, let's see if you are the Super Saiyan of disingenuous. Do most American people know that the Yazis were their opponents on the Second World War?
You know, I hope so, but I bet not if you polled them.
Ah, here we
But
go,
Fatty,
man.
they already shot themselves in the foot because they're already like there's other countries where the swastika is banned as well.
He's banned.
So
Yeah.
like they don't have context, they don't have history, but
Yeah, I
like
might not
the,
agree with them
but
doing it
the
there.
American citizens are too uneducated.
Was it a
You know what I'm
world
saying?
war?
Like, it
was
makes-
it
it
was it a
makes no
world
fucking
was it a
sense.
world
I'm the only
war?
American
Would
here,
a
and
wor-
I'm
would
allowed
the
to
Yes,
said it was a
American.
world
Yeah,
war?
but I'm
that
glad you
occurred
brought that in.
twice?
In Neve, because then
Okay,
that
would
goes
a
to Fatty's
world
point
war
because you fought both wars.
justify bans in multiple countries? I wonder. Oh
Yeah, so
my
why is it not
goodness,
banned in America?
maybe.
Hold on, Terry.
Why is it not banned in
Maybe.
America?
Yes,
Why is it not banned in
carry on.
America then, Neve?
I would
Why is
guess
not banned in
Teriyaki
America?
Because they have the
countries that-
freedom
let me
of
speak,
speech.
please.
They're
Exactly.
Oh.
This is what me and Fatty's
No,
whole
teriyaki-
point have been.
There it
The fact
is.
that we live in the
Your
EU and we can see all these
third
policies in place.
kind
Teriyaki-
reminder to stop talking over each other, please.
Teriyaki, I
Thank you,
would
sir. As I
posit
was saying,
that if you go to
the
see
fact
which
that
of these
the fact that like in these other EU countries they banned it, but in America they
Were
didn't.
they Nazi
And
occupied,
the key the key differentiator
Nazi
is the fact that
occupied?
America has free speech.
No, the
but
key
the
difference
likes
is
of
those people
England
might be
don't,
Nazi occupied.
Sweden
Teriyaki. I
doesn't,
think that might
Germany
have something
doesn't.
to do with it.
And then when we actually analyze this country, it's unevenly because like the communists were in that war as well, but
Okay.
the hammer and sickle's never banned.
Neve, I know you were trying to say something as well. Did you want to chime in and then to Soy?
Well, Perry are just acknowledging the nuance of the circumstance is just making our argument. I don't know why he thinks that's making his
No, I
argument.
destroyed
His
the nuance.
argument
How do you-
is the
Oh
slippery
my
slope
God.
conclusion that they shouldn't be litigated whatsoever. There is no
Wrong.
nuance, right? That's our position.
No, I destroyed
So
your
he
nuance.
keeps
'cause
making
you're-
our
you're-
arguments
yeah,
for
your-
us.
Your nuance.
We're seeing a lot of. Sorry, I'm still talking. Terry.
Hold up,
Yeah.
please.
I'm still talking.
Please.
Oh my
Between
God.
Fatty and Teriyaki, I don't even need to be here. They're making my arguments for me.
No, they're not.
Yeah, so
I
let me
just
explain.
want to conclude on that. I think that
Okay, yeah, you
you
conclude.
should bring one.
So the
Bring an
whole point
argument.
that Soy Pill was saying is like, oh yeah, well, like in Germany, I understand why it's banned because of the context and like the fact that they fought the war. But then he also mentioned Sweden, other EU countries banning the swastika. But
Were
he
they Nazi
like
occupied, Teriyaki?
that basically destroys his logic for
Were
banning
those
it
countries
banning it
Nazi
in Germany
occupied,
and only.
Teriyaki?
Yeah, like technically, like all these countries were, but like the whole of Europe.
Yeah, it's almost like they have a
yeah,
very different history
but
than
again,
America
but
does
again,
with
so
it,
so you're
and they
saying
understand the
then
evil of
Neve said
Nazis
then
that
Neve
America
said
doesn't,
Hold on,
because
yeah,
Nazi
these-
America was
hold
never
on,
invaded.
hold
Oh
on.
my
Neve.
gosh.
The fuck on. You're talking over each other.
Well, Teriyaki
Stop
won't
it.
shut up, Sarah. I can't help it.
Teriyaki, land the plane.
What?
So, like I said, I
What?
was trying to explain the whole thing there, where like Zoipil gave us
What
this original logic that
is
because
that?
it's Germany and Germans are so well educated and have their such good history, I guess that's it's understandable why the German done. But then why did Sweden do it? Why did all these other countries do it? And I don't think Sweden was actually Nazi occupied.
Might not
But
have been.
when you look at Fatty's point that Fatty was making, the fact that America actually fought in the war against the Nazis, surely like the America would. But then Neve pointed out that they have freedom of speech in America, and like I said, just look to what's happening in England. They,
So,
like
okay,
this
so
whole
let me
like
explain this
it's
'cause you
slippery
guys
slope
have
is
a
a fallacy.
fundamental- no, okay, so you have a
I'll finish my
fundamental
point.
misunderstand- so you have a fundamental- so you have a
I'll
fundamental
finish my point.
misunderstanding.
Plane landed. Soy.
Oh my gosh.
So Terry, you
Okay.
have a
Cool.
fundamental. You're right. Actually, I think Sweden wasn't Nazi occupied. So I actually might disagree with it there, depending on how their education system is. But the fundamental difference.
Yeah,
You can
just
claim
hand it
victory
over
every
to
time I like.
Soy Pill,
Like I
because
know you're
Alhamdulillah.
allergic to nuance, but
we
please
don't
listen,
need to
okay?
let
So Germany has a very
Teriyaki
specific
finish his
history
point
about it. It's
at
not
all.
just if the Nazi
That
concept
was
was
ridiculous.
involved in your history at any point. Therefore, this is the history required because you guys don't understand their education system, where they take every high schooler.
It doesn't
to,
matter what their
Buchenwald or
education
Auschwitz or
system
some concentration camp and show them the extent and the evil of the Nazis, where they hammer this shit into their like fucking skulls. So at the point when they're adults and they're denying the Holocaust,
Why are
is a
we even
clear
talking about
repudiation
what
of, like,
Germany
fact versus
does
an American who understands
when the
which,
debate is
again, I even
literally
agree.
about
I don't even think most
should we
Americans
limit
could
the
tell you
speech
the
in
Americans
America?
fought the Nazis in the 40s.
This
Given
is
our
so
current education
stupid.
system, this is not the same level of education. This is a completely different situation. And I'm trying to show you that in this country, where there's a very clear precedent of this history taught, which I think you don't have even a close to understanding of the scope of their education, versus America, where we're not even fucking close, or maybe some of these other countries where I might even agree with you, depending on how Sweden teaches this, depending on how it works in
This
the
is
country.
so dumb.
Maybe I don't think that they should have hate speech bans on
So the
swastika,
leftists can
but in
just
Germany, it's
divert
very,
the
very
entire topic
Yeah,
from
so
away
like I
from
said, the whole
America
kind of
to a
counter logic
different
where it's all
country
context of
and
the
talk
country,
about
but
that
then there's these
country
other
as
countries that
if
have
that's
banned it
what we
anyway,
should
and this is where
do.
we point to this is not a slippery
And
slope
the right
fallacy.
is
We
saying,
pointed to the
no,
slippery
this
slope
is our
that's happening
country.
in
We
Europe
have
as we
these
speak.
laws. We don't
And then
need
they're just
that.
like,
We're
they
talking
have
about
no answer.
America, not about other
my answer is I
countries.
might disagree with the way
And
certain
we're going to
countries do
just
it. Is
give
that
the
allowed?
leftists
Do I have to say I have to agree
No,
with
you're not
talking
allowed.
every hate
points
No,
speech
you're not
law
allowed.
on the
keep
Fight,
entire
stop.
talking
planet, or else
Yeah, you're not
I've
allowed.
just
and interrupt
concede
the
the
right.
debate?
Yeah.
Is that what your
Let the
argument
top,
is?
the,
Yeah, well,
the
you already
left talk.
have, but yeah, fight was talking.
And one
Fatty,
thing
did
that
you want to chime
Like,
in?
it's so dumb.
I
That
just
is
want to
so
say
dumb.
something. If like when they say if everybody is a PDF file, nobody is a PDF file, like type of you accuse everybody of being the something. If you are going to make sure that you do what they are saying that we should do, for Iraqis, an American flag is the ultimate enemy. Like 1 million of Iraqis got killed in the invasion. If you go to Palestine and you show the or to around Palestine and you show the Israel flag, they will look at it as like they will look at that flag as we look at the Aussie flag, right? So where does it stop? If you go for one, you have to go for everybody because everybody will have a hate.
I have to use the
I'm a
restroom. I
woman.
will be right back.
Arrest the white man. I'm a black man. Arrest the white man. Oh, what the white man? Probably you guys really be in trouble now
Fatty,
that I'm talking
I think
about
you're
it,
kind
right?
of making our argument, which is that
No,
it's
no.
entirely contextual, and you can't have a global hate speech law, like obviously.
No, but that's the point. You are opening a precedent, and as soon as you open that precedent for going after a group, you are going to extend that to all the groups that are engaging into. I don't like those people. These people should not be around us, right? Because that's how war starts. Is you galvanize the population and says we are the good guys, those are the bad guys, and then we have laws in Texas, for example, that now if you are a trans person, they are trying to put you on a scam list, whatever the fuck that shit is, right? It's like something ridiculous. I don't know exactly what is the premise of that. But
So-
the is as soon as you open the Pandora box, are you sure you're not going to be next?
I understand the sentiment of being worried about the slippery
I
slope.
will
and this
arrest you,
is
by the
why-
way, because you dress funny.
What?
I would like that helicopter ad. I will put you in jail for that for 2 years.
You would
So
jail me
you're
for
gonna
this?
arrest-
Oh,
And-
I'd
and
like
that's
to
worse-
see you try
That's
that.
worse
Fatty.
than the
Come
spatula.
over to
That's-
America and say it to my face, you no gun having European.
Oh,
All right, so listen.
I
okay?
am tall too,
No.
sir, but I'm fat. I don't know how to fight.
Hey, you might have the weight advantage. I don't know, man. I don't know how tall you are either. Look, here's the thing. This is why I keep bringing up the cross example, because at one hand, you're like, well, we agree incitements to violence should be banned, which is like, okay, good. That's why I said that in my opening. But then I say, okay, clearly there are examples of this where it's not a incitement to violence, and we do have to rely on the judges' discretion and appellate courts to figure out whether or not this non-explicit call to violence is indeed a call to violence. And so I'm okay with banning burning the cross, given in America the context of cross burnings and what resulted after and what they mean. Now, I'm not okay, for example, with saying anyone who lights 2 sticks of wood in a 90-degree angle on fire should go to jail for 5 years. And the reason we have these judges and we can trust them in this process is that we have to know that there is some sort of discretion used here. Now, if you're not okay with any of that discretion, then that's where we disagree and we can have that argument.
I don't
But it
trust him.
seems like
I don't trust. It will be pick and choose depending on the person that does it. Like you said,
that's everything. That's why I asked if you think police should be like allowed to arrest.
We don't like Fatty. Fatty goes to jail because he did a little cross on his backyard, like he was doing whatever. This is actually what we're talking about, and you still you go to it. You know they're going to abuse it. You don't trust your
Can
president.
you show me an
He
example of
doesn't
the
trust your
cross burning
president,
being illegal,
and
being abused?
Wait, what?
Can you show me an example where making cross, but after 2003, Virginia versus Black, cross burning is illegal? Have you shown me an example where some corrupt judge used this to abuse like some person who
What we're talking
actually
about-
mean to incite violence?
I will say if somebody puts 2 dildos on a cross and set them on fire, the ramification that probably will happen, like something very wrong would happen there. But other than that, sir, I don't carry crosses around. And since Jesus actually was here, I don't think nobody carries crosses around and says, I'm going to put this on
There's
fire.
a certain
over here."
group of people in America that do it. I know you're not American, so you don't know
Absolutely.
about
So
them.
they should,
but
so they should go to jail, right?
if they burn a cross, yeah, I think if you can show beyond a reasonable doubt that this is a true threat, even though
So
it's not a
Kanye should
call
go
to
to jail.
violence
So-
explicitly, that yeah,
so-
they should go to jail.
Perfect, fine. So if Kanye West, when he did Jesus Walks video clip,
There are
and he
very
put
many
his crosses
carve-outs
on
for
fire,
art,
that
actually.
man should go to jail, right?
No, because there are carve-outs for art, and the judge can make that discretion. In the same way that people in Germany don't go to jail if they have swastikas in their art and it's perceived as not a call to violence, and the judge makes that discretion. And right now, I do trust them to do that.
And I think the
Yeah, so
context of the situation
is-
is incredibly different when you consider we're burning a cross on somebody's lawn versus we're burning one in
Yeah.
a video to symbolize, some historical
the
hatred or a real life lived experience. I think those are considerably different. Obviously, the principle is considered with nuance and context. The word you're both allergic to. I know it's difficult.
No, it's
But
not.
I think those things
actually,
are obviously considered.
I agree with you. Nuance.
Then you concede the debate.
No, because the nuance will be this. If I
You
like
kinda
you,
do.
if I like you, you are allowed to do it. If I don't like you, you're going to persecute it. Like, look at this, right? Look at this. We keep talking about Hunter Biden and Hillary Clinton emails and Donald Trump 33
I don't give a shit.
like the felonies. Like
You're on the
people
wrong
will-
side.
People will ignore things that is happening to their side, and they will literally try to punish and to condemn people that are doing the same thing on the other side.
Fatty, should the government be able to decide what is
where this
self-defense?
is going to, you know where this is going to actually start being implemented? Right here on YouTube where we are. It's not going to be just private companies deciding to ban you or to demonetize you. You will be actually the government coming around and says, you know what, Terry, hey man, those things that you said about women, I agree with that. Like,
That already exists, Fatty. You're not allowed to like go on ISIS and promote your terrorist group like on YouTube, and that's not just because of the privacy. That's literally like illegal.
No, but is it what is it a private company or the government?
The government disallows YouTube from promoting or allow it platforming terrorism. Yeah.
So if I have a KKK member on my show, am I going to jail or is it going to jail? Like what happens there?
I think you can host KKK members, but there's a little more nuance there.
Isn't that
Sorry,
the terrorist
I keep using
organization
that
too?
word.
Wasn't them the organization?
I think
Don't think
context comes
so
into play.
because the Duke. What is the Duke dude? He
David
ran
Duke.
for
David
yeah,
Duke?
he ran for government, and didn't he win? Like
So people.
No, I'm just saying he would be representative of that group, and so in a vacuum, that group existing is one thing, but the actions that group partakes in is what we're concerned about, right? The speech that they participate in.
And this is what I'm telling you.
It's almost like collective entities can do bad things.
Fatty, do you think the government should be able to decide whether or not something is self-defense when you murder someone? Or sorry, not murder, when you kill
murder
someone.
is not never self-defense.
No. So that's why I said kill. Excuse me. Yeah. Do you think the government should be able to decide what is self-defense?
Is already.
Yeah, but why should they be able to if they'll just say, actually, I don't like you, so what you did was murder?
Because no, you have to prove it without unreasonable, like this has to be proven 100%. You can't just get this liberally slow. Like what you're saying is this, right? And let's walk with me. If I go to court and there's 1% of chance that I didn't do it, nothing will happen to me for the most part.
That's how it works with the hate speech laws too, actually.
No, it's not, because the hate speech laws is depending on interpretation. I can say woman belongs in the kitchen barefoot and pregnant because I care about my woman and I want her to put her outside in the hot, going on public transportation and be in danger. And your interpretation will tell, hey sir,
but I'm not a judge.
This is age. No, but there's the thing. The judges are people like we.
Judges decide self-defense stuff too. Should they not be allowed to do that?
No, because once again, you are doing if people are going to break the law, should we have laws?
No, if a judge can decide what is and isn't self-defense, don't you think they'll weaponize that against people they don't like to say, hey, actually, this is not allowed and you're going to jail?
To a degree, they will.
Okay, so why should they be allowed to legislate it?
Because
they have juries.
No. And even further than that, murdering somebody or deleting somebody is something concrete. Yeah. Right?
Self-defense is not concrete. There are several thousand cases going on, I promise you, where they're arguing back and forth as to whether or not it was justified.
So
I mean, look at Kyle Rittenhouse, right? Like, should a liberal judge might say, actually, you know what? Or a liberal jury say, actually, you know what? I think that wasn't allowed. I think you, even though you were running away and those people were threatening you, I think you did murder those people and you should go to jail. So why should we let them legislate self-defense?
Wait,
there's jury. This is what. Go ahead, buddy.
No. I just want to make sure this appeal, right? This is actually a massive. We already lost, but let me throw Hail Mary. Let me see what I can do with this, right? If you are saying that,
what did you say?
He said this is a Hail Mary because we lost.
Yeah, this is Hail Mary.
Like, I speak English. My bad.
Yes, thank you very much for translating from me.
I just wanted to be sure I heard that.
But if you have, and we know absolute power corrupts absolutely. Of course, these judges are going to be biased, even on the like OJ, for example. And we know OJ did it. He escaped. But the justice is fallible, and you want, especially on violent crimes and on things that are extra, for the justice to be there, so there's a line to protect the best of us from the worst of us. Hate speech, me and Terry already said, as soon as it gets to a threshold where it might be violence actually happen, might be actually incite people to do it,
natural stuff works better.
We already considered it on the
well, not works better, but
which is
healthier for your plans.
But when is ambiguous, when it depends on interpretation, when we don't know if Kanye did a provocation or is actually was inciting violence, when we have black people saying pew pew, I'm going to do it, and da, 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 da. That was what y'all said. If it's not something evident, if there's not proven, if it's not something that we can see specifically, I think we shouldn't do nothing. So
let me
stay
jog
there.
your memory, buddy, because I said this in my
Neem-
opening. I said that.
Neem oil works good too.
Let me see the little last thing I wrote here.
Oh, you wrote things?
Yeah, no, I wrote it down.
He's
I
going back
said-
to the
You
script
write-
again, Freddy.
You guys write things? That's crazy.
Well, yeah, no, it's crazy because I know I
Correct.
said this out
Some
loud.
people
but I said,
prepare for
I
debates.
think, yeah, so I
No,
think
read
that
a speech,
certain
read a
hate
speech.
speech content should be banned by the government so
Mhm.
long as there is a very strong burden of proof as to the line that must be crossed and when it is crossed, because I refuse to hand over the reins of power, blah, 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 blah. So I
we
explicitly
agreed.
said that I do think, wait, let me finish. I explicitly said that there should be an extreme burden of proof of this because I don't agree. I agree. If it is ambiguous, I do think it makes it easier to abuse. And that's like the idea that self-defense is not ambiguous, buddy. There are so many of these cases. Like I said, the reason I brought up Rittenhouse was because even though that was a very clear-cut case, which I don't even know if should have ever gone to court, that was litigated, that was pushed around, and half the country still thinks he murdered 3 black people when he didn't kill a single black person, right? The
Yes.
point
Yeah,
is
so
that judges can
Mhm.
and will abuse their power at certain points, and they
Yes.
do decide how the law works, and that's why they're in as appellate court. That's
Most
why
people
you
hate the
going
smell
to
of
the
neem
Supreme
oil.
Court. And so what
And
you're
I'm
saying
pretty
is,
sure.
well, because a judge could misuse this power, we
Let me
should
answer this.
never do it. And I'm
No,
saying
no, no,
that
no,
judges
no,
can
no.
misuse
Let me
their
counter.
power in other cases too, and that's why I think it's okay, because we have the system of checks and balances,
Yes.
to implement certain laws so long as the burden is extreme.
I got this. So let me ask you something. Can I prosecute my political opponents that way?
Like, should you be allowed to, or can you?
No. Can I, as a judge, politician, whatever, can I prosecute my political opponents by saying, we are going to put Niv in jail because she deleted somebody and we have to discuss if it is. Can I prosecute? Can I prosecute my political opponent? No, I can't. Niv has actually to do something or be massively framed for her to actually do that. I can literally prosecute every single one of you on this panel if I have power enough and say, Sarah platforms people that are she's the next one. Neve, I saw Neve talk shit about Ilkan Ali and Fatty. She's talking about, like, I can go after y'all just because y'all called and said I don't like X, Y, and Z. So it's very different when you can literally put things, get things out of thin air because all of us say dumb shit every day, all day, and you can prosecute your political opponents, their families, and put everybody in jail like it happened before. And again, you guys know what I'm talking about. It's not the same thing as saying judges fail, so we shouldn't legislate a murderer. That's not the same thing,
So do
sir. And
you
you
agree
want
with
to
this
say
is-
the Hail Mary was blocked. Was denied.
You disagree
No,
with the
Exactly.
concept of
But
hate
this
threat?
is what they've been doing all debate fighting, because like like I said, the debate prompt is hate speech content, right?
Yes.
But then Soypill has just spent wasted the whole debate, wasted all our time essentially
Dancing.
talking
dancing.
about calls to violence and all this kind of thing. Like all that stuff is not protected under free speech. So the fact he's like, well, what about this hate speech that is called to violence?
But
Well,
you
that's called to violence.
disagree
That
with the
isn't hate
cross-burning
speech.
thing. So clearly, you don't even agree with what the current law is, right?
No. Like again, look at the top of the screen. What does it say?
Can you answer my question? Do you think
Well,
that they
look at the
should
top of the
be-
screen
do
and
you
what does
think
it
they should
say?
Go to jail. The top
Look
of
at the top of the
says,
screen.
Do you think they should go
What
to
I
jail
want you
for
to
burning
do
a
is
cross?
talk about hate speech, not
That
calls to
is hate
violence.
speech.
Hate
Is burning a
speech.
cross hate speech?
Well, technically, it's
Ah.
classified as
Oh, wait,
as
wait,
calls
the
to
cross
violence.
You know
again,
what?
that's
Okay.
crazy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because you guys
Technically,
can't
that would be
like,
classified. So
like,
give me an
Ah.
example of
end
hate
with this
speech.
very
That's not a
basic
call to
example.
violence that you want banned.
Darling
Hate speech and calls to violence are not
children,
mutually exclusive, dude. If
I
that's what you think.
would like to go ahead and move into our closing statements. And by all means, we can definitely expand the scope of conversation when we go into open panel. I think there's a lot here on the table that we can pick and prod from. So, Fatty, if you'd like to kick us off with your closing statement, please.
I'm saying our opponents literally are seeing the current administration do some egregious things to people and violating, like just based on opinion. I think of my opinion is so these people shouldn't be accessed, should be deported, should be a visa revoked. We know what an authoritarian regime or very close to it does when there's legislation to actually back it up. I appreciate that Soy Peel uses the cross like Yu-Gi-Oh uses Dark Magician. Every time he's in trouble, Dark Magician, and then we go back to talking about the cross again over and over again. But the debate, they lost the debate on the 5-minute mark when I asked him, should we prosecute black rappers that literally, like, there's a bunch of that, there's a bunch of threats, there's eat 'em up, there's eater, there's 50, I will do something to you, and they said no, we shouldn't. So if black people can talk about deleting other black people and it's celebrated, it's not banning nowhere else, nothing, all the other groups shouldn't have a special privilege because now it hurt our feelings, so we need to do something about Kanye. No, respectfully. So thank you very much. Shout out to my partner in crime. We did a great job today. Suck it, Neve. And so I still late your motherfucking head. But I appreciate
Go
you.
in
Thank you
two.
very
Go
much.
in two.
Teriak, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was seeing throughout the whole tonight, like Soy Pill was like trying to talk about fucking like incitement to violence, all this kind of shit. Look at the debate prompt, we're talking about hate speech. The example's literally the Yee song, and again, like Fatty's done it multiple times. I got them to admit it multiple times. They wouldn't ban the Yee song. The whole concept of like hate speech. I'm just gonna like try to pull a wool over your eyes and try to talk about stuff that's not protected speech. Because like otherwise, what are we talking about here? Do you know what I mean? Like if it's a call to violence is your question, then, like that's not protected speech. You know what I mean? Well, again, like I said, I kind of think they figured they were in a losing position, so they just tried to use dirty tactics. But yeah, like I said, like hate speech is free speech. If it's a call to violence, then it's call to violence. It's something else. The speech is under a different category. And to say about to muddle the water is just the way it's how they do it. They do the whole context. You know what I mean? And then they just smuggle in all this shit and they claim it's causing violence, all this kind of shit. But other than that, appreciate you having me, Sarah. As always, it was an absolute pleasure. And yeah, shout out to Fadi for the spatula that came in handy because he was cooking a lot tonight.
Oh goodness. I will say shout out to the spatula. And thank you for being the best supporting role for this evening. Neve, go ahead with your closing.
Okay, so I'm going to do a bit of a reiterating here with some new context having participated in this conversation. So hate speech content should be banned by governments when it is at odds with the protections or guarantees of any political system. Those who favor the freedom of speech absolutist position do so holistically and without the understanding that freedom of speech has never been honored in its entirety. Being that only one of us on panel is in the US, 3 of us are not, it's reasonable that the lens applied in this debate, given the nature of the debate, would be global in nature. With that in mind, I've applied like a nuanced lens to the discussion.
No, you didn't. You didn't add nuance. All you did was complain and say you wanted to be like other countries.
The strongest argument, I would say, would be the United States First Amendment laws. They would be the most permissive of most speech because they don't outwardly define hate speech. But even the United States is constantly and consistently guilty of political violations of the First Amendment. And even in those circumstances, I believe that they should be litigated like anything else with a Supreme Court conclusion that ideally I would have to support whether I like it or not. Actually, I don't have to support it because I'm not American. But if I was,
and Fatty
I
were
would
for free
have
speech.
to live with the conclusion that they take. Like I said, Teriak and Fatty, their entire argument is the slippery slope fallacy. Any attempts that they had to sort of engage with the context, because they're not applying their own lens, I think is just a win or a tally in my column. Because we're asking them to engage with the context and the nuance of the system, and they're arguing for, again, just a full-blown anything goes sort of circumstance. I think they conceded quite early. I would say within the first 10 minutes, not the first 5 minutes, Fatty, but that's just how I feel. So we'll leave it there.
Thank you, Neve.
Now I know where your name on YouTube is, Neve Liar.
And Soy Pill to you.
Yeah, the problem with this debate is that my opponents, our opponents, don't understand what hate speech is. They've kind of defined it in this way, where it's this Venn diagram of two circles that don't touch, that can never be, at all overlapping, and therefore, anytime hate speech goes into the part that is violent, it is therefore not hate speech anymore. Therefore, every single thing that we both agree shouldn't be banned, therefore shouldn't be banned, and therefore we can declare victory just on principle, intrinsically, tautologically, from the concept that hate speech can't be violent speech, which is ridiculous because I gave an example, the cross burning. The reason I kept bringing this up, and it is my trap card, draw your last pathetic card, fatty, is that unfortunately that wasn't a crime before. That wasn't a call to violence, or at least the American government didn't think it was, and it had to change in 2003. So some of these things can be reclassified and say, hey, this hate speech is something that should be illegal, and that's why we wanted to have this conversation in the first place, is to see, hey, is there some sort of limit that can now encompass different types of speech that aren't encompassed right now? I think Ye's song is probably ultimately harmless. I would not want him to be, thrown in jail for getting the choir of people all singing HH, because I think it's hilarious, and he's probably just schizophrenic. Fatty says that judges shouldn't be allowed to, determine what hate speech is because they could use it against their opponents, which I agree is a concern, which is why I want the burden of proof to be very, very strict. But they could do the same thing with all sorts of other crimes, and that does not mean we can't even try to legislate this stuff. They're allergic to nuance and context. They don't understand history. But you know what? Apparently, this is the strategy now. I declare victory. I win. I'm American. And you know what, Teriak? That's stolen valor. You're not allowed to wear that hat because you're Irish. So I demand you take it off. And also, my super chatters have asked me,
how about
do you
take
have
it off?
sheets on your bed?
Yeah, how about take it off?
Answer the question.
Before you go, can
Yeah,
you
no,
say
that
dark
is my answer. Take it
magician
off.
before we go? Dark magician. Look, I just wanted to hear it once. Isn't he
Thank
brought the
you.
process again?
You want me to say dark magician?
Yeah,
Oh my
Play dark
goodness.
burning cross in
magician.
attack mode.
Yes.
Nice
That's
try, Kaiba.
Gotta
All
use pot
right.
of greed.
I
Really
knew
good
this
card.
was going to be a fun bunch, and you have not failed my expectations here. Like, you have succeeded my exceeded my expectations.
I think that
I
limiting
love all of
speech
you. I
actually
love all
changes
of
the way a
you.
populace
All right,
thinks,
to
and
all
thus
of the
you should
viewers in
not
the chat, I am going to go ahead
change
and drop
or
the link
limit
for
speech
anybody who
of
wants
people.
to hop backstage for open panel.
I
The
understand
link is
threats
going
of
to be
violence are
pinned to
different,
the
but
top of
the
the
truth
chat.
of the matter
And
is
while
that
you are all
speech
shuffling
can't be limited
backstage, I'm going to
without
go ahead and
changing the
read
way
through
that
some
people think.
super
It
chats.
will
Get
shape
through a
your
few of those
society
to the
into
panel. If
whatever
you
the
have
power
something
at the
quick
top
to
wants
say
it to
to
be.
it, a quick
So it
response,
should not be
whatever,
allowed.
that's fine and
You should
dandy.
not.
If you have nothing, I'll just keep moving on. All right. Rude Mudcrab in with the big 5. Neve isn't streaming. Boot her. I thought you were going to stream this.
I thought I was too. I thought I was too.
She knows she was going to lose, so she didn't want to be embarrassed in front of her crowd.
Oh.
I mean, the series would have been tied, Fatty. I think the last time we debated, I won. So on
Hey,
your
hey,
platform, actually.
and you
Yeah,
know what's
interesting how
hilarious?
that happened.
Now you know
You
what
picked the
re-
judges. You know what's hilarious? You picked the judges. Oh my god.
No,
I picked their friend, and then he rigged the election. Now you know what actually power there's to people.
but it's interesting you say that, Neve, because like I've never actually heard of someone like actually lose a debate online. Like everyone seems to win debates online. You know what I'm saying?
It does not surprise me that you are under a delusion that no one ever loses debates online. That does not
No, like
surprise me at all.
even speaking to like
Actually-
lefties, speaking to like people I don't like they don't seem to lose debates. Andrew never loses a debate. Like no one
I
ever
will
seems to lose a
Fair.
debate.
actually
No, I can agree
say,
that. I can agree. That's a
here's
phenomenon.
the ruling. Here's the ruling. You all lose. The chat always wins.
That is true.
Understood?
Who's chat?
Okay.
Who's chat?
I don't think
Chat.
Chad has ever declared victory, Sarah, so I disagree. No, false.
the ghost of I can never
Pinochet.
say it. Thank
Pinochet.
you. Says with a big 10, hate speech, is it real? All hail the bearers of the blessed slurs, men of renown, breakers of soy libs. May their enemies mess themselves and cry potently forever and ever. Amen. Thank you so much. Rude Mudcrab with the big 5. Even though that HH song was kind of bad, that shit still slapped. I will agree. When I
I've been
first,
humming the chorus.
I know, and I'm like,
The
I'm
why
Kanye
Jewish.
is that
song.
I'm
so?
Jewish,
Why
I'm
is that
humming the
so
chorus, Sarah.
catchy?
Kanye is
Cool.
talented. It's a
Yeah,
Kanye
it's because
song.
of the beat. I was actually surprised because Tariq either wanted to debate these, and I went and listened to it. I was like, oh shit, like this is good.
Yeah, it's not. It's catchy. I'm
It's
not gonna
catchy. Yeah,
lie.
it's
Yeah.
catchy. Yes,
Mhm.
but we don't
Uh,
condone the behavior.
No, we don't condone the words used in that, but the beat, we could take it and make a remix with some other words. Player one with the big five says, if that's the case, is whoop that trick a call for violence? It won a best original song.
Hey, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I think that a lot of rap music, and I didn't get to talk about this as much. I think there's a lot of nuance in that art, especially when it's describing like past gang banging behavior. But it also, Fatty, I will grant you this, it does promote, gang or at least glorify gang violence to a degree. I don't think that's necessarily grounds on whether or not it can be banned. But they did that in the '90s with NWA. The cops would like shut down concerts when they said "fuck the police," and I don't agree with that. I think that's a little over the top, and I think that judges shouldn't be allowed to do that because it's not an explicit call to violence in so much as it's maybe an expression of anger. But that's the problem: is we do need judges in the legal system to come in and make sure they're doing the right thing,
No, we don't.
determining whether or not this is crossing the line or not.
And
And I'm glad that we've retracted that line.
And I'm actually appreciated that you acknowledge that, because think about it. Black people killing each other, that's fine. Fuck the police. Woo! Hey guys, come here, talk with
Oh
us real quick.
goodness. Oh
That's the
goodness.
point. That's the point.
K2 keep on trucking in with a big 10 says, when the neo windmill of friendships came, Toledo, they didn't cause any violence. It was the counter protesters that were fighting the police and burning their own neighborhoods down. That all.
So he means neo Yahtzees. It's funny, I've never heard it called the neo windmill of friendships. But yeah, okay, if they didn't do violence, this is why, by the way, you're allowed to have neo-Nazi protests in Germany. It's allowed. You're like allowed to express that. They don't ban that explicitly. It depends on if now the iconography might be banned, the salute might be banned. But there's a reason why they keep catching AfD politicians at these marches and protests. It's because those are allowed. And if they're not doing violence, like they've determined that's fine. So.
That's fair. Credible Hawk with a big 10 says, why is soy pilled allowed on these panels after he's proven he's willing to manufacture proofs as a means to an end? Once a liar, always a liar. You can't take anything he says on face value. Rest in
My
peace.
first response is Canadian, so opinion disregarded. But second, actual real response is that the one thing I've ever manufactured is because Rob entered and engaged in a bad faith tactic of, if you don't have this opinion in the past that you can't change, I will never talk to you. So I countered his bad faith with my bad faith, which cancels out, actually.
Fair.
Okay.
I felt bad because I specifically kind of like invited you to that open panel, but I didn't know you guys had like a hard
history.
beef.
Yeah, I don't know. You seemed really upset by it, and and I will
Yeah,
say this,
no
I
joke.
didn't know to the
dude.
degree that he really like the fact that I felt bad. The fact that he like went like, oh my god, wife, come check this out. There's a good faith lib. Like he it's like I fucking told him the tooth fairy wasn't real. So I'm like, I'm genuinely feel bad about it, Like I'm like, look, I think your tactic was bad faith, but unironically, like if someone did that to me, I'd just be like, whatever, okay, I guess you lied. But he was genuinely like excited about it and then had that excitement stripped away. Like I told him we were going to Disneyland and it was actually the dentist. So like, I don't like making people feel like that, even if the context of it is your fucking, rhetoric on this is stupid. I do feel bad. So thank you for at least giving me the attempt to build the bridge again, even though you won't accept.
That's
kind of canceled you.
And Sarah, why do I have
it was a unilateral cancellation.
Why do people talk about my spatula, but they don't talk about the cup that this man is using for drinking water? Have you seen that? I only noticed, like, what the hell is that?
I'm thirsty. I need a lot of water. Do you want me to leave every 10 minutes?
I got a big things bigger than my damn head.
Yeah, I have big things too. Yes.
Christmas list, actually. If one of my audience members buys me an even larger
does
mug,
yours
I
have
will use
stars
it.
on it? K2 keep on trucking it with a big 5. Soy wants to hop in a Rory. Soy wants to hop.
Rory.
Oh. I'm like, Run, what the hell?
Oh, Sarah, this is not an insult. You're so white.
I am. And I also live under a rock. So when people talk about all of these big things that happen around the world, I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about, but thank you. T.O. with Big 10 with the tomatoes in the chat. Thank you so much, T.O. Rude Mud Crab says with a big 5, so you can see the debate.
That was when Neve said it. I remember that one. It's like we just have to tell them they concede and that we won. Actually, we have to just keep saying it.
It's the concede the debate meme. When people are going through lines of logic, you just throw it in there and it throws them off. You win every time, essentially.
Oh, I'm gonna
Yeah.
use that. I'm just gonna use that on every panel and be like, so you can see the debate, all of you. I
You can
win.
see the debate.
K2 Keep On Trucking says Yee's new album was #1 in Israel the first week it was released on Spotify. Was it really? I highly doubt that.
I don't think it was on Spotify, but it was very popular.
That's
Yeah, I don't think it wasn't initially. We were looking for it, I remember. And I know there's like offshoots that exist on each platform, like trying to get around it. The acoustic version, if you will. But
Mhm.
yeah, I don't know. Lots of stuff.
Wow.
Acapella.
Damn. And I want to point out Kissy Cat sending out 10 Raging Tomato memberships. Congratulations to all of you lucky lottery winners. Jesterall with Big 10 says just paying the Mater tax. Can't stay. Have a good night, chat.
Meter tax.
Crown Wire with the Big 5. Censoring incitement to violence is not hate speech. I want the pro hate speech law side to actually argue for why mean words should be banned.
So, I mean, if they were expecting us to come in here and I think there are some people in America, but not very many that are just like, oh, you shouldn't be able to like say slurs. This is an incredibly unpopular opinion. I don't agree with it. I don't think Neve agrees with it. It's not good because I think that does feed into the argument, which is, yeah, if you can just say I'm offended and then get like, oh, you're offended, we should ban that. That is an insanely like immediately slippery slope that's going to end in just some sort of blasphemy law. And that's why we don't advocate for just any word that someone is upset by to be banned. It has to cross a certain threshold. The problem and the nuance is that sometimes words are not so explicit, and we have to determine where that line is.
And this is why Andrew Wilson is going to play this tape on your trial in 15 years. Remember when you said
Andrew Wilson is going to die of lung
remember when you
cancer or
said,
being
"Oh my
kicked out
God,
by the time that
blast
happens.
the
Oh my God.
jail."
His doctor
Oh my
prescribed it.
goodness. Say Cheese sends in the 5. Neve heard Fatty was going to cook with his spatula, so Neve moved his studio into the kitchen. Genius.
I think Say Cheese for misgendering Neve should go to jail for 10 years.
Is
That's my
there
unironic position.
Oh, I kept thinking that was in his Fatty's studio. That's what I was thinking.
No.
No, you're too not. You're too
Fatty
charitable.
hasn't
for
been in
your
a kitchen
very
in
right-wing
his
audience,
life.
Sarah.
Actually, that's a lie. Is your table in the kitchen?
I have 2 tables, and never use the kitchen is the table. I use it like twice,
Okay,
bro.
Teriak wouldn't answer the sheets question,
Maybe
but
he has
Fatty,
been
do
in the
you own
kitchen.
more than
What?
one plate and fork?
Oh,
What
goodness.
sheets?
Do you have sheets on your bed, Teriak? Someone asked me that to
Yeah.
ask you. Okay, guys, sheets
That's over there.
confirmed. I don't know why that was such a debacle, but yeah, but Fatty, do you own more than one fork?
More than one what?
Fork.
Yes. What the hell? Absolutely. I
What
lose
the
a lot
frick?
of them actually.
What kind of questions are they
I have a bunch of
asking?
them.
K2 Keep
What
on
kind
Trucking
of
with the Big 10. All I'm
dippy-
hearing is Soy and his debate partner wants to call for end of the First Amendment because all other countries do this so they can imprison their political opponents.
I think that's what we want, Neve. We just want to imprison our political opponents.
I have 4 words. Retard hit the link.
Yes.
Is that 4 words?
Me too.
Yeah.
That's basically what I
That's all
saw as well.
got.
Ooh, fight back.
Fair enough. Tard Wrangler with a big
Great
20.
name.
Neve, who is we when you say acknowledge the legal process? Didn't the leftists just spend the last 4 years waging lawfare against Trump to keep him from getting elected with things that wouldn't have been pursued otherwise?
I don't. I to be honest, as it relates to the actual content of the laws, I think the idea of lawfare is subjective, and I think it's a political
Okay.
term that is weaponized to try and
Okay,
flip the
sure.
script on like this perpetual victim mentality that
I
the
hate
Republican
this
Party tends
snaky
to operate
crap,
under.
dude.
It's just
It just
consistent with
weaves
all of their
between
other language
things.
and all
It's
of the
only
other narrative
subjective when your
framings that
enemy
they have.
does it. It's not
However,
subjective
I'm
when we
still
do it.
open
Yeah,
to
okay.
having my mind
Roll.
changed. If there were any sort of what do you call them when somebody is being charged for something that is like you're being charged for wearing green pants, like it's like not a trumped up charge, but a inflammatory case. There's a word I'm trying to use here.
Kangaroo court, spurious.
Like a stupid
Frivolous
charge. We'll call it.
lawsuit.
Thank you so much.
lawsuit.
If it was I am open to the possibility that some of the laws and the litigation were frivolous in nature. And this isn't a hill that I would necessarily want to die on, but
And
I've just
I'd
been
say,
firing
I'd
that
say
with the
Donald Trump should stop committing so many crimes.
Oh, goodness.
yeah,
What?
I think so.
We're just going to get through just a couple more, and then we'll go ahead and
Holy
open the
crap.
panel.
Okay,
Tart Wrangler
Canadian.
again says statistically, women are actually more likely to essay. Women sympathetics often change parameters, i.e., only penetration, which will deceivingly help paint women as the victim class to further push feminism. We can hold this talking point for the open panel if you prefer, because I know this will open a whole nother can of worms.
I think the difference. Well, force them into situations
Stupid.
where they don't have the opportunity to
That's just
address
stupid.
those harms. Women acknowledge the harms, and so maybe the rhetoric
Right.
and the communication around the prevalence of essays reflects that. Maybe.
Yeah, I agree with Neve. It's one of those things where, like, it could be the case. I don't know if we have good stats on this, that men are sexually assaulted at the exact same rate. And I think that, the idea that, oh, men can't be vulnerable and they're too scared to admit fault is a problem. Men should come forward. And I'll say this, believe all men too. Believe all men. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Vincent sends in a big 20. What word spitting, raging tomato, and beige shirt are saying is women lie all the time about essay. If they aren't lying, they use a broadened meaning coming out 20 years later because it benefits them in some way.
Yeah, Good thing the cards are stacked against them. Good thing the burden of proof exists. That way, people can't get physically put in jail. I mean,
just based on the
yeah,
woman's
just
testimony.
ruin their
That's
life
the other thing
before
is,
they
like, when
ever
you're
get
talking about that, I think
tried.
something was missed.
That's
Some
so
people
great.
interpret this as like,
What?
oh, the court
so
must
dumb.
believe the testimony no matter what. Like, no matter what, you just have to go with whatever.
So
word it is, which is
dumb.
not how they do things. The idea is just don't discredit them right away when they come out, so that we make sure that they can be litigated against. Not, hey, everything a woman says is the truth. They never lie. Because let's be real, guys. Women lie all the time.
The problem is not the court, is the path to the court is so long that by the time that you get there, you are Johnny Depp, you are Jonathan Majors, you lose $100 million, everybody's against you. And if you are unlucky, not just sponsors and money, you actually might be touched. So it's not just the public, like it's not the court, it's the court of public opinion probably can devastate you because you'll never recover from that again. Like everybody's going to think that you are either a wife beater or you are a rapist. And that's,
didn't he do it though? Didn't Jonathan Majors actually do it though?
He ran away from her.
Yeah,
we can agree that the length of the court process.
He ran away from her.
I don't
think if a victim is respectfully, right, you guys can talk about all the evidence and all. But if I'm beating up a woman and she starts running and I run from her for 3 blocks, I don't think I'm the aggressor, to be honest. But
if that's what happened, sure. I don't know the whole case.
Buddy, we can agree that the length of the court process is not productive for either side. And I think that it benefits the lawyers in the process involved.
Okay.
It doesn't benefit anyone else. I think,
yeah, but what kind of lawyers? What are you saying, Neve?
Okay.
You're trying to say something about the predominantly lawyer class?
No, I'm
saying that we extend the length of.
I'm culturally blind. Okay, I just don't even know.
Culturally blind. And let's go ahead and we'll get into open panel. Everybody up
I'm
here
gonna have to
is staying
close
for this
this
fun portion of
and
it.
window.
Let's buckle
So
up, sit
hold on
down,
one
shut the fuck
second
up.
here. Hold on. I gotta click her other thing and open a different window. Okay, hold on here. Shoot, hold on here.
You're not paying attention. Does somebody have like a mic that's vibing around or something?
I'll
Okay,
mute by one by
it's-
one.
I think maybe it was Vibe because Vibe you muted and it magically disappeared. So maybe check your audio, make sure it's coming through your mic, not your laptop. All
Do you
right,
have
Wick.
something against people with sleep apnea? Is that a hate speech towards sleep apnea for people?
Wick, go ahead.
Sure. Soy Pill, you're very lucky your opponents are really dumb because you left yourself open for a lot of counterpunches that they just don't know enough to talk about. I guess the first one that comes to mind, as you mentioned, this concept, look, I'll start this way. The concept of it's a slippery slope fallacy is interesting because it's not a fallacy if the slope is actually slippery. And I think we can demonstrably see clearly that a lot of the tools that have been used to combat speech and types of speech that we dislike have been weaponized by the Trump administration against speech that we absolutely do. And I'll give you a good example. Soy Pill, you brought up how YouTube, it's illegal to put out ISIS videos on YouTube and provide material support for terrorism on YouTube and things like that. And that's not just a YouTube thing, that's a government thing. Well, look at how that tool, that weapon to combat ISIS, has been weaponized against pro-Palestine protesters. Mahmoud Khalil is being deported under that sort of law. That tool, that speech law that we have created and crafted has been weaponized against people, which I don't know about you, but I don't think Mahmoud Khalil should be deported at all.
No, I don't.
This
I don't either.
continues to happen, and we can go through like this idea of that the government should be trusted to regulate speech. Personally, I don't want anyone telling me what I can and cannot listen to, who I can and cannot listen to, who I can and cannot engage with.
Okay, wait, let
And
me ask
I
you a
also
really
think
easy
Individual
question.
liberty, baby.
Hold on, you can before you move on, because I want to address that point, right?
Please.
You're gonna come in here and call Teriak and Fatty stupid when you yourself just made the dumbest point, Wick. Because
And
I
you
know
repeated
you're
what we
gonna
said.
disagree with this.
You
Wick.
literally repeated what we said, but we're stupid. You literally
Hold on,
repeated
hold
what
on.
we said.
Hold on.
Yeah,
No,
Fatty
I'm
literally brought up the Trump thing.
defending you guys. I'm just calling Wick dumb. That's because he's my
I
friend.
offend
He knows I'm
everybody.
joking. All right, look, Wick. Would you be okay with ISIS recruitment videos just being platformed anywhere and the government's not allowed to do anything for it? They could just say, "Hey, like, come join."
Would I
Because that's
be
free
okay
speech,
with
right?
it? No. Do I think that giving the government the power to censor it is good and has led to good outcomes? Also, no.
Okay, so you think the material harm that would come from ISIS being able to recruit Americans through any sort of platform they want is ultimately not as bad as some of these students getting arrested, even if we disagree with the way it's being
Deported
implemented,
and deported to
because
their
it
own
can
country,
be
yes.
abused. Because this is Fatty's argument. Because it can be abused, we should just never ever legislate it ever.
It's not that it can be abused, it's that it frequently is and is currently being abused, and we see it happening right now.
Right.
Right?
but
The
this
reason that we
argument with
allow
self-defense
cops,
thing,
for
should
example,
we be able to
brought up
legislate
this.
Hold on. Let Wick finish his thought.
Yeah. You keep bringing up these examples like, well, should we let cops not arrest people? Well, we have a whole host of restrictions on who cops can and cannot arrest and what makes a legal and illegal arrest. And we do this because we recognize there's a necessity at times to locking people up. My argument is that there is no necessity to legislating speech. There is no necessity. It is not analogous
Especially
because
sloppy
these
eating,
situations
like
are
big old
different.
bowl
And
in front of
for
the camera,
example,
shoveling food in your mouth.
what was the other one you used?
I
Oh,
tried to
yes,
sit back
self-defense
and
laws.
turn off my mic. And
There is a
everything.
harm committed, and we have to litigate that.
Mhm.
When we talk about speech, my argument is there's no harm committed.
A harm
So we do
committed
not have to
by
litigate it.
getting recruited to ISIS? You don't think there's a harm committed?
There's a harm committed.
What
to
is
If
give-
ISIS grows in numbers, there's no
Spaz.
harm committed.
ISIS grows in numbers.
If,
There's no
if a
harm
black
committed.
family
Not
has
in
to
the same
flee-
way
if
as
a black
self-defense.
family
So
has to flee their city because the cross was burned, like that no one got threatened anything, but they just burned that.
hold on, you don't have to leave a city because you've been threatened.
Okay, this
$10
happens,
just
Vic,
came in
right?
on Cash App to boot the guy that's eating. How rude! Thank you so much from Kate.
I was-
Keep on trucking.
I was
Appreciate
going to
that.
suggest we
Cast was
Just
also
copy.
there. No, wait,
Damn.
look, people, this absolutely happened where the KKK threatened. They never said, "Hey, we're going to kill you" necessarily, but they burned crosses to intimidate black people out of cities, which is a direct harm. But it's speech, right? Now, are you okay with that
It's not
being
speech.
legislated? The government saying, "Actually,
Either.
you know what?
I think they
doing that."
Expression.
the 2003 the
Virginia
case
versus
on
Black,
that.
yeah.
I think they ruled incorrectly, and I think that we're going that it encroached upon people's right to express themselves, because I can feel threatened by a whole host of types of speech. Does that mean that it's actually going to cause me harm?
Not
I
about
don't
what
think
you
so.
feel.
And I think we
It's
have to
about
keep a very strict line, a strict wall between things that might perhaps maybe cause harm and actual harm caused.
Right.
And
So
I
you
think that, like,
think
when we try to
intimidating
legislate
someone
for
out of a
things that
city.
maybe might, we have to have a much bigger restrictions than on things that have actually caused harm.
So you have a valid criticism and fear of, hey, what if this is misused? And I totally agree. The reason they were able to rule on that is because they were able to look and say, look, most of the time when they burn these crosses, there's no, oh, I'm just hanging out, we're just expressing ourselves. We're specifically going after Black people. This resulted in lynchings, it resulted in intimidation. And so they said, look, based on the way that this works and the way that you do this in these contexts, you are causing harm. This is harm. You are making people flee. You are
Do you
causing
think that
so much
burning the cross
fear.
was what led to the lynchings?
Burning the cross was an indication that lynchings were coming. Burning the cross was an intimidation tactic. And if you're intimidating people and causing them to not be able to live their life, that is illegal. And if you can determine that speech is doing that, and it's a very high burden of proof, then it should be illegal. I think so.
I disagree. I think that we should punish the lynchings. Absolutely. We should punish any kind of physical threat and things like that.
Very brave.
So when we look at
Wait,
things like,
do you know what a lynching is?
yes,
I
it's
know
when
what
they
a-
take
Okay.
you, they
I would
put a
hope that
rope
you do,
around your neck, your
'cause
little
that is
round neck,
illegal.
they tie it tight in a noose.
That is illegal.
And they
Murder's always
throw it
been illegal.
over a tree branch, and they bring your little clown
Wait.
body up. They pull
Murder
it on
has
the
always
rope,
been illegal.
and then you choke and you do a little jig, a dance. That's what a lynching is. Yes.
Yeah, it's
Sometimes
always
we
been
tar and
illegal
feather.
though.
They didn't always kill them, Wick, to be fair.
And Soy Bill's right. They didn't always
It's
cease
always
to be.
bad when they physically assault people. But yes, Clown Man is right. It is illegal, and we should prosecute it and stop it from happening. What
But it's not
happens
speech.
is,
We have free speech in America, so we use that. Now, if you turn it into hate speech, that's still not really illegal, except for in the public of in the eye of the public, of course. I mean, it's not illegal to say hateful things, right? It might hurt some feelings, but you can say it. Now, when it becomes
Other than that, Trippy, he's saying that any and all things that even could be interpreted by the Supreme Court as incitement to violence should still not be illegal. So
I don't know.
Nobody
I'm
ever
literally
just
just
nobody's
here to
ever
say-
said that they're
Literally
free
just
speech
agree.
absolutist. Like this is
I mean,
what I'm saying.
Wick-
Like this whole
I
kind of
think Wick
gaslighting
is
that went on
actually
during the debate.
contradicting
It
right
makes no
now.
sense.
it's not incitement to violence, right? It's incitement to riot.
Changes the
Would-
and look, I
limiting
missed the
speech
the beginning
changes
of
the
the
way
show.
you
So
think.
maybe you
That's
guys
my
covered it.
biggest thing.
Do you think that the Hail Hitler song should be banned?
No, I don't think anyone on this panel
Be
thinks
careful
that.
with the. Can you please?
Not in
Don't really
America,
care.
no.
can you
Not in
please be
America, but you think it should be banned elsewhere? Why?
I think the specific laws, like in countries that define hate speech, if they define hate speech to include some sort of Yahtzee messaging or sort of thing, then yeah, I mean it's consistent with their constitution, so they
That's
should.
What about
And
solitaire
I'll explain why. Please shut up.
messaging?
I'll explain why just real quick. So if a
You want me to give you a
government-
country
foreign
like
government- hold
Germany,
on,
for
if a foreign
example?
government such as
You don't
Iran,
just
for example,
send this
made a
through like a
law-
lens
right?
that's irrelevant.
Sure, but if a foreign government such as Iran made a law saying it's illegal to be trans and anyone who is found to be trans should be thrown in jail for 20 years, would that be a law that you think would be okay?
I think it's not I think it's disanalogous because I think
Why?
we're talking about a product being the song shipped around the world, and certain countries can decide whether they want to receive and distribute that product or not, and that's their decision to do so. And if the decision to not do so is consistent with their constitution or the things that they guarantee its citizens, I don't think there's anything wrong with that,
But
especially when it's
citizens
explicitly
can
stated.
and should. So what they can do, right? Their legal right to do is much different than what they should do. Like I can say the N-word right now. I could, but I should not do that because it would
Okay,
be wrong.
yeah, the prescript, yeah,
Understand?
I get
But
this
when we have
distinction. yeah.
laws and we advocate for laws, we could say, well, yes, a government can make any law they want, right? Obviously,
Mm.
but should they do so? And my argument would be that they should not do so. So even other countries that want to seek to make a law to ban the HH song and Hail Hitler, can we not say Hail Hitler on here?
I don't
even
know.
Um,
We're
We
just
were
tiptoeing
being
around it.
mindful.
Okay, I'll try to be. I'm not a verbal coward. That's all.
I'm not too sure because I don't.
AHH
You didn't
song
say the
on
like
N-word,
this.
actually.
right?
Not-
You are a verbal
The
coward.
Often.
AHH song. My argument is that they should not do that, and I'll expressly tell you why. Because one, it makes it forbidden which increases the attractiveness of it. It feeds into the oppressor narrative that these groups all often have, saying, see, look at it. It's the Jews keeping us
Are
from
you
saying what
attracted
we
by
really
that
believe
behavior, Wick?
again, which just reinforces
attracted
these
to it?
hateful kind of lyrics and not lyrics, but hateful kind of ideas, right?
Are you
And we see
attracted
this
to it,
over and
though?
over again.
Okay, so I can apply what you're saying, Wick, because obviously you're coming from an American lens, but I feel like if you're looking at it from like a German
Coming from the
perspective,
correct
you
lens,
would
frankly.
okay,
What
I mean,
difference does it make?
smoking like a true
Why would
American,
you-
but I'm saying if you look at it through a German lens, you might have a different position on that, right? And
But I would be
I think
wrong
that
in that case.
Well, Wick, do you agree with the German ability to ban parties when they are so anti-democratic that they would otherwise dismantle democracy?
I don't think they should be banning parties. No, I think they
So,
should
so
be
hold on. Let
banning
me
the
give you a
activities
hypothetical.
that
Then
would
this is
lead
very
to
cool. Let's cut to the
dismantling
chase. Cut to the chase, Wick. If a party ran on the platform of, hey, as soon even if a majority of the population is going to vote for this party, right? It's 51%. If we're in power, as soon as you transfer the reins of power over to us and we become the president and have control of the military, we're going to kill everyone. Should the current government stop them from doing that?
I don't think they should. Should they stop them from killing everyone?
No,
Yes.
no, no, no. Should they stop them
from
from getting in power, right? They're like, as soon as we win the
No,
election.
they should
we'll
not
do it.
ban that political party.
Okay, you're fucking insane, dude.
I'm
That's
not
so
insane, and I'll
wild.
tell you why.
Sorry, Pill, do you even believe in self-determination then?
Hold on just a second. And Abe, your mic's coming in kind of hot. I don't know if it's plug one or
From the
which
1860s, Sarah. Give them a break.
Australian donation.
True. So hold on. Let me get through a few super chats and then I want to hand it back to Wick. I interrupted you. Vincent Vincent says Australia has specifically mentioned the banning of Yahtzee salutes and material. Is that true? Australia's a little more.
I'm the closest thing to an Australian here. I'll speak on this. Maybe
no.
Pakistani, maybe.
Whoa.
Wick, my final question for you, Wick, is what's the point of the principle?
Hold
oh,
on.
you
Let
got
me get
another.
through a
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta let me
few.
finish. So the reason
I'm
I
being-
wouldn't allow the
hold
government.
Wait, hold
on.
on,
I'm going to hand it back. I said I would hand it back to Wick. I want to get through a few really fast because we already are behind. Ash with the big 5, please stop super chatting messages to paint all women survivors as liars. I have a feeling you have no idea what you're talking about. Go Soy and me.
Thank you, Ash. We love you.
We love it.
And on the
Nobody
edge,
did that, by the way.
on the edge, I believe that's what is it? IBFF Mr. Marte says, I look forward to debating the two opponents on the right plus Flow State next week. Yes, tune in next Monday. We've got another one pinned for you. Nate with the big 5 says, win chat. Yes, the chat always
Oh, shit.
wins.
Oh shit!
Panelists
They did it.
always, yeah. Is that your Nate?
I don't know what to say. I guess that works.
And Millennial Mike with a big 10. One look at Teriyaki's physique, and you could tell he cooks a lot of soy. And there was no shortage tonight.
Not
He
an
brought
insult.
receipts from insane English speech laws. One order of teriyaki, hold the soy sauce.
Is he
I think he's
calling you a
still
soy?
salty.
I think he's calling you a soy boy. He said you cook. a
Yeah,
lot
no,
of
he's still
soy.
salty from the debate we had a couple days ago.
Millennial
Yeah.
Mike with the victory lap.
With the victory
He's
lap.
dancing on your grave, Teriyak. What do you think?
He lost the
Fight
debate.
back.
Hi, Naomi.
Naomi in with the big 5. Just love for Sarah for holding my horse dismount videos and keeping them safe.
This message is sponsored in part by.
All right. And I'm going to hand it back to Wick. You go right ahead.
So let me explain why I would be okay with them banning a party that said, say, oh, we're going to do this and we're going to explicitly dismantle democracy and kill everyone, right? Is because when we give the government the power to ban political parties that they feel are violent threats to their country, they tend to have this expansive thought of that. And we have to remember that any law you craft, any kind of governmental tool, ban,
Be used
etc.,
against you. Yeah.
you have to think of what happens when my political opponents get a hold of this and decide that, hey, those Democrats, and I see a lot of them on Twitter calling 8647 and all these like calls to quote unquote violence, which are bullshit, by the way. The right is such snowflakes on this. They're the soyest motherfuckers I've ever met. Sorry, Soy Bill. Your crown has been absconded.
Don't
Okay.
worry, it's an ironic
They will
name.
use this
Nobody
law
means to.
that you've created to ban the violent, evil platform, and they will apply it to you.
I don't
And
think you even need to
you
go
have
that
made it
far.
easier
The
for them.
problem with
And,
is
and
you
let me
have to
finish. Let me finish just real quick.
Hold
I'm
on.
trying to be as
Thanks.
concise as I can. Okay, I know
Why?
I'm just galloping just a little, but please. The reason that I'm scared of this is happening is this happened before in Weimar Germany, where Weimar, to combat the Nazi party, they made a ton of laws restricting speech, restricting all these things. They got rid of over 200 newspapers, right? They went really heavy-handed on it. One, didn't work. Two, it
'Cause they
gave
weren't
the
very
Nazi
heavy-handed.
party propaganda. And three, when the Nazi party came into power, they used those laws against the people they didn't
Are you
like.
implying that if
much
they hadn't
easier
done
for
that,
them.
the Nazis would have been way nicer about it?
It would have been much harder
Propaganda.
for them to carry out their work.
No,
Well,
it
I'll
wouldn't,
give you
because
an
they
example.
dismantled
Look
all
at-
the checks
look
and
at what
balances.
Trump's
This is
trying to do,
ridiculous.
and look who's
No,
fighting.
That was over a
Wait,
long
this is
period of time,
ridiculous
by the way.
because the point is that your principle is, well, we should never, ever, ever do this because maybe it could be used against us. However, essentially what you're conceding is my principles don't matter. I will let an entire party just fucking kill me because, like, what's the point of having a principle? Is by the time you've applied it, you're allowing someone to stomp all over you. It's the paradox of
So we
tolerance.
have to-
I agree with tolerance, Wick, but
Okay.
unfortunately, there are certain restrictions on that I completely understand. Where it's like, hey, if this party says as soon as they get in power, they're gonna fucking kill anyone, I don't give a shit if you think, well, what if someone else did this in a way I didn't like? I don't give a fuck because those people are gonna kill me. So yeah, unfortunately, I think sometimes you do have to put limits on this, and
Do
I
you
think it's a
that
weird
there is
hill
any
to
realistic
literally die
chance
on.
that a party such as you named would come into power in America? That they're just going to kill everyone?
Do I think there's a chance that there's a party that could do that? 100%, yeah. But
And they would come into power. That
a
the majority of people in America would vote them in power. Say, "Oh, I'll vote for the people that have expressly said that they're going to kill me."
I think that people who
so I feel-
characterize the Nazis as these like monsters and not normal people who can be indoctrinated into a like very dogmatic evil ideology are doing harm because I think absolutely Americans could do that given the circumstances, and we're on the track to do it now. We're not as close as like 1930s Germany, but we absolutely could. And I would be okay with giving the government the power to do that insofar as if those lines are incredibly strict, which by the way they are. The AfD is still not banned as a party despite having many neo-Nazis in their leadership.
Listen,
They still
so
have not met that burden of proof. So even Germany has a very extreme burden of proof despite their history to do
He
that.
started off by saying you
Isn't
guys
one of the
were
leaders of the
claiming-
party a lesbian?
He started off by claiming you guys were claiming it was a slippery slope fallacy. And then at the end of your exchange there, you're willing to take it to the pinnacle of self-determination and strip that away if you don't like what people are saying.
Yeah, no. If
Do you
what people are
understand the
saying is, I'm going
transition?
to kill
Do
you,
you understand
I'm okay
what
with
you just
stripping away
reversed?
self-determination.
So a people come together, create their own laws, and you're saying nope, can't do that.
Yeah, if the
Right,
laws
you're
are,
open
we're going to make it so no one else can
Like,
participate in this
what's
democracy
your
anymore. Yeah, I'm
position?
okay
Like
with that.
what are you even arguing for?
I
Like
would
if
suggest
it's a
you go
veiled
back and listen
threat-
because it's super fucking obvious. Just because I'm not
Oh,
okay with banning
veiled
hate
threat,
speech,
whatever's
when a
hold
political party,
on.
just listen,
Veiled
little
threat.
boy. I understand it's hard to listen, but just listen, just quiet coyote. Okay, look, if a party is running on a platform of dismantling democracy and killing people, like everyone, and making it so that no one can ever self-determine again, then that's when I take away their self-determination, because that's the paradox of tolerance. You don't let people say, hey, we're going to use your democracy to make it so that you'll never have democracy.
Oh, that's great, little boy. It sounds like you're pretty liberal then, huh? Don't it?
Yeah,
Well,
I don't know about that argument.
Allow me to interrupt. I am shutting down the tomato side, so you will be rating over to the gauntlet now here in just a minute. So if you're watching out there in La La Land, I will continue dropping the link in the chat, but otherwise ride the wave, hit the raid on over to the gauntlet. Thank you.
Yeah, but just
So
notice
much
how
for the
like
tolerant
Soypill is
left.
going to these arguments where it's like he's basically like trying to go to some extreme that's already illegal and say, oh, but if we tie it to this, then can we ban blood? And he's ran from defending his position the entire
it's
debate.
Never started there. You should listen to my intro again, Terry.
It's just a hypothetical. Like you seem to thrive on hypotheticals. Like, what if this happened? What if this happened? What if there was a government? What
It's
if
not a
there was
hypothetical.
a
This has happened in
political
Germany
party
at
that
least
was running
2
on
times.
murder?
They had to ban the
That's never going to
NDSP
happen.
party. They had to ban the
You know it.
KUPD party because they ran on a platform of making it so other people don't have a democracy. Yeah,
The
that's
current
paradox
status
of
quo was
tolerance.
to get
Not
rid
gonna-
of
not
Griswold.
gonna-
No. Now I want an
Colorado, they
explanation.
were trying to say he was
Farewell,
inciting violence,
Trippy.
not be allowed to be a politician in this country. Are you insane?
Sorry, can
It's-
you
it's
repeat it?
at-
I couldn't hear you.
It's at the point today where they're trying to use January 6th to kick him off the ballot. This happened,
Yeah,
before
I think he should be kicked off the ballot for that, by the way. That's
Okay.
very treasonous and against our Electoral Count Act. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, so I mean, it's not even. He's
Oh,
not.
no,
What is he
hold on. No,
advocating
that's
for?
a good point.
Exactly.
What do you think would have happened if the lawyers because there was a court case about this in Colorado where they did try to kick him off the ballot and it went to court and went through the process. roll with me here. What do you think would have happened in America if right before the election, the judges had decided, hey, we're not going to let Donald Trump run, and they kicked him off the ballot?
Yeah,
What-
so if your
walk-
argument
walk
is
me
that the
through what
the
happens
Trump
next.
base is so trumped up and like insane that if they
Sorry,
were to
that
look
was
and watch the legal
semi
process be
mini
followed through,
emergency.
they'd commit a
We're back.
civil war, and therefore
Oh,
we
did
shouldn't
he
follow
say-
the
did he
law.
say go
No,
protest
I don't think that's a
illegally?
good reason to not say, hey, you tried to overturn an election illegally. You sent false electors to the fucking White House to try to trick people into stealing this. Yeah, I don't think that just because his base would be fucking insane about it means that we shouldn't do something about the fact that he broke the law. No,
But
that's
the
insane.
problem,
Wick.
what you're advocating for, what would do would lead to we're going to set the violence for aside from now. What happens next is that they have you've given them a weapon. You've given the right a weapon. You've given Trump a weapon, right? And to say, hey, look, the Democrats don't actually believe in democracy. They are anti-democracy.
Yeah, we're past
They
that
want to
point,
take
Wick,
away
because
your
they
vote.
tried to
They are
overturn the
trying to take
Democratic
away your right
election.
to vote for
Wick,
who
they
you
tried to
like.
overturn the 2020 Democratic election. Well, I know you believe that.
The paradox of
Oh, so
tolerance.
one sec. So we should ban the Republican Party.
Hold on.
Again,
I didn't say
we
ban the
beg
Republican
you.
Party.
There are
I
certain
said if you
things-
want to get rid of the
Hold
guy
on.
who tried to
even if I
overturn
agree
the
they're
election.
bad,
Seems
that you
like
should not do it.
Pardon me.
There's certain things that I
Wow.
agree are bad.
Wick,
I agree
your
that it was
position right
bad
now
Trump
is
tried
I know you tried to steal the
I
election,
agree.
but you also have a massive base of people that might do other bad things. Therefore, we should let you get away with it.
Hold on.
Oops.
So we can look at probabilities here and probable outcomes, and we can say, hey, what is most likely to happen in the situation? Will it hurt our democracy? Will it help our democracy? Will it hurt the Constitution? Will it help the Constitution? Will it
Yeah,
hurt?
will
the
it help
Will
our
it help-
democracy if we let
And
people
just
get away
because
with
I
trying to
agree that
steal
someone
elections?
does something
Wick?
bad, like I agree that stealing is wrong, but I wouldn't want someone's hand cut off for stealing. There are
I
certain
would.
acts
I also don't think
that
we should cut
even
off someone's
if
hand.
someone engages in them,
He didn't
I
steal
don't
an
think it's
election, so
okay
like you'd
to
have to
do
actually
anything and everything to them. And
you'd have
in
to
that,
actually show proof of
the
your
context of
claim,
the-
but you're not going
it
to.
is not okay.
You don't even need to. You can ask them
You
about the
need to rep-
timeline when all the
Jesus
lawsuits came
fucking
down.
Christ. Can I just stop? Stop. Wick was clearly talking. I personally invited Wick this
Yeah, for
evening
like-
because I know that he really wanted to dive into this, and every fucking one of you is interrupting him while he's trying to get through his fucking point. Why? You know my rules. Just shut your mouth and wait. Wick, please continue.
Okay, I am a little chatty,
Okay.
Kathy. I get it.
Sorry,
I
Witcher.
understand,
It's
but we'll
it's
keep it moving.
okay. It's
Right.
okay. You earned the right to be chatty, Kathy. So
Thank you.
chat away, my friend.
But as I was
Oh.
saying, right, just because I agree with you that there was a law broken, that he did wrong, that does not mean I think any and all punishments are okay to levy upon this person. And I
Right.
think
You
the
think that
punishment of removing
punishment
him from the
should
ballot
be-
doesn't just punish Trump; it punishes anyone who wants to support Trump politically. And I think it would be in the death of the American democratic system.
Right. Okay. So if Trump went down to Fifth Avenue and shot a guy, should we punish him because his
Yes.
entire base
Yes,
would say,
Obviously.
actually, no, he was justified in
you
doing
should
that?
lock him up and he can run.
What?
for
Why?
president.
If he was
Why?
supposed to, then
What if
no.
his whole base was going to commit violence because of it?
Why
Can we get a
would they do that?
hypothetical counter?
What if he was going to commit violence from it?
Yeah. What if the exact same result would happen
He's
as
just
if we
gonna
were
give
to
a
prosecute him for
hypothetical every
January
single
6th?
time.
Then why should we prosecute
well,
him for murdering a guy?
What if prosecuting? Well, turn your hypothetical on its head. What if prosecuting him, even in throwing away the key, led to his people running up and killing everyone you ever loved?
I still think we should go for it, and I think we should try to stop
Really?
them.
Even
Yeah,
if
yes,
they
yes,
took the
because I
prisoner
don't think we should
and
let him
stabbed
get away with crimes because he
time.
has a base of violent people who would react negatively to any and all of those crimes being prosecuted.
Oh,
Yeah.
he has a base
Yeah,
of
so-
violent people. What about the Summer of Love? What about all those
Yeah, no,
fires?
Excuse me,
What about
BLM
I can
was
do one
not-
better. So
BLM
soy
was
pill,
bad.
soy pill.
What about
So the
yeah,
person,
none
yeah,
of
so
those
the person-
people that I mentioned? I'm
Jeez.
sorry, Tyriak, but none of those people that were involved in any of the things that I mentioned were Trump supporters, were they? But yet,
What, at BLM?
the ones who are super violent, people who are either centrist
No, liberals
or
love
No,
committing violence.
but
We love stealing. We
that's
love stealing.
usually
right. Okay, we move
I'm
on.
not going to
Next
say that
question,
either.
Tyriak.
I'm going to say that those people were definitely blatantly espousing fucking
I know what
liberal
will happen if
talking
I do.
points and liberal flags and all sorts of
Right.
shit.
I
Yet
agree.
you're gonna
So
say that-
right,
I
we
think we
should
should just
never
lock 'em up,
prosecute a
Trippy.
Democrat ever. I agree.
Hateful rhetoric,
What if-
lock them up.
What if
Josh?
neither?
Oh,
Go ahead. Sorry.
I thought you were concluding. Go ahead, Trippy. Finish your
Oh,
thought.
I was going to say, what if neither side are actually super violent in conjunction, like everybody put together. They're not all just violent,
I
right?
agree with that. I don't think Trump has a base of super violent
So there's
people.
good
That
people
it would
on
be
both
so
sides, huh?
bad that if we prosecuted them for a crime, that it
So
would
there's good
means
people
we
on both
shouldn't
sides.
prosecute them. Huh?
There's good people on both sides then.
Kirby's mic is
There are
very
some good
loud.
people on both sides. I will say that,
I'll
and I
turn
don't
it
mean the
down.
neo-Nazis and white supremacists, which I condemn completely.
I don't know how I
Can I
got so
answer
loud.
this
Sorry
question,
about that.
Sarah?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so hello, Sarah and crew. I'm a very tolerant person. Everyone should do what makes them feel complete. I'm still shocked when I run into T people. Thoughts? Well, let me give you some things that you could do. Number one, open your wallet, take all of the cash, and give it to the trans person.
Yes.
And that's the way that you make a great first impression. And I think most people will come away from that interaction saying that you're quite tolerant. So I
I agree. Every trans person wants to
you're
rob you,
doing the right
Josh.
thing,
You be
Josh.
careful.
It's not
That-
robbing, it's consensual, and he's giving it to me. Thank
That's
you, Josh.
fair.
I want to be tolerant. I give money.
Yeah, I appreciate tolerance of giving money. Daniel McCoy with the Big Five. Shout out to the Mug Club, to you, Soy. If you could show off that fine and
I'm out of
sexy
water,
mug
by
you
the
got
way. It's
going
still
on.
not big enough, so I am gonna have to go get more.
You need this one. Look at this. This is huge. Big black thing with stars on it.
I'm tired of these Canadian Steven Crowder, Canadian Neve, Irish Teriyag over here thinking that they can have an influence over my politics. Get out of here.
Yeah, of
Get
course they
out
do.
of here. This is
Of course
so
they do.
Valor.
It's Hard Wrangler in with the Big Ten says I'm saying in college studied statistics, which are overwhelmingly feminist. Come on, definitions for SA and grape will be warped, so it will further widen the gap to perceived victimhood for women.
What's this have to do with free speech?
Nothing.
It was it was one of Fatty's points. Evan, Lord, I just got a cash app with the Big Five from Flow State to boot you.
Oh,
You got
give him,
5
let him
minutes to look
cook.
back.
You didn't get to
I know,
answer
let
his
him cook.
question.
I know. Normally, I try to let him chime in early on because I know he always only has one question and then he moves on. Jeremy with the Big Ten. I've seen hogs that are less sloppy eaters than tied up is. Get that fool off screen. Thank you. The first Cash App came in and took care of that. And Daniel McCoy solidifying. Here's 10 more for the tantrum tied, rude, and childish. Almighty Nate gave 20 for a credit for Fatty. Thank you so kindly.
Is Fatty gone?
Yeah, he left. He'll be back for next Monday, and he had something he had to tend to, so he stuck around for a little bit. Vibe on with the Big Ten. Soy, speaking of conceding, you admitted that the government should not censor speech, only that it can evaluate on a case-by-case basis whether speech might lead to violence or has led to violence. What
Right.
say
So
you?
at a certain point, you think that speech stops becoming speech when it is something that is a true threat, then I guess. But I don't think definitionally that's what it is. And that's why there are forms of speech that are censored, which is what I said from the beginning.
Well, no, I mean, you
So-
did say from the beginning.
So
I mean, you had an opening statement, and you basically said, "Hey, we've got a government system in place that can determine when violence might have been appropriated or not." Correct?
Yeah.
And then you actually said it in your ending statement as well, where you said, "Hey, I said it in my opening statement." Now, the prompt of this topic is: should the government censor? And I guess my question would be: is there a difference between censoring and appropriating when those words were right? And the greatest example has been this YouTube debate where we're all talking about when do we use the word grape? Do we have to use HH? Right? It's been a hard debate because of how censored we are.
That's a private
And we
institution.
know that when
right?
we're
It's
using
about not
HH,
getting-
well, that's a private institution,
Yeah,
but at
well,
the same time, this can go right to government, right?
Just for clarification, it's hate speech, not threats of violence. So Teriyak was trying to
Are
make
these
this
things
distinction
mutually
earlier.
exclusive?
Well,
Are you
and
saying,
actually,
are you
I
saying
mean,
they are?
that is my-
Because I'm
They
saying
aren't
they're not.
mutually exclusive.
Then
They're not
what's your-
one
that
to
is-
one.
that-
They're not
that is the next point I want to go
What's
to.
your issue with it then?
Okay, would
But
you
I wanna
say
keep
that
it
if I
point-
said,
keep
if I
point by
said,
point.
Don't talk
kill
about
every-
veiled threats or anything and trying to distinguish between what's an actual threat and what's just,
in what world do you think hate speech can't encompass a veiled threat? Like, why
Because
are these things mutually exclusive?
this is
they're,
why
they're
before we have to
clearly
step
to the
on the back, you have
layman,
to look at
there's,
the first
there's
one.
clearly a distinction. One would be,
What's the distinction?
the distinction would be like using slurs, really degrading stuff, twisting the knife, that type of deal. That's different than threatening to impose harm on someone.
So you can't threaten to impose
Unless
harm
you're
on
trying to claim
someone
they
with
are.
slurs?
Wait, say that again.
You think you can't threaten to impose harm on someone using slurs or derogatory language?
I can. You
Well,
want?
let's back up. Let's
No.
back up for a
What are you
second
talking
here,
about?
right? It's really easy. We're just one second.
And before you go
Don't
ahead,
dictate your
5, I will hand it back to you. Joseph, Flow State just sent another 5 on Cash App to boot you. And I think it was for his own good. Very self-serving.
But also for his pain.
Trippy got
Again?
booted earlier, but revived. And then Draco sends in a big 5. Soy, you're a toucan. Stop being a parrot for MSNBC.
I don't watch MSNBC.
Can you
but nice
squawk?
try.
Do you squawk?
I could.
That was pretty good, actually.
I'm a Carl Winslow in my own right. Okay.
Oh.
Because we hear a bird hit his window.
We might need that a little later. And Kissy Cat sending out another 20 Gauntlet memberships. Shout out to you, Tomatoes and Swords in the chat for Kissy
Where do I get
Cat.
these like
Love you
super
so much.
generous gift? Where do I get my Kissy Cat?
You
Sarah?
have to be nice to people.
Oh well, never mind. Then I don't want
and
it.
you have to bring the entertainment to your show.
I
right?
do.
That's
I'd
what's
say so.
I do. I bring
No,
everybody.
I don't want to disparage. My
here.
chatters are very generous. I'll say that. I'm only kidding.
Did you
They're
hear
very
that? To everyone watching Soy Pill right now, did you hear what he just said? He's calling y'all some cheap mofo. You better own up. Send some money into him.
I had a chatter that said,
But-
"I want to give you so much money that you need to invent a new Patreon tier." That's how much money they wanted to give.
Oh,
Well, you know what? To all of your super chatters, I'm much nicer, and I won't call you a bunch of cheap little bitches either.
I also didn't say that. To be clear, Sarah.
Yes,
I
he
just want
did.
Kissy
I
Cat to
heard
give
it.
me money as
Insinuated.
He implied. Okay, I'm gonna hand it back to you guys.
So Soy, I've got 3 phases here. So the first phase is if I say I hate Brazilians, and I think everybody that's listening to me right now also needs to hate Brazilians.
Okay.
Is that hate speech?
I think that would qualify. Yeah, sure.
But I'm not saying. Okay, let me just add something onto that.
Mhm.
I hate Brazilians. I think everybody on this panel should hate Brazilians. I'm going to give you all the reasons you should hate Brazilians, but I
Okay.
don't want you to do any harm.
I think it's still
Is
hate
that
speech,
hate
but that
speech?
should be allowed. Yeah.
That should be allowed, right? Okay, so if I then say the same thing, but I say, hey, I think we need to rise up against them and do something. I don't necessarily
Be
say
good,
hurt
Grace.
them. That
Be
would
good,
probably
Gorilla.
be
We'll see you guys.
It's on the line for
right?
sure, and I think if you look at the intention and what they might be trying to do,
Yeah,
I
be
think a
safe,
judge
be
could fall
good.
on that. But I think the way you've described
And
it,
this is
that
where
also
the government comes
probably
in,
wouldn't
right?
cross the line. By the way, well, real quick, Sarah, Kissy Cat just gave me 10 memberships, so complaining works, but I'm not going to do that. That seems like a scummy strategy. So this is the last time, but thank you so much, Kissy Cat.
Well,
was
this
very nice
one's
of
a
you.
shout out to Kissy Cat. K2 Keep on Truckin' wants to celebrate Kissy Cat's membership drive by the hot yoga video.
This message is sponsored in part by
Music as well, yeah.
It's fucking Pride Month. Can we get the fireman on stream? please?
I'm sorry. No, it's not because
Well, this one
you
is
know.
for William, who wanted to boot Nova. Who the fuck doesn't like titties on a screen, William? You booted the only big tits McGree.
Pride Month. We're all gay
McGee
now, Sarah.
we
Sorry.
have here. No.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves,
This message is sponsored in part by.
Wow.
There's Rufus.
All right.
And every single man on
anyways,
this panel is now gay, having seen that. I hope you understand that. That's
Oh,
how
okay,
it
that's
works.
one fireman video and you're gay.
It's contagious. It's contagious.
It's like a virus.
And by the
So
way, there is no.
stage 3, Soy, on hate speech, right?
Okay.
So we're saying, if it's considered hate speech, violence has to be acted on, right? Now,
No,
what
it
my,
doesn't
my
have to be
question,
acted on. It can just be an
or
incitement.
it has to be incited, right?
Yeah.
And then in the violence, let's break that into 2 categories. Is it only physical violence, or is it psychological violence as
No,
well?
the like the Supreme Court ruled with the burning the cross thing, they might not actually be calling for the lynching of a certain family that they're trying to scare out of the city. However, that intimidation tactic, which again, intimidation is illegal in other capacities as well, right? Like you can't like run around like on like, threatening to punch someone, even though you haven't done anything to them. It's that is, I guess that's threatening and, some sort of physical violence, but that psychological factor is ruled into that Burning Cross decision. And yeah, that should be illegal.
So I mean, this is really where we're kind of going, right? Is like where is the line? And this is a slippery slope where you guys were debating, going, where do we stand on this whole thing, right? In the sense that if we're now going, okay, if I psychologically hurt you because the threat of potential violence, right? Then how does the court like determine that?
Well, if you disagree with the Virginia versus Black thing, I understand. I think Wick also did. And he's saying, look, I think that even though in the cases of these burning crosses, like I can see where they're coming from, it's too broad. And I think that this can be applied in ways I don't like. And I agree. I think there are ways that this could be applied to be like, well, hold on. Like, for example, I think that, it's super politicized now. If people start saying like, oh, trans people aren't real, you're just mentally ill, right? And someone tries to rule that this is like, oh, you're trying to threaten them out of town. I think that might be, it's way too ambiguous. I don't think people should go to jail for that, especially given the context of the political discussion right now. However, I think the Burning Cross one is the sort of line where it's like, okay, this is very cases where this has happened, where you can say, look, if you're doing this, there's no way you're in good faith doing it in the way that we'll prosecute you for it. Like, and Fatty brought up the example of, oh, well, what about Kanye, like burning them in his music video? It's like, yeah, actually, that is allowed because they have carve outs for certain things that are art, for expression, that aren't just, clearly what they would call and determine in a court to be a call to violence.
Do
so,
you think
and so what I keep on hearing from you is you don't think it should be censored.
No,
you
I do.
think it should just be totally taken on a one-by-one basis. That's what you keep on saying. You've been saying since your opening
I've been
statement,
saying it
your
since my
closing
opening.
statement. Yes.
you
So you
can't
don't
apply
believe
this
it should
in a
be
way that-
censored. So you are
You need-
conceding to
yeah.
this particular prompt.
If saying that a judge, you can't just have a law that says if you do this thing, and I can think of an exception where I wouldn't be okay with it, is conceding. I think that's ridiculous. I think most,
No,
if
it's
not
conceding.
all laws.
How? It is.
Listen, hold on, please
Sorry,
listen.
when
I
you
would
say
all
that you
be-
wouldn't
Censor it, or do we
ban
not?
hate
Or do we
speech.
let the
There are
courts
my-
deal with it?
You
I'm
know
sorry.
what?
Go ahead.
The judicial system exists insofar as judges need to do this all the time for so many laws, right? Murder is illegal. Killing is not illegal because sometimes we can say, wait a minute, that wasn't murder. We need to have that discretion. And I think there's no
We do.
significant
We already
difference
have
between-
that.
We do. Yeah. Star?
Yes.
I think I'm just drawing
Yeah.
a distinction between judicial and censorship.
Right. So what
And
do you
I
think
think
censorship
from
is
the
then?
judicial side, and I am against the censorship, right? So I
Right.
agree with you. I actually like the things you're saying, but I don't think we should
What's
take
censorship then, Vibe? Can you
and put it
define
into
like what you
system.
would
Oh, God.
call censorship
Can
and
we,
why
can
you're
we
not
all
with
just
the government doing it?
acknowledge that judicial?
We're now not allowed to say all these things that hurt people's feelings, that make them feel like they might be attacked. Like, I mean, I can say to my next door neighbor, I don't like the way they grow their grass. And they might take that as a threat if they're a certain type of person. Other
Right,
people will be
and
like,
I
"Oh, he doesn't
agree.
like it," right?
You shouldn't ban
Yeah.
all
How
of
does that
these
work?
things just because someone's offended. I think the reason I keep bringing up this cross thing is that this is so explicit, and the court had to look at it had to go all the way up to the Supreme Court, and they were able to see, hey, given the context of this isn't just, oh, my fifis are hurt, right? Like someone said, like, sneered at a black person, and they're like, oh, I don't feel welcome in this neighborhood, therefore you shouldn't be able to sneer at a black person. This was like a very contextualized, very, very like historical precedent. Oh, when people do this, when they burn this cross, this is a call to violence, or at least an intimidation tactic to get them out of a place.
Okay,
Which
are
is
you
a different
familiar?
way of violence,
Soy
which is
Pill,
like
are
And
you
I
familiar
absolutely
with
love that this is the
fighting words?
cross you want to die on, because your
Yeah.
cross
Yeah.
argument, which is your
Soy Pill,
go-to,
are you
is
autistic?
not.
This message is sponsored in part by
All right. Flow State sent a big 10 in on Cash App. Says, bring me back for Evan. Time out, Sarcastic Saint. Sarcastic Saint, I timed you out in the chat for 5 minutes, but you should be coming back here shortly. And then, of course, King TL sent 10 gifted gauntlet memberships. Thank you, King TL.
Not all he
Uh,
said.
And then, of course, Sarcastic Saint tried to get Flo out to bring back Tits McGee. We loved it. We were all excited. And then he also says, Teriak, can you please do your part?
They were after me Lucky Charms, but they couldn't get them because I went on a rainbow and they couldn't find me.
Yeah. Dance.
Thank you, sir. And Evan Lord was sponsoring to have the watermelons back on screen. And he also says Pride Month is canceled. It is Jurassic June and the beginning of White Boy Summer. What the hell is
I can get
Jurassic
behind that.
June?
I don't know. What is it?
We're
Chad
having
Hanks-
dinosaur parades now. Fucking
Chet
no more
Hanks
gay pride.
declared. Chet Hanks declared White Boy Summer 2 years ago, buddy. You're late.
Oh, what is
Yeah, I
White
used to
Boy
do a
Summer?
show.
But Jurassic June is a new one for me.
That's
Oh,
Jurassic Month is a new one for sure.
What?
We
Yeah,
can
what is
celebrate
it? Does
both.
anybody
What is
know what it
it?
is?
You have
White
to
Boy
have you have to
Summer.
farm the whole summer
Oh,
or the whole
goodness.
month.
I don't want to be
Even Almighty Nate is in on keeping Watermelon Crushers on screen. And of course, your horse video is sponsored by Kissy Cat on to send her love over to K2 Keep on Trucking. I love this little thing they got going. I mean, are they a thing? And then King TL, of course, comes in with a big 20. FYI, Sarah and Nova, you owe me a date still from our e-date that is documented. You would e-date me again. And I didn't timestamp or put on a hard drive that both you women said yes. I don't know. I
Ladies.
doubt it. Show the receipts, King.
What
I
he's
doubt
proving
I
is
would
that
agree
women
to this.
do lie. All right, women do lie. We shouldn't believe all women.
I don't. Where
Well, then show the receipts.
King TL, where do you live? I don't remember.
I
Whoever
thought he
has
was
the
in
one-
Look at
Colorado.
them gaslighting you. I'm
It's
not
like
sure
it's
about
like
that.
North Dakota or something.
No, I thought he was Colorado. I know he's in the mountain range or something like, or maybe Utah. I don't know, one of the weird ones.
North Dakota.
And nah, I think I'm pretty sure it was Colorado. Anyways,
Yeah, I think you're right, and I know he's constantly covered in baby oil, which I mean, given more
No,
recent situations,
now
I don't know if he
listen,
still is.
You're thinking of
was-
Diddy.
he was
No,
covered
Sarah.
in no. I remember the baby oil conversation. He held up
Yeah.
some cheap ass like
Yep.
Timu baby oil, and we were all like, "What the fuck is that?" Johnson & Johnson, baby, you know it. Anyways, I leave the panel back to you guys.
Well, he was getting ready for his spot in Fast and the Furious 10 or 11
Okay, I don't
or
care about
12
show
or
references.
whichever one.
Can we at least acknowledge just real quick that censorship is dangerous?
Yes, very much so.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Very
ridiculous.
Soy, can you at least acknowledge that?
Like it
Censorship-
can be.
It's
Yeah,
like
I'm
trying to
awesome,
legislate
yeah.
morality. You can't
Well,
do it.
We legislate morality all the time.
What we
Well,
should
well,
do.
we're
And
trying to.
system.
We're trying to.
I
The
don't think
point
it's
is that
that-
you can't.
Killing is immoral only insofar as we've defined it, because we as a society think it is. That's legislating morality. That's what all laws are derived from a societal morality.
What happens
should
when
do-
a
No, that's not.
okay, when a
that's
group
not
feels
accurate.
excluded, okay, when a group feels excluded that they can't participate in the discourse, when they can't do what is called venting, we call it venting for a reason, right? I'm venting about this person, I'm venting about this group, I'm venting about the gays, the Jews, the blacks, the Muslims, the whoever, right? The whites, the wickers, okay? When you plug that vent
He
up,
didn't say what you thought he said.
there-
I saw your face.
okay, it's okay. Don't worry. Look, I can say it. It's my people. Okay. When you plug that vent up,
I don't have any evidence to discount that claim,
When
but
you-
I am disappointed by that.
You can't just come up yapping.
Right.
when you plug that vent up, it leads to an explosion. Because if you silence people, right, if you keep them from talking, they're still going to want to be heard, and they're going to choose non-verbal ways to be heard. I have a study. Yeah, I know you love it. It's a longitudinal study from 1990 to 2015, okay, where they looked at 18 Western European countries. So we're not even looking at America here. And they looked at, what's the connection between right-wing violence, right? Right-wing terroristic violence and censorship and things like that. And interesting find, and I'll just read you the abstract here. The end of the abstract says the article concludes by highlighting the paradox that countermeasures intended to constrain radical right politics appear to fuel extreme right-wing violence. Because of course it does. When people can no longer be heard through their words, through their speech, they will turn to other methods to be heard. And censorship is incredibly, incredibly harmful and dangerous to not only the discourse, but to the society as a whole.
So Wick, I understand this, but what I gotta say is that while I might agree with you that certain amounts of censorship are bad, and clearly, I mean, yeah, if you censor people in certain ways that are fueling more violence, I do disagree with certain ways of censorship as well. I'm not like some ultimately, censorship absolutist, but you gotta look at like, certain examples of like when and when not this is okay. And I'm like, I don't know, I look at Twitter, or,
like the time that you censored me, Wick, that was probably fucking completely inappropriate.
You make it so loud.
I'm telling you.
When
I'm
did I
petting-
censor you?
Holy shit.
I've been telling him
All the
for a
time.
month now to move the mic a foot away from his face.
I think with Wick, I think the thing with Wick, at least I'll acknowledge that Wick is making an argument. Teriyaki didn't make an argument, and I would like to consider what you're saying in more detail.
First of all,
detail, Wick, in my own time. But
First of all,
Teriyaki, it's
Neve,
interesting when you prepare for debates.
Hold
When you
on,
prepare for
Teriyaki.
debates, it's interesting how you can like formulate arguments and like bring something to the table.
Neve, you just said that I didn't make an argument when you were the one who was saying that the concentration camps weren't as bad as what Donald Trump is doing.
Well,
so,
Wick arguing the opposing side posited something into the discussion that made me pause.
You justified concentration camps.
I am willing.
That's an
because
automatic L.
my ego isn't really attached to my argument here. Okay, so I'm willing.
Yeah, but you're saying I can't make an argument, and you made an argument
because you literally can't. Because you literally can't. I think you have the quickest concession on a debate possibly ever with your debate with your debate with millennial.
I had to do to have you was sign up for tier 2 because you're my Patreon girl and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
You showed up with one argument, Teriyaki, last
Don't
time.
make me separate the two of you. Stop it.
Can we just full screen Nova for a while?
I want to ask Wick a question.
Go ahead,
You-
Nova. Ask.
Hi.
Can you do it standing
you
up?
made the point that when free speech is being censored, you have groups that come up, right? And then they start demonstrating violence, like what? Black Lives Matters, Antifa, right?
If you were under the impression that I'm here to defend Black
Put your
Lives
hands
Matter,
down.
or
No. But I'm
totally mistaken.
using that as an example. Secondarily, that what those groups are actually doing falls under Homeland Security terrorist threats and acts of violence. You do understand that, right? Does anybody on the panel understand
Do you
that?
think that their words and phrasing should be censored by the government? That Antifa saying Black Lives Matter or I want to punch a fascist in the face. Do you think the government should be able to arrest them for their speech?
Not for that, no. But when they're talking
not for
about,
that. We agree
no,
on that.
yes, we
So,
agree on that.
Obviously, if they engage in violence, they should be punished for that violence. But my argument tonight, and I think that you might agree, you might not, I don't even know who you are, but
sure.
It's nice to meet you.
Hi.
That they can say whatever they like, and the government shouldn't be able to touch them. But what's happening is, and under the Trump administration, we see one of the greatest attacks on free speech we've ever seen. You can write an op-ed that is critical of Israel, and they will snatch you from the street.
That's false.
Throw you in a prison for weeks.
False.
That
Completely
just
false.
happened.
All of that is false.
Yeah,
All
Wick,
of that is
let me
false.
save you, Wick. Let me save you, Wick. Are you saying, Wick, is your argument based? It's like, let them say all this like shit, like so they show you who you are, and then you can tie it back so the public knows exactly.
And second of all,
Yeah, you are.
Here's what's happening. You're completely mischaracterizing the situation.
Is kind of nonsense.
You're completely mischaracterizing the situation. The ICE is not driving down the street.
Hold on, what did Osberg say?
ICE is not driving.
ICE
is not driving down the street and picking up people
have a
and
video
throwing
of
them
them
in
playing
gulags.
clothes,
Okay, what's actually happening is that people with journalistic visas or academic visas are being revoked. Their visas are being revoked. Their visas are being revoked. Wick, if you can, please just let me finish what I'm saying. Their visas are being revoked, and when those visas get revoked, those people get deported. That's what happens. And so there are a number of reasons. There are a number of reasons. There are a number of reasons why people's visas get revoked. there are a number of reasons why people's visas get revoked. Some of those
Ask
is
again after you're done
some of
rambling.
those some of those is speaking out against the country. Some of those is participating in terrorist activities. Some of those is participating in protest activities which actually prevent Americans from doing what they normally do, which is go to college, going
their
to
visa
class,
should be
getting into the
revoked
library,
for
this type of stuff,
participating in a
especially on
protest
campuses like Harvard.
speech?
So some of the most prestigious campuses in the fucking world, where people pay hundreds of thousands of dollars every
visas
single
should be
semester to
revoked
go to school. You're blocking these people from
for their
going to campus, going to class, going to the library. You're stopping people from investing in American education.
On not answering my question.
And you're on a student visa, you're going to get that revoked. Yeah, you're out.
Okay, so again, I'll ask your question now that you're done rambling. I'll ask it again. Do you think people's visas who are here on student visas, who are here in the country legally, their student visas should be revoked based on their speech? Do you think that's true? Do you think that's
Yeah. A visa is an invitation. If
So you don't
if you
believe in free
sequester
speech.
the
That's
points
fair.
of the
But I'm
invitation,
here to defend
then
free
you deserve to be
someone who
revoked.
believes in the Constitution of the United States of America, someone who has fought for our country, right?
Oh,
Someone
okay,
who's
I'm
actually broken their
sorry.
oath
Someone
to
who
the country and the
someone who has
someone who
fought for this
actually
country. I
believes
fought for this
that
country too,
everyone
Wick.
should be able to
I fought for
speak.
this country
I
too, Wick.
wanted
And
people
I'm
to
ashamed.
support my
I'm
country,
ashamed
right?
to be part of the same branch of the service as you.
You
I
should
really am.
because you're an oath breaker. To be clear.
I'm not an oath breaker.
You're
I've never broken my
absolutely an
oath.
breaker.
I've never
You
broken my
took
oath in
to
this
defend the
country.
Constitution, which is
Never
part of the
once.
First Amendment.
Never
Can you
once,
read the
brother.
First Amendment
Never
to me, sir?
fucking once. Yes,
You
sir.
read the First Amendment to me, sir.
Absolutely.
What does it say?
Absolutely. It says you have freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of expression.
Yes, everyone does. So when you
Under the law.
advocate for people to rescind other people's
Not everyone,
First
sir.
Amendment
Not
rights based
everyone.
on their-
American citizens.
again, their
American
group
citizens.
status,
American
I think that
citizens.
you are
My
defeating
camera's
your
blurry.
oath.
I'm
You're
sorry.
breaking your oath.
I'm not breaking my oath by saying that the American Constitution only applies to American citizens. I'm not breaking my oath.
True. We have evidence that that's not true. SCOTUS has ruled on this again and again and again that First Amendment does apply to even immigrants.
Humbug. Okay, so it can apply to immigrants. It can apply to immigrants. Visa holders are not immigrants. Visa holders are people. Visa holders are guests of the nation at the behest of the State Department. That's what they are. And if the head of the State Department determines that you are no longer worthy of that guestmanship, then be gone.
Yes, and I am saying my argument here is that when the government is determining what that they're no longer worthy of their visa because of their speech, that is a gross violation of their free speech rights.
But what we're talking about is people who hold visas. We're not talking about American citizens. Is that correct? Can we agree on that? We can agree on that.
People in
You
Russia
said you don't care, but we can agree on that. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that
We can agree that we're talking about visa holders, not American citizens.
He didn't hear you. Repeat it, please.
Calm down, gentlemen. Calm down.
Elva, you always call me, and it's okay. I don't know you, but
Thank you. I love you, gingers. You're my kind of guys.
I'm not
I
a
am.
ginger. I proved that to Sarah earlier today, didn't I, Sarah?
Oh, I'm so
Or
sorry.
yesterday.
I just got up here. I'm so sorry. I just tuned in.
EOD.
All right.
Can I-
Who's next to speak? Ed, would you like to speak? Wick?
Would like to speak. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate you. So, EOD, do you think the people of Russia should have free speech?
I don't think that it's our responsibility to enforce free speech in Russia.
I'm not asking if we should enforce it. I'm asking, do you think that they should have it as a concept?
I mean, I think it would be just if Russia would allow their people to have free speech.
Sure.
Yes.
You would like for the people of Russia to have the ability to free speech, but they're not Americans.
That's correct, which means it's not my responsibility to enforce that.
Okay, I understand. But if a Russian citizen is in America,
fucking
should we allow them the chance to have free speech? Because we can't enforce it in America, right?
Oh, okay. Wait a minute now. You said we can't enforce it in America. We can enforce it in America, and we do enforce it in America quite frequently.
Okay. Should that Russian citizen be allowed to free speech in America?
In America.
Yes.
Well, to a certain extent, if they're on a student visa, if they're on an invitation, it's questionable. If they're a citizen, if that person is a Russian-born person who has immigrated into America and assimilated into American culture and become a citizen of the United States, absolutely, they should have free speech.
I don't think that a government should, whether Biden, Trump, Obama, Bush, Clinton, doesn't matter. We should not be in the business of inviting people to our country and saying, you better fucking watch what you say while you're here, I think that is antithetical to the concept of free speech.
I think what's antithetical
as American citizens, we should not invite them to our country and say, okay, you can stay here as long as you don't fucking criticize the government, you fucking Russian.
I think what's antithetical to America is inviting people on visas, which are invitations, which are guest leisures into the country, and saying that you can just say, you know, all the anti-American things you want to say, even though you're on a guest visa, even though you're invited by the State Department in order to come into our country, even though you're on some leeway that is specially provides to you specifically because you have a visa, whether it's student or work or whatever. This is a guest kind of fucking situation. You're not under the same rights as every single individual citizen of the United States. The Constitution, I don't think, extends beyond the citizenry of the United States. I think that's a nomenclature, and I think it's a huge misstep by the leftists to try and encompass the entire world inside of our own Constitution. I think our Constitution cannot and could not and will never not extend beyond the citizenry of the United States.
Visa holders be protected by the 8th Amendment. Cruel and unusual punishment.
That's not cruel and unusual punishment, though, honey.
No, I'm asking conceptually. Should we, the visa holder, have protection under the 8th Amendment?
Wait, don't kick him yet. I have a question for him. Wait, Sarah, before you make EOD go, EOD, your hashtag is Make McCarthyism Great Again. Do you think the government should be able to censor communist, sympathizers who are American citizens?
We used to.
I don't care if we used to. I'm asking if you think we should.
Why would you? Why would you? Though?
I'm asking if you are. I'm sorry. Are you guys EOD? I asked EOD.
Give me my 5 minutes, Sarah. I'll come back.
So I figured I'd jump in for a second.
Well, I
Nova, have you
believe,
learned?
I
Nova, have
believe
you
you
learned?
count as the redhead too. He said, "Send all the gingers to the back."
We do now.
And
Yes,
I'm
I'm actually
pretty sure-
brunette, but yes. All right, I'm gone, I guess.
All right, to the redheads in
Red
the
hat
back.
on Teriyaki
Holy.
is also kind of gingery, you know.
And then
How much
I want to. Sorry, I want to. Daniel sent clarification and mute yourself. Stop being stupid. Daniel sent the big 5 to said the mug club shout out was for Teriak. I don't care about Soy's fake beer mug. Soy Crowder is an American citizen born in Michigan. Dummy.
Pretty sure he's Canadian.
Really?
I could be wrong.
His
You
mom-
probably watch
he-
more Stephen
I
Crowder than me.
don't. I
His
think
mom's
he was
from Quebec.
born
He was
in
born in
Canada.
Grosse Pointe, Michigan,
No?
but he's
Oh.
both.
Okay, so
And
he's a citizen. No, I
he
retract.
speaks
He's not Canadian.
he speaks
Okay.
French. He's Canadian as fuck.
He's from the same state as me. Another reason to dislike that guy.
And Evan Lord with the Big 10 says, I'm one happy man because today I paid off all my student loans. Tomatoes in the chat for our darling Evan Lord. Shout out to you. I was going to argue that increasing central government power is the
right, I'm done
idea
eating.
and censorship is necessary and is good. Anyone have some thoughts to add to that?
Evan Lord is trolling. He should have said that on the panel with his chest, but now he's in the chat lobbing shit.
I was
with super chats.
I think the problem with
Get your
right-wingers
get
is
your
they're
ass
so
back
bad
on
at,
here, Evan
like,
Lord.
making fake left-wing things. It's so easy to sniff them out. You got to be a
Just
little more.
censorship
stupid
is a
than that.
vast term. We need more details on what they mean.
No, they're just being like, oh, I love being evil. Don't we love being gay and worshiping Satan, fellow lefties?
No, I mean, but you don't talk about
but-
doing it. That's fine. Some people don't do it.
If
If
that
you
guy
can't
that was
trust
selling
individuals
those,
to have free speech, how can you trust individuals to restrict speech?
So let's step this up from the bottom.
I got a good one for
to
you.
the
Go
top.
ahead. Let that happen.
Something super simple here, right? Let's say I own a burger stand, and one of my employees every day he shows up. Me and my wife work
Or are
burger
you
stand.
complicating a
He-
perfectly
he-
simple
he-
question I just threw out there?
Let them finish the hypothetical. Let them finish it.
Oh, I missed that. Sorry, Powder. Go ahead.
I just
Why
want to
don't-
say,
no, don't let
I'm
Powder go ahead. He
going
interrupted
to-
you.
Hold on. I just want
I
to
interrupted
say,
you. I apologize.
I have to go check on a child really quick, but I'm going to leave Wick in charge. Wick,
Uh-oh.
it is
You said a
now
child like it was a new
your,
alien.
your
Okay.
panel for the
Uh-oh.
next 3 minutes. And if I come back and Wick says any of you were misbehaving, I'm going to put you to the back. So be
Let's
good.
do it,
Why,
Dusty.
Vibe, why are you
I'll just
apologizing
get
to the
some-
person that interrupted you? That's crazy.
Oh, I thought he said he asked the question. I missed it.
It caught me off
I
guard too.
thought I missed the question he asked, but
Why
he
would
punched you in the face and you
hold on. I wanna buy it.
apologize.
Vibe, what's going on
Well,
with this
an
burger
apologies accepted, Neve.
Shut
Um,
up.
The question
Now,
was,
wait,
if you
panel.
can't trust
That
individuals to have free speech, why do you trust individuals to restrict speech?
I think this is a weird like dichotomy you've placed me in, where it's like, oh, like I can know that there's something bad that someone could say, but if I'm acknowledging that someone can say something so bad that it might cause violence or harm to someone, I therefore can't trust that a judge who has gone through like 20 years of schooling to try to like determine whether or not these things
Does
like should be
schooling-
pushed in one way or the other
Does
also
school
shouldn't be
create ethics?
trusted. No, I'm sorry. I can trust the judicial system, and I don't
You can
trust.
trust the judicial system.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Have
So
you ever
actually, I
been
want to
involved in the
step back to
judicial
my
system?
original question
Yes.
How
because
can
I
you
think
trust
Dusty,
the
what you're talking
judicial
about
system
is the
when
next
mistakes that have been made in
is
the
the next
past?
question, right?
Okay,
So I
go
mean, going back
ahead.
to
Burgers.
going back to my
So you
original
own a
question,
burger
right?
stand.
I own this burger stand, right? And my wife and I work there, and we've got 3 employees. And one of the employees shows up every day, and he says, "Damn, your wife is hot. I would fuck her."
Okay.
You know what?
Oh,
Probably
yeah.
on day 3, I'm gonna fire him.
Okay.
Now, did I infringe on his free speech? Because he
No,
can
that's
still
sexual
say that
harassment.
after I
That's
fire him.
sexual harassment. What do
I
you
mean,
mean?
Right,
but
right,
If you're a
right,
free
right.
speech
Okay,
absolutist,
so
yes, but not
so now
legally.
let's step it up to the
Hold
next.
on.
Let's
Hold
step it
on.
up to the next level. Go ahead,
And
Rick.
you're a
But
cut.
Vibe, you know you
might like to
did,
see her
though,
getting
right?
fucked.
You know you
The
did
person
actually.
has to take the consequences for it. That's it. Yes, he's okay to say it, but if he gets fired for it, he has to take the consequences. All right, now
And he still, and so he got punished for his free speech, right?
Yeah.
Did he not
Well,
get punished for his free speech?
Yeah.
But he still has his free speech. Did he lose his free speech? He
No.
can still say it, even though he's fired,
Yeah.
right?
I agree. Yeah.
Okay,
But the-
right. So I mean, this goes back to what Wick was talking about earlier, right? I mean, we can keep on escalating this up through government levels, and we can go to Trump, and we can say, oh, well, Trump fired a bunch of lawyers because they disagreed with him.
Okay.
They said
He didn't
something he
just
didn't
fire
like.
them. Let's be clear.
Wait, hold on.
Banned
Wait,
them
hold on.
from federal buildings and stripped them of their
Did
clearance.
he gag them?
Fuck me in the
Could they
pussy,
not
guys.
still speak? Were they
Hold up,
still
there's
allowed?
certain
They
rules
could
and
not
laws.
practice
Hold up,
their
fuck me in the
law
pussy, guys. Hold on
because
one
he
second.
banned them from federal
Look,
buildings.
There's certain laws and regulations that are in the code of conduct within the job. If you don't want to follow those, then you shouldn't sign.
Vibe,
but
are you
wait,
so
wait,
are
wait,
you
wait,
saying
one
that the
second.
consequence of to take it exceed it to like the Supreme Court? Is that what you're saying? Like,
Well, actually, I'm actually questioning everybody on this, right? Where is that line? So everybody agreed with me on the hamburger stand, right? That
No,
person that I fired.
no,
still
I was
has
proud of
free
you for
speech.
your
That's
small
freedom of
business.
association,
It sounded
right? And
cucky,
freedom of
but
association
past
is
that,
part
I
of-
don't know.
That doesn't interfere with their free speech because you also have freedom of
Are y'all
association,
fucking
and free
kidding
speech
me?
only applies to government intervention.
Are you
and law.
fucking me kidding me?
Okay,
Is
wait,
this
wait,
that
wait.
serious? Are you fucking me in the ass right now? If the dude
Yes,
says
we're
that about
fucking
his
you in the
wife,
ass right now, fatty cousin.
well,
Right
I
now,
mean,
in
I
your
can
ass.
try. Let me
Hey,
come on over
Vibe.
there. I'm
look up. If
Vibe.
someone
I'm
says
gonna
something about
try.
his wife, he has the right to fire him. Like,
So
Again,
so
that's freedom. Yes, you're correct. That's called
He's
freedom
sitting
of
down.
association, and he has the freedom to associate with who he wants and not associate with who he wants. But when we get to the government cannot, for your speech, violate your rights or fire you, for example. So, for example,
so hold,
if
what
you
are
had-
They can't punish you. They
Totally
can't
different
punish you
thing.
for free speech,
Wait,
even though
you
you
just-
can
it's
still
totally
have
different. I hate when
free
people do that.
speech
You're comboing
afterwards.
violating rights and firing you. Which one are you choosing? They can't do what? They
Okay,
can't. They
so
can't fire you.
I'll give you an example. So if you have a
It's just-
government
it's- I mean,
contract,
it's a simple question, but go ahead.
if the government has hired you to do a
They're right
job,
in the pussy looking ass.
okay, they gave you a contract, a money contract where you're getting so much money, right? You're getting this grant of money. And what they cannot do is they cannot say, well, when we give you this money, you can't criticize the American government. Because if you criticize the American government, we'll rescind this money. That's called viewpoint discrimination, and it's illegal.
Now, what
Okay.
if you are actually
No,
correct about what they're
it's not
doing is
illegal.
incorrect?
It's
You're
not
the
illegal.
whistleblower.
You guys are
Right?
guys. It's simple. If I work for fucking Best Buy and sign a contract that says you can't speak against our company,
Fatty, you're like three
and I say
steps
everybody,
behind of the
Best Buy, I've
conversation.
worked for Best Buy, but
Don't.
fucking Circuit City is fucking better, and they fire me. Already
Is
signed the
Circuit City the government?
No, it's
I mean,
the
this is
same
why I'm trying to
building.
work
We're
it
talking
up,
about the
right?
government.
It's the
Slowly
same-
work it up.
Don't be so specific. Don't be so lower IQ minded that you can't convolute. You can't make a comparison.
Yeah,
Are you going to call us lower IQ minded with bad grammar?
And Dusty, trust me,
fucking
once we get through
Tom-
this,
Tony
it
Hawk's
goes right to
nephew,
your
I'm not talking
question.
to you right now. All right, just take that metaphor
Yeah,
as a
you are.
microcosm And no, we are not me. He said we. Do you understand plurals and singular? Shut the fuck up.
You are talking to me now,
Anyway,
though.
can take that comparison and then expand it to the government? It's the same.
Okay, the reason why we can't expand it to the government, and I'll tell you why we can't expand
You
it
like
to the
Tom
government,
Brady broke
because
that
the government has powers to use. It has what's called a monopoly on force, so it can use violence and force to imprison you, to steal your money, to do all sorts of things, to tax you, etc. And
Okay.
so we have different restrictions on the federal government and state governments and the government in general than we do on a private entity such as Circuit City or Best Buy. So while it might be okay in the context of Circuit City or Best Buy to fire you because of your speech, you cannot do that with the government. Now, there are certain things that the government can do. So the government, if you're giving you money, they can say none of this money can be used, for example, to advocate for abortion. They can make that restriction on it, as long as you're free to advocate for abortion in other contexts without using their money. So you can't use the money they gave you to print an abortion ad, but you can, using your own money, print an abortion ad, and they can't rescind the funding because you did that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so
It's kind of funny though, because
You gotta
you
understand
can
the
actually use that same argument, saying that okay, so now
Welcome back.
I'm
They were all naughty. They're all on my naughty list. Every single one, especially soy twice.
Wick, you're such a
I'm
rat.
agreeing with
I didn't even call you a
I don't
whipper.
think
Just
it's
stop
wrong.
cutting the
I don't
beard hair and you'll
understand
be
how
sick
can
of
anyone not
it.
agree that the government can do anything they want to do. Literally, they've been
Well,
doing it.
do you
all
not think there should be
the
restrictions on the government?
Who cares?
You know what I want to
sure.
know? I want
That's
to
not
know.
realistic.
I want to know why we
they fucking
censored.
infiltrated the fucking civil rights movement illegally and admitted. What are we gonna do about it?
Am
They're
I
probably
muted?
fucking us ass right now
No,
doing
he
Al
can hear
Qaeda
you.
now.
Okay.
You can't-
I want
they
to
can do whatever they
know
wanna do.
why we
You act like
censored.
the government is going to be some peaceful. We're going to abide by the laws. They could do
Hey,
whatever they want.
cousin, shut the fuck up for a minute. She's trying to read.
Thank
She's
you.
the host. You're talking
Evil
over her.
Joker from the Dark Knight looking motherfucker. Shut the fuck
You
up.
shut the fuck up. Go be pudgy somewhere else.
It's that magical. You know what? I
sorry.
feel like Nova was just so much more. I want to know why we censored our redheads here. I'm sorry, but I just want to know why. I feel like that's a hate speech
Money
or
talks.
something. P. Fletch sends in a big 5. What is the stance on coerced speech from special protected groups?
Give us an example.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Give us an example.
Like you
Sarah,
have to call me by
head
my
out.
preferred
Sarah, I have
pronouns
one,
if you
one
pronouns.
final question for Nova.
go to
Nova,
jail.
Nova,
Oh yeah.
have you learned the 4 components of GDP by now?
Who's somebody
Soy
asked me?
Yes,
Soy was
Nova, have
asking
you
you.
learned the 4 components of GDP?
Oh, is your little buddy non-fun sending you messages or
No,
what?
no,
is-
no, no. I just watched that, and I just want to know if since then you have been curious enough to look it up. I actually
Wait,
didn't
are you
know.
a non-fun
I
viewer?
didn't know.
I
I'm a
already,
non-fun
I already
watcher.
knew a couple of the terms, but I don't really like giving people a whole lot of viral moments, so I just let them do most of the talking. I'm not a master debater. You know what I mean?
No, no, no. I'm just asking if since then you've
I
looked
am.
up the 4 components.
I
of
have looked
GDP.
up a few of the ones that I didn't know, but I'm not really interested in
There's only 4.
debating that. Why?
It's not.
What's
I'm not
the
trying to
point?
debate. I'm just curious if you know them now.
Oh, you said debate. Never mind.
Yeah, I
Okay,
know.
I guess
I know.
all right. Anyway,
This is
Sarah,
kind
it's
of a
been great.
lame gotcha.
I'm very happy that you invited me. I had a great time. Thank you, Neve. Thank you, Wick, for coming on and fighting with me and giving an actual, real, consistent argument. Even though I think you're stupid and wrong, and we'll talk about it later.
You know what? You can think
It's
that all
been great.
day. You'd still
How
be wrong.
rude!
You know, I would go
He'll just
against
concede
at
it,
any
Wick.
point,
It's okay.
Yes,
but
I
I
concede,
would want to have a
Wick.
debate
They'll
where
always
you don't
concede,
use
Wick.
hypotheticals for every
Thank
thing that comes out of
you.
your mouth.
I know you're too low IQ to understand the Joker, but thank
Soy,
you
we'll
very
have
much.
a
and I'll
one-on-one
see you guys
debate at
later.
this at some point. Maybe I'll jump on your channel at some point. and I'll
Thank you,
talk.
Soy. I appreciate you coming tonight.
You're
Have a
such a
wonderful
sweetheart,
evening.
Sarah. Good night.
See, that's why they send me money, not you.
True.
Got him.
And Evan Lord with the Big Ten says, I'm too tired to argue well, but I believe my statement. The government should be able to limit the damage of internal and external forces damaging the unity and aims of the state should be stopped. Keep arguing in the super chats, Evan. It's great.
Beautiful.
I know.
Yeah, just
Oh,
to,
the
just to
question
point
is
that out.
Evan here.
As not being able to say like having to watch your speech, otherwise your neighbors might turn you in. That doesn't create unity. That harms it.
Well,
Yeah.
and
So, like,
the question is, who gets to decide what's harmful to the society and what's good for society and what's bad? That's the question. Who do you want deciding? And I'll ask you, Raging Tomato, Sarah, who do you want to tell you who you can listen to and who you can't? Who you can have on your show and who you can't? Pick your daddy. Who do you want to be able to tell you?
Oh, I get to
Who do you
pick
want to be
my
able to tell you
daddy. All right. Flow State. I put my show in
Accept.
your hands. I trust you. Don't fuck it up,
Mistake.
please.
It's a mistake. The answer to that is you don't want anyone. You want to be able to master your fate.
No, she
you
got
don't
the right
want
answer.
anyone to tell you who you can and cannot have on your own damn show.
That's
the
true.
government should
And
not
I-
be telling
I-
you.
Oh,
I
my
will even
goodness, dude.
particularly say I love it because I mean, you can even take it down to people who comment, saying, "Why do you have this person on your show? Why do you do this? Why do you
Mhm.
do that?" And if I just let everybody else make those decisions for me, well, there would be no Raging Tomato, there would be no Gauntlet, and there would be no all of these fun people coming on here because I love all of you for all of these reasons. And Nate comes in with a big 5, says no censorship at all. Really? CP, snuff videos, revenge brawn, instructions on draft evasion.
Yeah, this was a gaslight that they done the whole thing. It's like claiming that me and Fatty were free speech absolutists. Like right from the get go, we go, yeah, like calls to violence. We're against them.
Most of those things include actual crimes being perpetrated, right? So
Mhm.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Actual crimes. Actual crimes. What is it that defines an actual crime? Full state.
a victim.
No, a legislation, a law, a piece of law on the books is what
I thought
defines
that
an
you were
actual
asking
crime.
in my opinion.
Okay,
not-
but hey,
obviously
this
we know
is-
what literally makes something a crime.
Okay, a
So-
crime.
Yeah. But that's the whole crux of your argument. Is that
Move
what
your
you're saying? Is
fucking microphone away from your mouth and shove
I'm
it up your
going to,
ass.
I'm going to turn you down even more because you are just like loud.
Okay,
what you're saying is that what this guy is trying to fucking portray is somehow discongruent because what he's talking about is actual fucking crimes. And so,
right.
Well, no. So the actual
we
crime
make these
is
crimes.
attempted
We make
murder.
these crimes.
You didn't
Vibe, please.
succeed.
Can I just please finish my fucking point? What
Finish it.
we're trying to fucking describe here is the fact that society defines these crimes based on what society expects out of people. So what we're saying is that what we expect out of people is what we expect out of people. I mean, y'all are just fucking.
So what
silly.
you're saying is it's illegal, so it's illegal. Okay, good
Oh,
contribution.
Yeah.
My God. I'm sorry, Nova, but that
Hi,
is
Fla.
a full
Wow.
boot of the evening.
All right, bye.
Listen, hold on. Unless somebody can match it. If somebody can match it, she fucking stays. All right. You guys go in. You can if 5 of you throw 20s, if 2 of you throw a couple 50s, like we can do this together.
I just want to say
Save-
real quick that William Grammar
They
Jr.
did her
is
dirty.
gayer
Don't be
than
a
Abe.
hater, William. Don't
This
be
man
a
is gayer than
hater.
Abe.
The
You don't like
melons.
little boobs? What's the problem?
Save the melons.
Save the melon.
Save the
melons.
melons movement.
Save the
We're gonna
melons.
start a movement for saving the melons. Yes.
All right, I'm gonna put you backstage for now, unless that 100. Never mind, Nate.
Ooh.
Right on. Cool.
Well, there you go. Hell yeah. I was gonna
I don't know
say.
who that is, but you better expect to see him in your DMs later.
True.
Right
Almighty
on.
Nate.
We
120.
love Almighty Nate. We love Almighty Nate because he always comes through at the final second and saves the DGen Power Hour when we're down to the final minute. And he also saves the melons. A shout out Tomatoes in chat for both William and Almighty Nate for playing the fun game of I don't even know what that was, but
Me
save
neither.
the melons. Save the melons.
Why are so
And
many
then-
guys upset about?
I
food?
don't. Well, it just
Well,
seems to be
They don't get
William.
them.
Oh,
It just seems to be William. And Rock E. Shepherd sends 5 and says, drop knee flow or Trippy and bring back Nova. And I think all of this all happened when I decided to boot Tied up.
Yep.
And oh shit.
damn.
Oh my God.
Yeah, William doesn't fuck around, guys.
There's a bidding war.
That's,
It's looking good.
Wow, 200, huh?
William has spoken.
All right. So if
You
you,
know,
want,
William-
if you want to rake it in, bring me to your show.
I was gonna say
Whatever
William,
you did,
know,
Nova, whatever you did.
I
Lodge
don't
him over the
know what I
microphone.
did.
I'll
just
actually
showed up.
physically kick her with my clown.
And Jeremy Ryan says, Wick, chat decides who is on Sarah's show. It's this simple. 5 minutes to the back for Vibe. Vibe, you're getting 5 backstage. And then, of course, all right. So William's coming in with 200. Chat, you got to pull it together. Everyone, we can't rely on Almighty Nate to do everything, can we? Or
He
can
did
we?
donate
I don't know.
Yeah, that's kind of
An
unfair.
extra
You know what?
20,
You should,
right?
what
So
you
that
should do?
extra 20
$500
will roll
keep her
over
for the rest
into
of
the
the
new
night. No one else
200,
can take
right?
her.
I don't know.
I'm getting ready to go, right?
Well, we need to save the watermelons once more.
I'm gonna start a 501c3 and you know save the boobies movement. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. But in the meantime,
Gingers unite! Gingers unite!
Just a little cleavage. If you like based opinions and boobies, come see me at School of Thought. THOT. All right. Do what you must, Sarah.
I will put you backstage for now. We'll give
Okay.
a few minutes to see if the chat can save you once more. But from one fruit to another, my darling, fruit lives matter. Okay, watermelons are important.
I
All right.
agree.
Hang out
Okay.
backstage for a little bit, and then look. This is what you're doing, William. We got
all your fault, buddy.
Casey coming to the stage, and we got Fatty's cousins coming back on. Hopefully, he's mind his manners. This is you, William. This is what you wanted.
Thank you, William.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Can
man.
I? Okay, so the
I would
the
have
last
rather
thing
had
we
the
were
big
talking
boobies,
about.
honestly. I really would.
I want to.
The last thing we were talking about, okay, is this clear distinction between, okay, this is an obvious incitement to violence, obviously not freedom of speech, and freedom of speech. But I think a lot of the discussion, at least when we were talking, was the middle ground and what the content of this discussion is. So to say that, oh, obviously an incitement isn't freedom of speech isn't an argument. And I think that middle ground was that the Supreme
Can you clarify
Court.
this for me? An insight.
Yeah,
man,
so
what
the
is this?
Supreme Court, like an
So the
incitement to violence.
incitement-
Sorry,
incitement.
EOD. Sorry, when I talk, you shut the fuck up. So
Like, I'm
basically,
asking you to
in this
clarify
circumstance,
something.
yeah,
Hold
that's okay.
on,
Sorry.
EOD, let her get through it.
All right.
Okay, sorry, that wasn't supposed to sound as spicy. Your voice is just uniquely irritating.
Oh, it's because
so
of a white man.
I think the nuance and where this
Uniquely.
discussion is the intimidation component was ruled as something that could be a justification for, and that was Soy's argument. It wasn't the obvious freedom of speech isn't inciting people. It was that the intimidation was used as a justification to restrict it. So engage with the discussion. Don't engage with the fucking obvious thing that we all agree with. Thank you.
There's something I want-
Okay, great. I'd
There's
like to,
something I want to add
I'd like to
back to
clarify
you.
what you were
One of the
talking about.
hoses.
I mean,
Go ahead, EOD.
all right, so great. Yeah, you're talking. There's so many things so wrong with this. So free speech means that you can say what you want to say. I can say what I want to say, right?
It depends. It depends
Unless it
contextually.
incites
If you're,
violence,
It depends. It depends.
okay,
what does
apply
it
a
depend on?
lens. Apply a lens here. Give me a country that you'd like to use as a lens.
Why do you keep doing
The
this?
United States of America.
No,
I mean,
because
are-
it does matter.
Right, because
How-
the con-
wait a second, Dave.
So we're referring to the First Amendment.
How many people are here from a country other than the United States of America? Teriak is from
Sorry.
Ireland. You're from where?
Me.
Nate?
I mean,
Can we
me,
look
I'm-
at? Okay, I'm Canadian, but I don't
Okay,
think it's
great.
unreasonable
So
for
you're
me to ask
Canadian,
you that question
Teriak
when
is
the
Irish.
topic of the
And
discussion.
How many other people are from a
should
different country other
government
than America?
I am.
censor hate speech? Does
Fatty
it say
cousin,
should the
Fatty
American
cousin,
government
which country are you
censor
from,
hate
brother?
speech? Does it say that, EOD?
Mexico?
Does that say that on the debate prompt?
Yeah, no
Does
shit,
it say it on the
brother.
debate prompt?
Wow, that's crazy.
Sorry, can we just confirm that we're both able to read here? Does the debate prompt say should the U.S. government censor hate speech content? Yes or no?
Yeah.
No.
Who doesn't
It says the
agree with
U.S. government. It says that.
that? Yes. Who doesn't agree
Okay,
with that?
okay,
I
Fatty
think
can't
it
read.
does not censor it.
You think they don't?
Okay.
Oh, they do. They do censor it. Or they do.
No, he's
Now-
throwing his
now-
arms up because I'm asking
You're-
him to
you're-
apply a
you're-
contextual lens
You're
to the
cutting off your nose to
conversation.
spite your face, Neve.
I'm
Well, hold on,
asking
the
you to
problem-
apply a
Fatty
contextual
would
lens
agree with you.
because
Fatty's
in
cousin
the
would agree
initial
with you.
debate,
Hold up.
No,
The
I'm
both
just
of
saying.
you are going over each other, and I can't. EOD, back
I'm
away
sorry.
from your mic or turn the fucking shit down. Jesus Christ, Lord, have mercy on my soul. It's piercing.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
I would like to.
EOD. Oh, go ahead, Wick.
Yeah, I would just like to ask Neve a couple questions. Unfortunately,
Yes, please,
I haven't
Sarah.
really been able to engage with you.
You're
You
getting
keep
caught up
trying to
in hip-hop. What are you
imply,
talking about?
huh?
Go ahead. You're getting pampered. Go ahead.
I'm getting pampered. It's because I'm
Yes,
worth
you-
being
you
pampered.
are,
Hold
I'm a
on.
little
Who's got? Hold on. Hold on. Who's got the bad mic going on? Somebody's got feedback.
DOD.
That's Casey.
Maybe it's probably Casey.
Hold on.
I don't hear anything.
Why can't I mute? Yeah.
Oh, I heard it stop.
Casey, you got a lot of noise going on. Why don't you come back when you're not walking around the world?
He was on a journey.
Man, you got good ears. You must be on shrooms or something.
So Neve,
Yes.
do you think that free speech is context dependent on the country, and why?
I think it's context dependent on the country because not every country defines freedom of speech in the same way. The other country, like, okay, the semantic language of like freedom of expression, of freedom of speech. But if we're talking about your ability to express opinions or to convey your appearance or do all these X, Y, and Z things, they're not the same in every country. They're completely
Understand
different.
that, yeah, I understand it's restricted. You have more freedom of speech. The government gives you more freedom of speech in certain governments, and certain governments give you less. But my question, and the reason I'm asking you this, is because, at least from my perspective, someone should be free to speak as they wish, to express, and I want to address this, express any idea that they wish, regardless of where they happen to be living, where they happen to have been born, what government they happen to be under. My advocacy, and what I would like all countries to do, is to have as much freedom of speech as is possible. And what I mean by as is possible, because obviously doxing
Yeah.
and certain things, okay, we could have a discussion about that. But when it comes to expressing ideas and advocating for literally any idea in the world, I think that no government should be able to punish you for
Okay.
advocating for a specific idea. So when you do this trick where you
Doesn't
say,
surprise
well,
me that the American wants the world to be American. Surprise, surprise.
we're the
Hold on,
free
hold on. Do you
speech.
acknowledge the
Absolutely.
difference between freedom of speech and hate speech?
You export your values.
Yes.
I think on purpose. I think okay. The premise that you're
And I agree with
introducing,
that.
Wick, in theory, removed from the nature
Or
of
her,
human
I don't know.
beings and contextual like items and things that matter, is it's good. It's like a virtue signal I guess to some degree. But I think okay, sorry. So going back to the international component of this is that we all agree that the United States does not define hate speech, right? So why don't we talk about the countries that do?
Because
there are countries that do. It's almost like it doesn't make
You
sense
can't
to
trust-
look at through this discussion through the lens of America if America isn't
Because my
explicitly
argument
defining
here
it.
is that governments, no matter they be American or otherwise, when they try to censor speech, it is always the powerful censoring the weaker individual. This has always been the case. You cannot censor someone unless you have power over them. It's impossible to do. I cannot censor you unless I have power over you in some way, shape, or form.
Yes.
So when we look
Then
at
you'd
censorship,
agree
Is
that
there-
it's wrong for the
always
censor the
used to
right, right?
attack.
Okay, I understand your original position. Are you of the opinion that there has never been an instance of censorship that has been like a net positive?
A net positive for what?
Yeah,
I
there
like
isn't
maybe
one.
it
There
meets
isn't one.
maybe it meets the outcome that it was looking to
Sure,
achieve.
I'm not an just to kind of go through this. I don't care if sometimes accidentally it has a good outcome. Like I could throw myself from a bridge and accidentally survive, right?
Sure.
Accidentally, nothing could happen to me in a miraculous kind of way. Maybe I land just correctly in the bushes or something, right? And wow, adrenaline junkie high. That's great. But I would never advocate for that to be something that we spread all over. So I would agree with you that in certain cases, censorship may have led to good outcomes. But my argument
Isn't that
would
what
be
I'm asking
that
you
would
to
be
grapple
because of
with?
an accident,
Wait,
rather
isn't
than-
that what I'm asking you to grapple with?
and I'm grappling with it successfully. In my opinion, you could disagree. But I would say that any case of that is by accident, and that the risk of censorship far outweighs any potential benefit.
So
Sorry, addressing harm, stated intent, and outcome being consistent with one another, being accidental, like
Harms and outcomes.
Nebby, his
why
answer is
wouldn't you
no.
just credit?
He's using an outlier to make a long ass comment. His answer is no. He's saying there's no positive that could come from that. That's what he's saying.
No. I think Wick acknowledges the situation. I think where he's struggling to decouple the First Amendment argument in like
Okay,
a
first of
broader
all, I'm not
context.
arguing for the
And I
First
think
Amendment.
that
Decouple it from what? Decouple it from
I'm
what?
arguing for free speech. You understand?
from
there's
countries
two-
that
there's
actually
two First
define
Amendments of
hate
free speech, correct?
speech.
Oh, you mean countries that don't believe
Okay.
in free speech? Yeah.
No,
That's
so I don't want to
Well,
interrupt
countries that
Wick's
have
conversation
limitations.
here, but
Yeah.
Nev, when you were asked originally on this panel, and I watched it from the beginning to the end, about to define this particular topic, you stated Germany, you stated the United States, you stated all the countries, UK, and
That
all
define
the
hate speech.
You
Yeah,
define
all of
hate
them that
speeches
define
by
hate
listing
speeches
off the
define hate
countries
speech.
on what they define it as. And I remember when you were saying that, I was wondering, but what is your definition? Because you never said your definition. You said France does religion, sexes, and
Man, basically he's asking which country.
right. Yeah, I mean, you
What do I believe separate from?
But you didn't say what you believe, Nev, and that's what I'm curious about. I want to know what your specific point of view is on where your line draws, right? Because you listed off 5 countries, but you didn't say that was your definition. Was 5 different countries? You
Yeah,
never
he's
gave
asking which
your
country you
definition.
disagree with and their
Okay,
definition.
I'll start with maybe the stated conclusion of what I'm wanting to do, and I'll work backwards. I guess would be possibly a good way to give you some incentive. I think that protecting the dignity and the equality of people under the law is important, and I think that I'm Canadian, so our Charter of Rights and
Isn't that just
Freedoms
feelings?
should reflect that, and then your participation in the society should reflect those as well.
Hold on,
It's
you're
not.
being
It's
way more
absolutely
broad.
not, because I think that speech can undermine those things, and so I think my definition, or at least my goal, would be to make that consistent throughout society. Obviously, I would fall short.
If theoretically I had a pug and I had my pug do a Nazi salute, would that be hate speech?
Well, in Europe, it was deemed hateful in speech, right? Because the guy went to
United
jail.
Kingdom specifically, yeah.
Yeah, he went to jail.
But
do I
what
think
we're
that's
asking?
Is that okay?
Would
Is that
you-
good? Is
would
that
you
good
lock someone up?
legislation?
God
Over
damn it, man.
would I employ that an animal's ability to speak should send a human to jail? Probably not. But I feel like that law's a little incoherent.
Then what you're seeing right now
So,
is how
is your
how
freedom
that
expression-
legislation, what
Is
you're
your
advocating
freedom
for
of expression
can
detached
overreach
from the color of your
If you will
animals,
please
the way
just
they
listen for a
express
second.
themselves, the way they present themselves?
If I can explain to you
Man,
for
I
just
don't
a
know
second, what you're realizing right now is that how your advocation for regulating speech can be extremely fucking misinterpreted and driven to do something totally untoward, totally against even what you own yourself believe. Okay, you don't think that somebody's animal should land them in jail, yet that happened. You acknowledge that happened. This is the problem. This is exactly what conservatives are concerned about. We do not want speech to be infringed upon specifically because of situations
Unless
like that.
they're foreigners,
Okay.
and then you're okay with it.
And
No,
allow
I'm
me
not
to-
okay with it. Okay,
allow
I don't
me
think
to
Nev's
interrupt,
going there. I don't
allow
think
me
Nev's
I
going there.
understand the
Pardon
point that
me
you're trying
for
to make. I
just
understand
a
the point you're trying to
moment.
make.
And Nate with the big 5 says, or I'm sorry. Nephilim has a
back.
credit to get back. He tried to boot Neve, but that's not going to work. But you have a credit to boot anybody who acts up, he said. He told me if somebody acts up, I can utilize that boot. Wick, you sound like a Muppet with Flo's hand up your butt. Flo in the back for 5 and bring Nova star. Flo looks
do
like a deer
this.
in the headlights. But unfortunately, that's only $5 to the pot. You're down to $175 left to bring Nova back, and she's not waiting back there for much longer. She's probably only got 2 more minutes. So if you guys want to bring her back, you have 175 more to go. And Nate comes in with a big 5. Neve, can you give a specific example of hate speech law and how it would be enforced, and then let the panel respond?
Okay,
and
so
I
this is
still want to dig into that a little bit more. So go ahead.
For sure. So this is an interesting contradiction that kind of happens with the United States and Canada. So for example, I'm going to use this in broad terms because I actually don't know the specifics of the policies. Okay, so say for example, company like Facebook exists, right? And so Facebook tries to set some sort of like TOS policy that is going to be as permissible within all of the countries as whatever, right? But Facebook is a private entity. They can determine whatever the fuck they want on their platforms is up to them, right? And so when the Trump administration comes in, they start laxing all of these restrictions and things. And so they were already problematic in Canada as it relates to like C19 misinformation or just misinformation in general. It was bad, like in terms of like Facebook. But now that these a specific categorization of the TOS that was loosened up with Facebook was things specific to trans laws, right? So trans dialogue, trans language. And so I understand like there are opinions that can be stated, but a lot of the things I think that are said in the US in that specific like arena, I think undermine the dignity of trans people. And so because we explicitly define hate speech with that dignity and equality in mind, then it would be incumbent on the Canadian government to impose its own degree of censorship in that instance if it finds that it's contradicting. Is that a specific
No, you didn't answer
example
the
enough for
question.
you?
Eve. You didn't answer the
Well,
question.
who asked me the question?
I asked the question originally, and I was asking for specifics, right?
Was that not specific enough, or do you want?
No, I think it was right.
No, you gave it. You gave an example of the Canadian
here, but
we want your opinion.
Well, that's an example of it being executed, and that is consistent with my opinion.
So you would support that if someone upset trans person's feelings, they go to jail.
It's not about upsetting trans person's feelings. It's about undermining their dignity and their ability to function in society on a
someone would say. What would someone say to undermine their dignity?
Let's say trannies being something like is that the hate
I mean,
speech?
Okay, so I
guys,
think that
this is my question that she's
Trannies
answering
should play
to. So if
basketball,
the
right?
rest of you can shut up, let us talk.
Vibe, if you don't want me to elaborate on this specific part, if you
No,
want
I
to
do.
refocus it,
I
please
was
do.
telling everybody else to be quiet because you were answering my questions.
Okay, so here is a contentious trans point of discussion. Okay, and I know there is a lot of TDS in this space, so we're going to get into a big trans discussion here. It's not my intention to do so, but there is a topic of discussion whether or not being trans makes you mentally ill. If you're a trans person, are you mentally ill? And so the discussion, I think, in the US is fair. Like, it's like, okay, does this person having this sort of like state of mind impede them from existing or like being in society? And I would make the case that in Canada, where they define the speech, what am I saying? The hate speech laws, that if it were the case that that was a persisting narrative in mass, then it would undermine trans people's ability to live in society with dignity.
It would offend you.
All right, so I'm gonna step this back from trans, right?
I'm not trying to go down that route.
You're never gonna get away from it. You're never gonna go away from it.
Give us two examples of hate speech.
Stop, right? But there is a point. There's a very important point here, right? It doesn't matter if you're trans, gay, or just a little bit flamboyant, or you're not as tall or short as somebody, right? There's always a stigma against different people, right? So
for sure,
this is actually the point I was trying to get to when it comes to free speech. And it is what is hate speech, right? And it can be trans, it can be you short, maybe you're a total man.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Right. Then that's what I'm trying to get to, right? So we don't have to make this into a trans conversation, right? But it is the same. It's the same thing for a man that is really short when all men are tall. Most men are tall, right?
If I say
they all
Okay.
have
Well,
the same
let's
things
see.
going on, right?
Okay,
So what is the hate?
So the contentious element of the circumstance, we all acknowledge there is no consensus, I would say, from in the South and the North. It's a contentious topic. But I think when you look at it in terms of like, the equality component, if you're undermining people's ability to live in society, then I would imagine that would be a strong enough justification for it.
So just to clarify, Neve, just to clarify.
Before you take off, Teriak, Wake TV would like to make his exit. We're going to allow him the space to do so.
Farewell,
Well, thank you,
Richard.
first of all, for inviting me on. I really appreciate it. Always appreciate a chance to talk about free speech. It's one of my favorite subjects. It's something I value greatly. It's my most radical idea. Free speech is the eternal radical idea because free speech makes free people. Okay, gang. Tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, if you want to see me host a debate, I'm hosting one called the Great Titty Debate. And we're going to have people with boobs and people who are boobs on it. And they're going to
Do
be
you need
discussing
Star?
whether or
Are you
not.
serious or joking?
I'm serious. I'm
Oh,
serious.
okay. And that's why he's recruiting.
Wait.
We're going to talk about has Gooners ruined gaming by insisting that all the characters have the biggest titties imaginable. It's going to be a heated debate. There's a lot to talk about. Tune in. Should be fun. Thanks for having me.
I think Nova should be on that.
If she wants to come, I will have her DM me. I will put her on that show. She has qualified for the debate.
Just
Okay?
talk in public, man.
I would love to have her on. DM me.
Wick, I want to see those.
I think Wick's
I'll
in
get it
love.
to her.
I'll see you. Oh, it's not love. Let's say that.
Wick,
But
before
I'll-
you
I'll
go,
peace
dude,
out,
let me
Girl Scouts. Thanks for
put a link to something in the private chat, Wick,
Oh,
and
a link
I'll get it to her
private
for you.
chat. Just find me at Wick TV
Yeah.
on Twitter
This could be an email.
and at Wick TV
I say that all
on
the time.
YouTube. Okay.
Nice.
Love y'all. Bye bye.
Always love talking to you, Wick.
Give Sarah money. Lots of money. Hundreds of dollars. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Jesus, that was forever.
Yeah, so Neve,
Alright.
just to clarify where we were. So Neve, if someone was like, yeah, like trans mental illness, you'd be like, yeah, lock them up. That's hate speech.
No, I'm saying that if it was a persisting like issue on platforms that I think where people were doing to undermine trans people's ability to live in society, I think that yeah, if they wanted to censor that, I would be in support of doing that. However, I'm acknowledging my own incentive here. I think that aside from that, there are other examples that you could take on, whether it be it anti-Semitism or racial discrimination, indigenous people, a lot of the narratives I think that are perpetuated.
Shut the fuck up. Can you please at least let Neve finish her goddamn sentence?
He's very verbose.
Shut up, tied up. Every time Neve is like halfway there, you
She's never halfway there.
her.
Okay,
Tied
I
up.
just let me.
Swear to fucking God, your leash right now is like this long. Okay. Yeah.
There are a lot of different things that we could use. Trans people, I imagine, is a bit of a loaded one, being a trans person myself. But you could look at indigenous communities in Canada, and I think there's a lot of narratives that are perpetuated by them, by other people that undermine their ability to live and participate in society. So
We should make it off limits to criticize white people too.
I can't imagine her ordering food in
you know what? You know what? I think I could.
Neve,
if you provide me with a good faith argument, if you hold on, just wait, just quick to Flo, and then I'll listen. Sorry, idiot. If Flo can provide me with a good faith argument,
I don't want to be
that, I would be
criticized.
interested.
Yeah, no, I want it to be off limits to criticize me
What do
too.
you mean by number 2? Is it mean because it's after 1 or before 3? Because 2 could be number 12 because 2 is in it too. So it depends on if.
Are you autistic?
It's like give us 2 examples of hate speech. That's all we want, in your opinion. Just give us 2 examples. Because every time we ask you, well, does this say? You say, well, depending on the context of the hate, and if it under. If
You're
I
being
come out and say
quite nuanced,
trannies are
actually.
stupid- If I come out and say trannies are stupid and slow, is that hate speech?
As a foundation,
I think it's too us, possibly, but I don't know. I could be wrong.
Yeah, let's
being
not
ambiguous
be
still. Like, you don't even know.
stupid. Let's not be stupid, cousin.
this is-
Lower
we have
class,
to start
could you
simple.
please raise the IQ level a little bit? Go
I
ahead. Lower
personally
class.
think it's not hate speech, but it's ignorant.
Vibe is your
Okay.
name, lower class.
Oh,
Okay,
sorry.
I agree. I agree.
Okay.
Go ahead,
so
lower class.
I really only have 2 questions, right? And this is coming from, I don't care how unpopular it is. This is coming from somebody who, like, I work in the service industry. Like, my name is lower class because I am in the lower class. I don't make a lot of money. I don't bring a lot of money in.
It depends what country is lower class. If you're in
Oh
this
my God,
country, you're
cousin.
higher class.
That's not what I'm
Jesus
talking about,
fucking
dude.
Christ.
I
Go sit back there for a little bit.
Look, I understand where he's coming from, right? But what
Just keep going. I'm listening.
talking about American standards, okay?
Yeah.
So I deal with trans people on not a daily basis, but quite an instance. And when I do deal with trans people, I refer to them in whatever they feel like being
So
like
what?
talked to in. Correct. Exactly. That's where I'm getting at. So my question is, what does it matter if you have a strong belief in who you are and you for certain know down in your heart of hearts who you are? What does it matter what other people say about it?
I actually support this, and I think that for any human being to have an external validation source
There is no
as
hate
your
speech.
source of belonging and existence, I think is not sustainable. I think
There is
trans
no hate
people are
speech.
uniquely. I think Yudi, but I think trans people are in this unique situation where I think they have more of a need and desire. But I agree with your thought process, and I
And
think
white
where
people
I
too.
would draw the line, like as you're saying, like I think that having the internal component is the most important thing. And so where do you draw the line between somebody like Fatty saying he, like calling me a he or whatever, or not? And I think that the way I've always looked at it was like, okay, if you're going to call me she, either you don't give a shit, you're probably a little liberal, or you're just conforming to whatever social conventions are there. If you call me my name, that's neutral. That's neutral. And I feel like that's just a basic respect. And if you intend, sorry, if you intend, if your intention is to deliberately misgender the person because you're going to get a reaction, then I would say that's quite like I would say that's like an antagonistic behavior.
Let me ask you then.
Real
Let me ask you then if I purposely call you a bitch, right? Like my intention is to get a rise out of you, right? But we wouldn't consider that to be hate speech. If I call Flo a cuck, if I call Vibe a cocksucker, like all of these things could be with the intention to get a rise and to
Or me a redhead.
redhead McGee over there. I mean,
it doesn't matter.
yeah.
I think.
Why are you
I
oppressing
see what
us
you're
black
saying.
people?
Okay.
Hey, can you hear me?
So the contextual
The reality of what you're saying
political lean of the
is
language.
that what people
How's my,
believe in their hearts is what
mic?
really matters, Neve. That's what you're saying. And so what you revealed by revealing that is that hate speech does not exist. It is not a crime which should be prosecutable by the state. The state should
Bro,
not
you
have
just
anything to do
flip-flop
with
like
this.
a motherfucker. You literally were saying that
It
the government
is-
should censor speech like 10 minutes ago.
I was? When did I say that?
Can I say
10
something?
minutes ago.
What did I say that? What did I say that? Hold on. Flo, what did I say that I actually fucking proposed that?
That the government censors what makes something a crime is that the government decides it's a crime. And
Yeah.
that the government should decide things are crimes and should censor speech. That's literally what you were just saying.
Okay, so what
You
what
did-
what
you
I was
did
try-
start off on that
that's
with,
that's reducto ad absurdum, and what I'm trying to get at is the fact that the government does not have the right to tell you that your fucking pug dog cannot do a Nazi salute. That's ridiculous. That's what I'm saying by bringing that
You're
up.
arguing with
And
Wick
so-
about whether or not speech should be curtailed, about exporting or getting rid of visas over political speech. You don't believe in free speech. You also don't believe in trans.
I don't believe in free speech because Wick banned me. Is that what you're saying?
No, you're retarded. That's what I'm
Money
saying.
over here. All right, anyway.
That's what I was
You're saying you're
fucking
inconsistent.
Hold on,
You're
really
just saying
quick.
you're
She said
inconsistent.
She agreed with lower class. She said it doesn't matter depending on how you.
What I'm
It's
saying.
not that
what
it
I'm
doesn't
saying,
matter.
What I'm
She said,
saying,
well, to
if I
undermine
can just
your-
clarify what it is that
It
I'm
does
saying.
matter.
I mean, that'd be
Go ahead, EOD.
Okay,
How
great.
dare
So-
they
so-
rudely interrupt you?
So what I'm trying to say is that people should be allowed to say whatever the fuck they want to say. Neve, I think you should be allowed to express whoever and whatever you are. And if you want to be a she, I'll call you a she. So as a matter of course, as a matter of courtesy, I will do that. However, I do not fucking believe that. I don't, because your sex is male. So when I look at a person, I look at a person as their sex. I don't look at a person as whatever they decide to identify as. That's a matter of speech. And so when the government comes down and tells me I must confirm your what I consider to be a delusion is somehow far too pejorative and far too beyond what the government should do. And this is exactly what I was bringing up when I talked about the dog giving the Nazi salute. It's exactly what you disagreed with when you said the dog giving the Nazi salute shouldn't give somebody in jail. That's what I'm talking about. Speech.
I'm saying a
should not be
dog
limited.
a dog's
Speech
behavior
should
should
not be
not
limited. I should be able to believe what I
impact
believe,
the
and you should be able to believe
Hold
what
on.
I'm a
Let
little
him
weary about
finish.
that.
Let him finish.
I should be able to believe what I believe, and you should be able to believe what you believe, and we should be able to come to some fucking congruence within that. That's all.
What if he believes you're his daddy? You're gonna call him your daddy?
No.
Why not?
He just said
Because
why.
he's not my daddy. I know my daddy is.
So, but
He
you
said
just said
why.
that you think
I'm
that
your
she's
daddy.
not a male, but you call her she.
I said
You guys,
as a matter of congruence, as a matter,
I don't even
as
know
a
where
matter
to
of
start
courtesy,
here.
I will do that. Yeah.
Okay,
As a
so
matter of
what if
courtesy.
okay, my counter here is that okay, so to say for example, we work in the same place, okay? We work in the retard factory.
Yeah,
You're
as a matter of
you're the
courtesy, I'll do
manager,
that.
you
You're the
thought of
CEO,
all
you're
the
the
processes in the retard factory, and I work there as well. And so in this factory,
As a matter of courtesy, I'll do that. I said this
we
many
ban
times now.
political ideology. We try to keep it not political, okay? And so you using my pronouns, I think, would be maybe political in the left-leaning sense, okay? You calling me my name is not political. You insisting on using the on whatever, I guess you would say it's congruent. I think despite the context of the situation, if it's done in an antagonistic way, mind you, like obviously I can be permissible to people who are ignorant or just don't know anything about me. I don't give a shit. But if you're actively trying to do the opposite, the antagonistic approach, I'm saying that is also political in nature. So that's why I don't know. I advocate for like the middle, using someone's name. But I also don't treat my pronouns like a fucking dog treat. You can just throw at me to, you know what I'm saying? Like, fuck you.
Well, you know what's
Call me what
weird?
you want to call me.
Cheers to
I'm
that,
gonna
cheers
live
to
with
that.
dignity. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, fuck out of here.
That's what's up.
I personally feel like it comes right
Hold on,
back
hold on,
to
wait,
soy
hold on. We
pills.
have yet to even get a concrete answer from Naveed. Like, what is an example of hate speech in your opinion in the United States?
I just fucking told you. I fucking told you. Yes, Facebook, trans, Canada.
No,
And
no,
let me
you
throw
just
four
gave us an
examples. Let me
no,
throw
you
four
didn't
examples
describe
out for you.
What they describe as hate speech. You didn't give us an example in your opinion. Just
I
give us one
want to
example.
give four examples and see if.
No, I want to
if
hear from
Nev-
them. Yeah, I want to hear. What is your example?
I literally
my
gave you
example-
one.
I want to give you four examples based on what I've heard her
Yes,
say.
I did.
Has anybody heard his example? What was his example? Can anybody answer that?
So I'll
Thank you.
I'll give
Thank
an
you.
example, and Nev, you
Thank
can tell
you.
me if
Yes,
I'm wrong
vibe,
or right on
vibe.
this. Okay.
I'm listening. Vibe. We're
Okay.
vibing. Go.
So here's my
Vibe, go
perspective
ahead.
on it. Right. We're at a restaurant. You're sitting there at the table, and I misrepresent you. I think you're a man, and I say, "Here you go, sir." Right.
Mhm.
That was my mistake. I sit down. I come to the table. I see you, and I know that you're a man, but I know that
You think I'm trans or
identify as a
whatever.
woman.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I know you're trans.
Sure.
And I say, "Here you go, ma'am." Right. That's respectful. I have another scenario where I actually look at you and go, "I know that you're a man, and I know that you're trans, but I'm actually purposely now calling you a man because I know that you identify as a woman, but I'm calling you a man." And the fourth scenario, and this is the scenario about free
The
speech
one.
and censorship. This is the
Sure.
final one, right? Is that I'm actually now doing it to be derogatory. I'm trying to actually hurt your feelings and trying to make you feel like an outcast. And that's the fourth scenario. Now, I think most people actually fall in the first three, but there are the people that fall in the fourth. And this kind of goes back to what I was talking about with Soy Pill too. Like when he was talking about physical harm. I don't think he ever went into mental harm, right? And by the way, I'm actually on the other side of you.
Well,
by the way.
isn't intimidation a mental harm? It's not a physical one. It can be both. But didn't he identify the nuance component was the burning of the cross on whatever someone's lawn being intimidation, not explicitly harming someone.
It's illegal to set something on fire on someone else's property.
Correct. And I actually don't have a problem.
obviously
I mean,
that
I'm
was
not
not just the
Christian,
ruling.
but I say set the flags on fire, any flag on fire, set the cross on fire. That's my Holy Spirit, right? I don't agree with it.
Destroy other
Sure,
people's property.
sure,
That's
No, you're
Okay,
well,
Vibe, please,
it's
Vibe, please get to the
my
end of your
property.
point. Get to the
Oh
end of
no,
your
I'm
point.
done. I'm done. I'm just saying there are
You
four
just mapped out
scenarios
what-
there.
yeah.
3 of the scenarios are not bad. One is that where you or is that the point where you go, okay, it's still not physical harm. Actually, I guess there is a 5th one where I physically actually abuse you because who you are, right? So we have, but the majority of people do not do that. Those last 2 scenarios are very rare.
No, it's
But
really
they're not right.
not. It's really okay. So it is an interesting point of contention for some people. I think it becomes contentious when you're forced to share space with those people. But if I'm going to like a restaurant and the server says like calls me he or something, I don't give a shit. I'm never gonna see them again.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like
Some people might.
Well, maybe they do, but like you have to pick your battles, just like you go into the world and like.
Get into a physical over
Okay, so say for example, EOD goes into the world. He walks down a hallway and he sees like real life women, and they look at him and they give him like a face, right? Like he's got to absorb. He's got to absorb that like social rejection. He's got to absorb that social rejection and be okay with himself. He's got to absorb that social rejection and be okay with himself at the end of the day. And he is not the he's not the exception to that. Everyone has to be. So you have to find a way to live your life. You have to pick
What
your
if I just
battles.
clock that bitch in the jaw? Is
do you
that
know?
wrong?
I want to know why.
I don't know where EOD is going with this.
I just want to know why we're so concerned with everybody's fucking feelings.
Oh,
Yes.
Well, that's where I'm trying to go, and this is the slippery slope that they originally.
That's where you were trying to go. It took you forever to fucking get there, dude.
No shit, brother.
Right?
Well, it should never
the
be allowed
slippery
or
slope
illegal
is
to hurt
it
someone.
physical only?
These are important because it incites.
No. Okay,
Or
Here it comes up.
and then who? And this actually goes right back to
Since
Dusty's
nobody's
original point.
actually
Who
letting him
determines
talk,
this?
I'm going to go ahead and talk. Jeremy Ryan with the Big Ten. I call Neva he because I operate with a different definition than he does on genders. I don't have to change my definition because he doesn't like it. Changed it to fit his liking.
Which is
You're-
ironic.
you're-
I don't think I've ever. Sorry, let me respond.
Damn it, tied up.
I thought you was
Shut
done. My bad. I thought you was
the
done.
fuck
I think you like
up.
yelling at me. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Your name is
You
not
go ahead.
Neve. I read the super chat and I said, Neve, would you like to respond? And instead, you fucking throw your mouth in there. Like
He's
you
being
got-
really racist to us black people.
I don't care how he feels about it. Shut
Even though
your
he
mouth.
said that joke twice already. It's corny.
Neve, would you like to respond?
Yes. I like obviously people have sensibilities, but I mean I go places with like understandings of like where I am, and then I match my expectations to like my environment. So I think that this sort of people have this sort of like implied imposition that because a trans person is around them that they're requiring their participation or like that they're there's like a give and take there, and there really isn't. Again, when you're using someone's name or you're communicating with someone, the way that you're experiencing them, I think in this instance isn't necessarily harmful. And I also don't think I've made the case for my gender identity or my presentation because quite frankly it's irrelevant, and I don't think it's really does that make any sense? I don't know.
So Neve,
Some people call you
I would
ugly.
not be justified in clocking a bitch in the face for calling me ugly. Okay, because assault is against the fucking law.
Wait,
we have
is that
laws.
where you say-
We have
what does this have to
laws.
do with what I was saying? What does this have to do with what I was saying?
What I'm trying to tell you is that we don't need anything special. We don't need anything new. We don't need anything, grandiose or somehow reinventing the fucking law on the books, because we
We've
have
already got
laws on the books that say assault is wrong. Sexual assault is
Okay.
wrong. Assault is
Okay.
wrong, right? Me dealing with you in an untoward way is wrong.
So-
all of that's already on the books.
Okay, I mean I'm learning freedom of speech from the McCarthyism guy right now. I don't
That's right.
fucking
That's right.
I don't understand. That's like you're a walking contradiction.
No, I'm not.
You are literally a walking contradiction. What are you talking about? You're literally a he saying she. You're literally a walking contradiction. What are you talking about?
I think the way that I experience myself is a lot more concrete. I think the way that I experience myself is a lot more congruent and consistent and relevant. I don't know why I would consider your opinion or your situation in this. You can't even talk with your mouth fucking not full. I don't know why I should
What is
factor
on
anything
your
that you're
head?
saying. Ninja.
You get 3D bifocal glasses to fuck up with your lace front wig on. You got a Jerry Curl lace front on. You're so fucked up.
Dude,
What is
take
wrong
off
with
your
that?
fucking, take off the
Cousin,
fucking,
I don't think
dude,
that's
take off the
fair.
fucking dish towel. Let's see that
I want to
hairline,
hear from
oldie.
Abe
Let's see
Dinkus.
that
What
fucking
does Abe-
hairline.
what does
Show
Abe
me the
Dinkus have to
hairline,
say? I want to
fatty.
hear from Abe
Show me the
Dinkus.
show me the hairline, fatty. Show me the hairline. Show me the hairline or don't talk.
For the record, to the viewers, I have Norwegian Dan and Daniel McCoy hanging backstage. If you want to shake up the panel, you know what to do. All right.
I want to hear from Abe Dinkus. What are you trying to say, Abe Dinkus?
Go ahead, Abe.
No, I'm saying that the hate speech, so governments define it or they don't, right? Canada is a place where they do. So that's obviously would make sense for me to contextualize hate speech in that circumstance. No, my preference was built around that goal. Okay, sorry, continue.
So yes.
Sorry, when did I say I don't care? About what specifically?
You just said it.
Yeah, no. Can I, so do you want to know where I draw the line then?
No, we don't, because you never answered the question. You just put
Okay, sorry, I'm engaging with Abe. This guy can, he's
I'm
honest,
engaged.
so we can have an engagement.
All right, go proceed. Abe about to cook you up. Go ahead, Abe. Fire up.
Yeah. For sure. Yes. Yes, for sure. Oh, so I'll yes. Okay, so I can for sure. So should you be compelled to, address me in a particular way? Absolutely not. You should be compelled to use someone's name. That's it. In a respectful way. Even if so, you could nod in their general direction as long as they know you're talking to them, whatever that works. Where the example that I brought up regarding hate speech as it relates to trans people would be more centered around like that one specific thing was like all trans people are mentally ill. Okay. So it's not enough. Like Teriak wants you to all believe that because it hurts trans people's feelings to hear that, that it shouldn't be said. And that's not the argument that I'm making. I think over time, using things like the illusory truth effect, I think continually repeating things and throwing them into the zeitgeist, it's okay to hear somebody say they believe that I'm mentally ill. That's fine. Does it suck? Sure. But the actual situation where it becomes an issue is where I decide, I go to school for fucking 12 years. I decide I'm going to be a surgeon and I meet all the qualifications. I meet all the standards and I go into that, into that decision room, and the understanding or the implication that I'm mentally ill, despite the evidence to the contrary, is preventing me from getting that job. Then yeah, that's a fucking problem and it should be dealt with.
That's active discrimination. That's not hate. That's not speech.
Yes, but discrimination based around
this is
what?
all there.
You don't want to be criticized. That's what it is. You want exemption from criticism because you feel like you're criticized too much.
If I wanted exemption from criticism, then I would be hiding in a motherfucking hole right now, not on a panel with a bunch of middle right wing.
Their whole argument all night has been this deliberate, like to get away from the debate prompt of like actual hate speech or trying to define or try to put them in the corner of the hate speech. It's like, what about the incitement to violence and all this kind of stuff? It's like just constant obfuscation around the actual topic.
Terry,
Speech
you
that's called to violence.
Yeah, that's not permitted, and you cannot crack a debate. Nor can you prepare for one.
Okay,
you showed up to a debate yesterday with one argument. You showed up with one argument. You fucking retard. 60 IQ, scum of the earth, retard. You're dumb.
Take a few breaths.
Like
I was saying.
Well,
like I was saying.
what if so? Because you were talking about the job thing, and right, that kind of feeds into discrimination, which could lead to hate speech, essentially, in a roundabout way. What if it was like a Catholic pet shop or something, right? And
oh my God, you're doing just what Teriak described.
Oh, sorry.
The best way to squash hate speech is to actually argue against it. If you ban the speech in the first place, then those thoughts fester without opposition. It's self-defeating.
Yep.
Exactly.
Absolutely. But
I think routinely
hold
routinely
on.
positing mistruths with foul intention
been trying
over
to get in here for
time.
like 20 minutes.
Okay, over time, whether they're right or whether they're wrong, I think human beings have this. Human beings have a proclivity for drawing on information that is near to their psyche, not necessarily true information. It's called the illusory truth effect, and you should look into it. I think it's
The
important
illusory
for this.
truth effect.
Yeah, it is. It's important
Oh
for this
my
discussion.
Go ahead, lower class.
I think you should explain that effect so we can understand what you're talking
No,
about.
it's gonna take too long. I'm gonna have
Betty,
Brett-
if I'm using too many words, if the words are too big, maybe you need to ask yourself, do I meet the IQ requirements for this discussion? Am I in a place where I'm positioning myself to thrive? If the answer to those questions are both no and no, then maybe you should get the fuck out of here.
No one should be required to meet their IQ requirement.
Let's Google it real quick.
This message is sponsored in part by
Those women need a sandwich.
Lower
Lower
class. Go
Very,
ahead.
very, very simple point. Okay, I want to make, and it's kind of piggybacking off of what Dusty said earlier, right? So, what is the reason why we are totally cool with people spouting pro-Nazi propaganda in the public?
I don't think we're totally cool with it. I just think
Because
that-
we know we can beat that ideology.
Right, exactly. Because he was a fucking shitty leader, and he was around for 12 years and got his dick kicked in. Okay, so very easy to prove that Hitler was terrible and he was
Oh
not
my
a good
God.
leader.
Tied up. Listen to me. I
Damn it.
just said for lower class to
Didn't
speak.
realize I was on
is
mute.
speaking.
How long
when
has
you
that been
throw in
muted?
these little zzz, all it does is clog
God
up
damn it.
the audio feed for everybody else, and nobody can actually hear what the fuck anybody is actually saying.
Stop being
Please.
racist against us, Sarah.
Stop with it's the little like zzz, there's nothing to be added to the conversation. It's just random thought bubbles being thrown around, and it just lowers the quality of what's being said on the forefront. Lower class, could you please finish your thought?
Yeah, absolutely. So my question is, when something like Nazism, okay, can be portrayed in the public sphere, but can be easily either argued against or argued for, and I'm not arguing for that shit. Let
No,
me
I
make
don't think
that
you are.
very clear.
I don't think you are.
Let's do it. It's free speech.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
What is the point of anything being censored when the most extreme ideology, which is Nazism, and I think that's pretty easily agreeable within this panel, why should anything be censored by the federal government when something that is very easily argued against, why should anything be censored by the federal government? That's the leading question.
Okay, for sure. I think the populist angle, I think, should definitely be analyzed in this context. I don't think that it was necessarily the case that, the Yahtzees came to power essentially by obviously dismantling democracy, but like doing a lot of other things. I think their rhetoric was tied into the us versus them mentality. And I think that mentality persists even to this day. When you have a populist president like Trump, when you start to mix that stuff into the mix, I think possibly I'm more worried about the populism, because I'm almost inclined to agree with you that when a Yahtzee person presents themselves, most people tend to recoil to some degree, right? Like most people don't fuck with it. But I think the pervasive element of the populist lean in combination with those ideas, I think. So I don't know if I'm more anti-populist than I am freedom of speech or not, but I think that's the pervasive element that I worry about.
Yeah, again,
And Jason, I actually think my hormone levels are off from all of these fucking cortisol, stress levels, adrenaline pumping dipshits that I have to deal with every night. But Neve, you are welcome to respond if you so choose.
It's like a 1-8. You know, I'm in the trenches right now. I gotta make myself known. What can I say?
Well, I think we all know that the
I'm
Nazis.
switching sides. Fuck these pussies.
The Nazis didn't come to power under a platform of hate. They developed into that over time. So,
Dude,
he
developed that in 2 years and then took power and got his shit
so when you
kicked
look
in
at
in
Trump
12.
and you go,
I don't want to hear
Trump
any
was
pro
mean to
Hitler
person.
bullshit right
This
now.
isn't. I'm
Look,
not
lower
making a
class-
Trump. I'm not making a Trump argument.
down, man.
I'm Trippy. I'm not making a Trump argument.
I know. I'm not going to say that you are. You're Canadian anyway, so like what Trump does, you know what I mean? Like, okay,
It
I
impacts.
know you just.
It actually impacted me in a good way recently.
That does
the
impact
last
me.
couple months,
Oh,
yeah.
wait a minute.
Yeah,
I want to hear how Trump impacted you in a good way.
No, we got the Canadians on the leash. Trump does impact them. He could spank them anytime he wants.
He gave us a liberal government.
They're not
EOD.
even a threat.
Oh, I see.
Oh, so just more Trudeau. But when you have people out there, and not Neve. Okay. Anyway, when you have people out there that are like, "Oh, Trump was mean about a certain group of people," that means he's a Nazi. That's not what that means, and you can definitely tell that those people have no idea what the Nazis were actually about. Just like when you see people go, "Hey, that black guy over there lit a building on fire," and there's other people that are like, "Well, you're racist because you based it on his color." It's like, no, I based it on truth. That's not racism. That's just truth. So
Some people call
all
things
these-
they don't like Yahtzees, right? Yeah,
That's
is
true.
that what you're
Yeah.
getting at? Yeah,
Yes.
some people do.
And
Okay.
we really got to kind of like watch ourselves with that and kind of cut back. And now there's a donation over my face. But I try not to do that. I try not to group everybody up into one little small bucket and then go,
Right.
everybody on this side believes such and such. It's more or less the big loudmouths that seem to be the ones out there being the vocal minority. And then the quiet majority out there has to hear that shit all the time. And people are finally seemingly getting a little sick of that whole vocal minority.
Yeah, look, we wouldn't care about who likes to fuck who or what do you want to be called, a guy, a girl, unicorn, whatever.
Lower
Me,
class,
my-
what's your question?
The only problem is, hold up, you're not the host.
Because you're not saying
oh.
anything. You're literally not saying anything. And I think lower class is engaging with the topic of the discussion.
Fatty Cousin
so
has
it's more
finally
interesting.
found an opportunity to fucking cut in. Let him cut in. For fuck's sake.
Sorry, fuck.
As much airtime of talk you had saying nothing was going in circles. I just started talking.
Okay. Waste your time talking about the conversation, not
Cool,
actually
okay,
saying what you need to say.
afterwards,
Come on.
okay? Then you could recharge your dildo later.
Today.
Now look,
Hello.
my main concern is like going to schools that force this narrative of trans.
Here comes the TDS, the trans derangement syndrome, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is.
Yeah, let me finish this. Please.
Not even mad
Let me
about
finish
using
this.
it.
Pause. I got to pause it with you because I don't know what you think when I say let me finish.
Now you know how
Anyway.
everyone else feels tied up.
Perfect. Yeah, cool.
It's always like a timer whenever I watch Sarah's panel. How long can we turn it into? How long until it turns into a trans discussion? It's wild every time.
Your wig is clearly identified. I'm not gonna lie. Put the split a little bit closer.
Guys.
So if any of
Right,
you
anyways,
complain, if any of you out there complain that Neve gets more talking time, it's because she's the one in the hot seat with the topic at the current time frame. So
I'm on the fucking thumbnail.
I will, well, not only that, but I will allow you more talking time in this moment because you're the only one that can speak to
It's not the issue of
issues
the talking time.
particularly.
The issue is she's not answering any questions. She's like, like just a few minutes ago, no one could even name the example of insult she gave.
Mm-hmm.
Land is playing, brother. Land is playing.
All right. So anyway, my problem is when the people are forced to look at that transgenderism in schools at a young age when they're still not even sexually developed because they get confused. That's my issue. I don't care what you do on the side, but when you implement it in children, you're confusing them at an early age. It could be.
Well, I think.
Hold on.
Okay, you've said the point.
So
The
use
rest
AI
becomes a
for your
virtue
voice.
signal. Do you want me to
AI
contend with this or
a
no?
little bit lighter.
Do you want me to contend with this or no?
Let him finish what he's talking about.
This is my last sentence. All right, last couple of sentences. Some kids just didn't get attention from females. And putting a tranny in a school reading a book could confuse them. Like, oh, maybe I'm not getting attention from females because I'm gay. That's my main problem. Is them forcing the confusion among children before they even get a chance to be sexually developed. That's my problem. So I hate when you all act like it doesn't affect you with the kids. It affects us very much. And not to mention the suicidal rates after the post fucking surgeries that they have when they do the transition goes up. So it does affect us.
Actually,
You're
it stays about the same.
you're throwing everything at the wall right now, and we'll see if something sticks.
Were you tricked into
lower
being gay?
class, what are you on right now?
So
It doesn't
Yes,
go up,
just
by the
talk.
way.
Just talk.
It stays about the same.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm just trying to be respectful to everybody else because I know this isn't my panel and I'm not.
Fuck 'em.
The fucking.
Fuck 'em all.
Don't you pause. We
Yeah.
don't want you to do that. Please use a different word.
Well, since you're not sure where you stand, Nate comes in with a big 5 just to say Yahtzee. And then a sarcastic Warlock with a big 10. Since Yahtzees are the most politically disenfranchised and underrepresented group with the least power, they deserve the most protection. Oh my God. Hate speech needs to play fair or not be. But that is a point in terms of like.
It's a point, but a wild thing.
It is
I don't
wild.
think so. I think
That's
okay, so
wild.
this is my refutation point. Okay, so I think left-leaning things I think have a tendency to work towards like some sort of equality or some sort of utilitarian. Everyone can exist.
That's called America.
Whatever. The right-wing side of that tends to be this sort of like Puritan. You can't sit at our table. Everyone else goes to Margarita Island. So I think the conclusion
You're literally
of the
saying that they can't sit at your table.
Okay, but okay, fair enough. There can be different tables, Flo. I acknowledge that. But what if one person is like, there is my table, and then there is an island that's like a million miles away from me?
That's what you're
The point
doing.
that I'm trying to make, is that one side of the aisle, whether they're minority groups and whether they're used for sort of like political posture, equality, DEI, whatever you want to call them. I think that's like a utilitarian, everybody sort of is included. The opposing extreme, being a minority, the Yahtzee community, is just by and large exclusion of like maybe
your
more than
reason for
half of us sitting on
discriminating
this
is that
panel
they
right
would
now.
discriminate.
Nate, I have a
Huh?
question.
Why don't you all just make your own little Sodom and Gomorrah, go to the south or north, and just be happy amongst each other?
Well, wait a minute.
It's like California secede. Just
Hold
let
on,
them
hold on, hold on. Wait a
Allow
minute,
me
wait a
to
minute.
No idea what
interrupt
the
just
fuck.
for some logistics right now. I've set a goal. You have 15 minutes. We're at the DGen Power Hour mark.
Oh.
You have 15 minutes if you want to continue on in order for us to get another hour out of this or maybe more. But if that 15 minutes goes out, I go to bed and we all go home. This is a great discussion and I love to keep going. Lower class. And by the way, we still have Vibe is still sitting backstage waiting to come back up. Rock E. Shepherd is still waiting. Daniel McCoy is still waiting. And only a Mr. Bill, our famous boxer, is still hanging out backstage. So if you want to bring somebody up, you can utilize that and hit the goal. You only have 15 minutes. Okay,
Mr.
back
Bill
to
is
you,
good
Lower.
people. Mr. Bill is good people, y'all.
Sarah,
I gotta ask a
hey,
question.
I do want to say thank
Nate.
you. I always seem to show up right as the DGen Power Hour starts.
You and me both, brother.
Okay, but
So, Nate,
I
can you hear me,
want to
guys?
say, hold on.
What?
So Neve, just so we're very clear, right? This is like the Miranda rights. I'm in opposition to you to whether the government should censor hate speech, and I'm asking these questions in a leading way. It doesn't matter what my personal belief is, right? I personally believe everyone deserves dignity, and no one should be humiliated and chastised in public for who they are and who they choose to believe. That's just me, okay? Anybody can disagree with that, and if you do, that's great. Like, you have every right to, okay? But at the same time, what I was leading to is if there's a case that can be made for something as extreme as Yahtsism to be talked about publicly and protested publicly, then why should something less extreme than that? Because I mean, this is not an unpopular belief. People thinking that people being trans should not be commonplace, is not
Yeah.
the way things are, and I'm not detailing.
It's pervasive. It's pervasive. I understand. It's
Yes,
contentious.
what I'm saying is, like, if this is a popular thing, then why should the government step in and censor any of these kinds of speech? Simply because I'm the kind of person, and this is my own opinion. Let me be very clear about that. I think that if someone is trans, they should be very sure about who they are and they should be able to stand up for who they believe they are with 100% confidence and not let any outsider's opinion change that. So with that in mind, and like I said, I'm not trans, I'm not part of that community, I'm a straight white man, but I'm coming at this from what I think is a reasonable perspective. If someone is trans and they genuinely believe that, and that is something that they need to change about themselves, me as an individual is willing.
All right, guys. I think I'm going to drop off of that, and I'm going to get off of here for a little bit because I need to eat some food. I'm going to go eat, and we'll see if I get back on. I will see you a little later. Try to be well. Sorry I didn't get much more words in. It's weird, like even when I did speak, I couldn't really be heard, I guess, very well. When I first got in there, she said my mic was super hot, so I turned it down a tiny bit, and then she couldn't hear me after that, so. All right, Ryan, in the future sometime. But for right now, I need to go eat food. Otherwise, I'm going to turn into I don't even know what, a shriveled husk. I got to go kill some vampires. Anyhow, we'll see you guys a little later.
He walks through the dust on a cracked old road. Hat tilted forward, shadows that load. Eyes burn deep like a fire untamed. The nation he loved now barely the same. A voice like thunder, he calls out the lie. Where did the promise go? Why did all die? He holds up the past like a mirror of truth. The ghost of our father screams for our youth. Resurrected Abe with a heart full of rage, turning the tide on this broken age. Standing tall with the people in his hands, gonna shake the dirt from this troubled land. He sees the greed that's carved up the soul. Dreams shatter wide like a burning coal. Chains of division wrapped tight in fear, but his voice cuts through, makes it all clear. He pounds on the door of the house of deceit. The cracks in the walls fall down at his feet. The people's cries, they rise like a storm. Resurrected Abe stands tall and reborn. Resurrected Abe with a heart full of rage, turning the tide on this broken age. Standing tall with the people in his troubled land. He walks through the dust on a cracked old road. Hat tilted forward, shadows that load. Eyes burn deep like a fire untamed. The nation he loved now barely the same. A voice like thunder, he calls out the lie. Where did the promise go? Why did all die? He holds up the past like a mirror of truth. The ghost of our father screams for our youth. Resurrected Abe with a heart full of rage, turning the tide on this broken age. Standing tall with the people in his hands, gonna shake the dirt from this troubled land. He sees the greed that's carved up the soul. Dreams shatter wide like a burning coal. Chains of division wrapped tight in fear, but his voice cuts through, makes it all clear. He pounds on the door of the house of deceit. The cracks in the walls fall down at his feet. The people's cries, they rise like a storm. Resurrected Abe stands tall and reborn. Resurrected Abe with a heart full of rage, turning the tide on this broken age. Standing tall with the people in his hands, gonna shake the dirt from this troubled land. Resurrected Abe with a heart full of rage, turning the tide on this broken age. Standing tall with the people in his hands, gonna shake the dirt from this troubled land. He walks through the dust on a cracked old road. Hat tilted forward, shadows that load. Eyes burn deep like a fire, untamed. The nation he loved, now barely the same. A voice like thunder, he calls out the lie. Where did the promise go? Why did all die? He holds up the past like a mirror of truth. The ghost of our father screams for our youth. Resurrected Abe with a heart full of rage, turning the tide on this broken age. Standing tall with the people in his hands, gonna shake the dirt from this troubled land. He sees the greed that's carved up the soul. Dreams shatter wide like a burning coal. Chains of division wrapped tight in fear, but his voice cuts through, makes it all clear. He pounds on the door of the house of deceit. The cracks in the walls fall down at his feet. The people's cries, they rise like a storm. Resurrected Abe stands tall and reborn. Resurrected Abe with a heart full of rage, turning the tide on this broken age. Standing tall with the people in his hands, gonna shake the dirt from this troubled land. Resurrected Abe with a heart full of rage, turning the tide on this broken age. Standing tall with the people in his hands, gonna shake the dirt from this troubled land. He walks through the dust on a cracked old road. Hat tilted forward, shadows that load. Eyes burn deep like a fire, untamed. The nation he loved, now barely the same. A voice like thunder, he calls out the lie. Where did the promise go? Why did all die? He holds up the past like a mirror of truth. The ghost of our father screams for our youth. Resurrected Abe with a heart full of rage, all clear. He pounds on the door of the house of deceit. The cracks in the walls fall down at his feet. The people's cries, they rise like a storm. Resurrected Abe stands tall and reborn. Resurrected Abe with a heart full of rage, turning the tide on this broken age. Standing tall with the people in his hands, gonna shake the dirt from this troubled land. Resurrected Abe with a heart full of rage, turning the tide on this broken age. Standing tall with the people in his hands, gonna shake the dirt from this troubled land.
That was a wild panel. Who do we still have here? Because I'm trying to decide if I'm going to keep going or if I'm going to lay down after eating some food. Yeah, it was very, can't even get a word in. And then when you do, you can't be heard. It's pointless. Pretty much pointless. That's wild, man. How are you doing? Did you rest at all? Were you able to rest at all, I should ask? Sounds about right. I wouldn't expect, well, I can't say what I would expect. You kind of do your thing when you can. So, I don't know what to do from here. Norwegian Dan's on there now. I wonder how he's going to fare. It's really hard to get a word in edgewise. And if you do, you might get shouted down almost immediately. Not that it matters that much. It's somebody else's crazy panel, I guess. Yeah, probably a good idea. All right, brother. Well, you try to do the same if you can. Get some rest and healing time on that back of yours, if you can. And I'll talk to you more later on. All right, homie. Have a good night. God bless.